إنا أنزلناه قرآنا عربيا لعلكم تعقلون.
بسم الله. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونتوب إليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له إله الأولين والآخرين، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أرسله الله تعالى بالهدى ودين الحق فبلغ رسالة ربه وأدى الأمانة ونصح الأمة وجاهد في الله حق جهاده حتى أتاه اليقين، فصلوات الله وسلامه عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. الحمد لله رب العالمين. Inshallah, today we are beginning the first session of the Ajrumiyyah grammar lessons. And of course, we all know this is a very famous book for studying Arabic grammar. And the book actually is a book that is written for Arabs. It is for native Arabs, those who understand a little bit of Arabic. So the book is much focusing on grammar. It is much focusing on grammar. It already assumes that you have a little bit of background. So you know when someone is assuming your parents speak English, but you didn't attend any school, but because they speak it, you understand the language. But when it comes to writing and then reading, you are not able to read and write. So it's similar thing that is happening here. There are some Arabs who they know the Arabic language, but the grammar is not there. When it comes to grammar, they are not good in grammar. So this kind of book is something that is very beautiful, and that's the main focus of the book. It comes to teach Arabic grammar. So if you look at the description, we emphasize that this is a grammar lesson. And Alhamdulillah, the author has been able to encompass a lot of basic foundation, the foundation that we need for a very strong Arabic background. Most of those things that we need to know is found in this particular book. So in general, it is a very nice book. It comprises a lot of things. And in this book, I think we have about 26 sections. So there are 26 chapters, if you want, chapters. So chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, up to chapter 26. And we have tried to make this a crash course, meaning that we are going to study it within a little bit of, within a short period of time. And actually, as I said, this is a lot of lessons, 26 lessons or 26 chapters. Is not something small, but we have to cover it up in this period of time, from today up to the next Tuesday of the coming week. That is when this program will end. So in a day, inshallah, we will be looking at least 4 chapters. So without wasting much time, let's just begin. The author, as you can see here, the first part is introduction, and I think I've already said a little bit about this book. And this is the content, as you can see here. And so he just begin the chapter 1. Let's just kickstart from the chapter 1. So let's begin the chapter 1. The chapter 1, as you can see here, it is Babul Kalam. Babul Kalam. One thing, let me mention one thing again. This particular book is the matan. You know, sometimes you will see different books and you are confused. Maybe you see a matan Ajrumiyyah. The matan is just the small text, the actual text of the author. But there are some scholars who have been able to explain it. So for example, Usaymin, if you look at Sheikh Usaymin, he has a sharh, an explanation of the small matan. The matan, if you look at the actual text, it's just few pages, like approximately, I'm just giving an approximation, maybe 15 pages. That's just maybe the actual thing. But a particular scholar will take it and explain it, and it will become something like over, let's say, close to 500 pages of a book. So that is something I want to clarify here. You can see a particular book, and it will be Sharhul Ajrumiyyah, but you see it's a very big book. So those ones, they are explanation made by scholars on the actual text of the author. But what we are looking at here in this particular session, or in this particular lessons, we are looking at the actual matan, the actual text of the author himself. So that is what we are looking at. We are not looking at an explanation of a particular or of any scholar. I hope that is clear. We'll just read the actual text, and then inshallah we will talk a little bit on those important babs. Okay. So let's begin here. And this one thing also, as you can see, it is English and Arabic here on the screen. I hope you can see the screen. It is English and Arabic. This has been translated. Okay, it has been translated by Hamza Yusuf. Okay, so he translates the actual text into English. So he didn't explain. He's not doing sharh. Okay, he's not doing explanation of it. He just translated it into English. So I thought it would be useful to have the English and Arabic. That is why I use this particular PDF or this particular text. Other than that, there are some texts, it is just Arabic only, and that's the actual one. I hope that is clear. But this English, the one which comes with English, like this translation, as I said, by Hamza Yusuf, is also a very nice thing. So let's begin the first chapter, Babul Kalam. Babul Kalam. When we say Babul Kalam, it means the chapter of speech. We are talking about speech. And when we say speech, we all know what speech means. Speech, right now as I'm seeing, is speech. I hope that is clear. If you begin to talk, it is speech. So speech, let's look at what he says, what the author says here, Sheikh Ajrumiyyah. He says that Al-Kalam huwa al-lafzul murakkab. The kalam, the speech, is a lafz. When we say lafz, it means utterance. Okay, words that you see. Okay, things that come from your mouth, utterance. What you just utter out. Okay, is lafz. Al-murakkab, the manner it is arranged. Al-mufid, bil-wada. So these are what encompasses a speech. A speech is a lafz. First, it is an utterance, something that you utter that comes from your mouth. Al-murakkab, it is arranged. Look at here. Please observe here. You can see there is an example here. The first example here. Okay. ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. The man went to the market. It's because these are just words, a combination of words. Assuming I didn't put them in a nice arrangement. Assuming I began here. إلى الرجل السوق ذهب. If I made this particular utterance, إلى الرجل السوق ذهب, you never understand what I meant. But the thing is, you are able to understand because of the arrangement, if it comes with a good arrangement. So that is why he says al-murakkab. Bimana, what the speech is, not just a words placed anyhow, but placed in a manner that makes meaning. So that's what he says al-mufid bil-wada. It is beneficial. It is something that can be understood based on the arrangement. So that is speech. That's basically speech. Then he continued by saying that وَأَقْسَامُهُ سَلَاسَةٌ, and its division is 3, meaning that the speech, so an utterance from your mouth that makes meaning, is going to be in 3 divisions. The first one he says al-ismun wa fi'lun wa harfun. Ism, that is noun, wa fi'lun, and verb, wa harfun, and a particle. So see something here. If you look at the example again, ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. Assuming any word you take from this particular sentence is going to fall within an ism, a fi'l, or a harf. So for example, ذهب is what? Is a fi'l. الرجل is what? Is an ism. إلى is what? Is a harf. السوق is what? Is an ism. So meaning that an utterance, when someone make an utterance, if someone says something, the words in his sentence, each word is either going to be a noun, a verb, or a harf. That is what he meant here. Okay. He says that فَالْإِسْمُ يُعْرَفُ بِالْحَفْظِ. Ism, what he is now coming to mention is characteristics of ism, characteristics of nouns, how nouns could be identified. He says that يُعْرَفُ بِالْحَفْظِ. يُعْرَفُ بِالْحَفْظِ. In this particular text, when you see haft, it means jar. Okay, jar, another name for jar is haft. So Sheikh, instead of using jar, he used haft. And that's what we are going to see throughout the book. Okay, and that's simply what we mean by haft, jar. So it is identified by haft. Let me see here. ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. You can see a souk is taking kesra, meaning that only nouns take kesra. If a verb should come after ila, if after half a jar, there's no way the verb will take kesra. I hope that is clear. So that is what he's saying. Verbs doesn't take kesra. Harf, huruf, they don't take kesra. They are mabni. It is only nouns that take kesra. So that is why he says yu'rafu bil khaft or yu'rafu bil jar. They are identified by jar. So it meaning that if I see a word anywhere and it is ending with kesra, even if I don't know the meaning of the word, but the kesra gives me a clue that that word is an ism, is a noun, and it is not a verb, neither a harf. Oh, that is clear. Okay. What tanween? So he mentioned the second one, at tanween. That is the second characteristic of an ism, is tanween. It is only nouns that takes tanween. Double vowel. Tanween means double vowel, either double kesra, double fatha, or double dhamma. That is tanween. So it is only nouns that takes tanween. Verbs doesn't take tanween. Huruf, they don't take tanween. It is only nouns that takes tanween. Then he says that وَدُخُولِ alif wal-lam, and alif wal-lam. When alif wal-lam enters onto a word, it means that that word is an ism. It is only nouns that have alif wal-lam, that can begin with alif wal-lam. Example here, ذهب الرجل. This alif wal-lam, we see a definite article. It is only nouns that can take it. Verbs doesn't take alif wa lam. So as huruf doesn't also take alif wa lam. So when you see a word with alif wa lam, meaning that it is a noun, even though you may not know the meaning of that word. Okay. Wa huruful khaft. That is the next one he mentioned. Wa huruful khaft. And huruful khaft, meaning that, as I said, haft here means what? Jar. So meaning wa huruful jar, meaning the particles or the articles of jar. Huruful jar, we all know them. Ila, min, an, bi, la. Okay, all this huruf. So example, this one. As you can see, zahaba rajul ila. So after the ila, the word that is coming, it must be a noun. So huruf al-jar, they are always going to be, or nouns Huruf al-jar can only enter upon nouns. They don't enter on verbs. Neither huruf itself. I hope that is clear. So when you see a harf al-jar affecting a word, that word is an ism. That word is an ism. So in a sentence, you can say ila, and then you mention a verb. You can say ila zahaba or ila yazhabu. It doesn't make meaning. So when, as far as a harf al-jar is coming, the word that is coming should be what? Should be noun. So huruf al-khafd, and then he's now going to mention them, the huruf al-khafd, bimana the huruf al-jar. And wahia, min, we all know min, wa ila, wa an, wa ala, wa fi, wa rubba, wal ba, wal kaf, wal lam, wa huruf al-qasam. So these are that's what is mentioned here, as you can see: min, ila, an, ala, fi, rubba, al ba, al kaf, al lam. These are the huruf al-jar or the huruf al-khafd. Okay, and this is something that is basic. We don't need to explain it into details. We all know huruf al-jar, right? Okay. Now, wa huruf al-qasam, and then he mentioned huruf al-qasam. They are also huruf al-jar. Huruf al-qasam, we all know the huruf al-qasam, the huruf that are used for swearing. Okay, so if I say, I swear by Allah, I'm going to kill this guy. You know, you hear someone saying that. So if I say al-waw, and so there are three huruf al-qasam. There are three: al-waw, al-ba, and then al-ta. There are three: waw, ba, and then ta. So you can hear someone saying wallahi. Then the second one is ba. You say billahi. Then the third one is ta. You say tallahi. So these are the three huruf al-qasam. But at least there's a little bit of difference between them. Most of the time we just use them interchangeable. But they have a little bit of difference. Let's look at it. And wow, this wow is there. It enters on nouns alone. Whenever you see wa, someone swearing with wa, it is only nouns that comes. So you see wallahi. But assuming someone is swearing other than Allah, okay, even though it is prohibited in Islam, but assuming someone is swearing by another thing, okay, you can see. Then he mentioned wa, and then he mentioned the name of someone. Okay, maybe his wali or his what is something. So whenever wow, you are using wow to swear, the thing you are going to mention, the thing you are swearing by, okay, the muqsim is always going to be a noun. Then the ba, it can be used for nouns as well as pronouns. So you can say billahi, or you can say bika. Assuming I'm swearing by you, I can use a pronoun. So I can say billahi, or I can say bika. I'm swearing by you. So the ba is for nouns as well as pronouns. Then the tallahi, or the ta as a harf al-qasam, it is only used for lafzul jalala. And when we say lafzul jalala, that is Allah. So you always hear tallahi. Okay, tallahi la akidanna aslamakum ba'da an tuwallu mudbir. So ta is only for lafzul jalala, that is Allah. Always when you see ta, you don't use it to swear other than Allah. It's always tallahi. Okay, tallahi. Okay, and the ba, let me repeat, the waw is for nouns alone. So wallahi. The ba is for nouns as well as pronouns. Billahi or bika or bihi, as you are swearing by someone who is absent, you are represented by pronouns. So you say bihi, I swear by him. The ta is for, listen, the ta is for lafzul jalala alone. Okay, Allah, lafzul jalala. Okay. So he mentioned the huruf al-qasam. So these are the three huruf al-qasam. وهي الواو والباء والتاء والفعل. Now he's now mentioning fi'l, verbs. Let's look at verbs, the characteristics of verbs. He says that al-fi'lu yu'rafu biqad. Verbs are identified, yu'rafu biqad, by qad, wasin, wasawfa. These are the three things he has mentioned. Sin, sawfa, and then qad. Whenever you see qad, it always goes with verbs. So sometimes you hear, for example, qad aflaha al-mu'minun. So you just know aflaha is a verb because after it is coming after qad. So it is only verbs that comes after qad. You can't say qad rajulun. It doesn't make meaning. Okay, if you say qad, the thing that is coming shouldn't be a noun and it shouldn't be a harf. It should only be a verb. So qad aflaha al-mu'minun. قَدْ يَعْلَمُ اللَّهُ الْمُعَوِّقِينَ مِنْكُمْ. So, qad always goes with verbs. So, it is a characteristic of a verb. So, that's the first one. The second one is sawfa. Sawfa. Okay. Sawfa is the same thing. It only goes with verbs. It doesn't go with nouns or huruf. I hope that is clear. Then the sin. Sin. This sin, we call it sin al-mustaqbaliyah. It is the sin for future. If I want to say, I will go maybe another day, or I will go in the future. So you say, sa'azhabu fi istiqbal. Sa'azhabu fi istiqbal. I will go in the future. So this sa'azhabu, that's sa at the beginning of the verb. It means that the thing is future. So it is only a characteristic of verb. Let me show you the example I'm talking about here. Okay. So this was the one I was talking about. Qad azhabu in al-amal. When you see qad, it only goes with verbs. Then here, I'm talking about this scene. This scene. Okay, so for example, sayakuluna salasatun rabi'uhum kalbuhum. So sayakuluna, they will say. So this scene, that's what Sheikh meant here. This sin that we call sin al-mustaqbaliyah is always at the beginning of verbs. Okay, sayakulu. Okay. So this sin is only a characteristic of verb. It doesn't go with nouns. It doesn't go with huruf. It only goes with verbs. Then the sawfa, I've already explained the sawfa. Okay. Qala sa'astaghfiru lakum rabbi. I hope that is clear. Like Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam is saying to his daughters, to his sons. I hope that is clear. Okay. So, but one thing that, let me say one thing about qad. Qad. When you see qad, it can have different meanings. Okay. Qad can come to mean three things. The main thing here is qad can go with both past tense verb and it can go with present tense verbs. Example, if I say qad zahaba, qad zahaba. So after the qad, the thing is past tense verb, qad zahaba. But I can also say qad azhaba, qad azhaba, or qad yazhab, qad yazhabu. So what's the difference if I say qad zahaba and then qad yazhabu? Qad zahaba, qad yazhabu. What's the difference? The difference is, if I say one qad comes with past tense verbs, okay, qad zahaba, it means for emphasis, the thing surely occurred. It surely occurred. It surely happened. Okay, so if I say qad dakhala, meaning he had entered, is for emphasis. Qad dakhala, he certainly entered. I hope that is clear. He certainly entered. So when it comes with past tense verb, it is emphasizing the verb. It means that the verb surely happened. That's one meaning. Another meaning is with past tense verb again. So with past tense verb, qad comes with past tense verb for two meanings. The first meaning is emphasis, just like I've said. The second meaning is the thing has not yet occurred, but it is about to occur. Example, qad qamatis salat. Qad qamatis salat. The prayer has not yet begun, but you are saying it is just about to begin. It's as if it has already begun. So meaning that the thing is very close. The thing is very, very, very close to happening. So that's the two meanings. Qad comes with past tense verbs. The first is, let me repeat, the first is emphasis. Qad dakhala, he had entered, he surely entered, meaning you have emphasized he did enter. There's no doubt about it. The second meaning is If I can say قَدْ دَخَلَ, which can mean he is just about to enter. I hope that is clear. Like the example we see, قَدْ قَامَتِ الصَّلَاةِ. The salat is just about to start. I hope that is clear. So that's the two meanings. Qad comes with past tense verbs. Now, qad can also go with present tense verbs to mean maybe. So if I say قَدْ يَدْخُلُ, meaning he may enter. So when qad comes with present tense verbs, it means maybe the thing may happen or may not. Okay, so if I say قَدْ يَدْخُلُ, meaning he may enter. So if I ask you, will you go to school today? Then you say قَدْ أَذْهَبُ, meaning I may go. I hope that is clear. It is coming to mean maybe. There is a probability. So that's the something we need to know about qad. Okay. So the Sheikh mentioned the huruf or the alamat of af'al, the characteristics of verbs, which he mentioned here, qad, sin, and sawfa. Then he also mentioned a ta at-ta'nis. Ta at-ta'nis. This ta at-ta'nis is also for verbs alone. Ta at-ta'nis. Let me show you what he meant. This verb, this ta here. So, for example, qad zahabat. Okay, zahabat. It's initial zahaba, but if you say zahabat, so that ta is called ta at-ta'nis. It's to show that the doer is a female. I hope that is clear. If I say dakhalat, okay, jalasat, with that ta, we all know this. So this is it's things that we learned in the beginner stage, and all of us are familiar with it. I hope all of us are familiar with it. So this ta is only for verbs, so it is also a sign or an alama of verbs alone. Nouns doesn't have it, okay, and then huruf doesn't also have it. It's only verbs that have it. Okay. Then he says that والحرف ما لا يصلح معه دليل الاسم ولا دليل الفعل. And then the harf, the characteristics of harf. How do we know that this thing is a harf? It is when the characteristics of nouns doesn't apply to it, and the same way the characteristics of verbs doesn't apply to it, then that thing is a harf. Okay. Alhamdulillah, we are done. That is the first chapter of the book. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We looked at the chapter 1 of the Ajrumiyyah lessons, grammar lessons. In this particular lesson, we will be continuing and we'll be looking at the chapter 2 of the Ajrumiyyah grammar lessons. So without wasting much time, let's just begin, inshallah. So let's just continue mubasharatan. He says that Babul I'rab wa Aqsamihi. Now here we are looking at I'rab. We all know I'rab. I'rab, we are going to learn about I'rab in this particular chapter, chapter 2. I'rab and then its divisions, the divisions of I'rab. So let's just kickstart. He says that Al-I'rabu huwa taghyiru awakhir al-kalim. That is all what I'rab is. لاختلاف الأوامر الداخلة عليها لفظا أو تقديرا. Al-I'rab is the change in the endings of words based on what enters upon it. So if I say al-kitabu, al-kitabi, al-kitaba, you can see the ending is changing. Al-kitabu, al-kitaba, al-kitabi. The endings are changing. So that is the taqyir, the change of the awakhir al-kalim, the endings of the words based on what enters on it. That is what we term as I'rab. Now he says that wa aqsamuhu arba'atun, and its divisions are 4. Raf'un wa nasbun wa khafdun wa jazmun. So see here, observe. He says that aqsamuhu arba'a, The divisions are 4. It has 4 divisions. There are 4 divisions of i'rab. The first one is raf'un. When we say raf'un, it's what we term as marfu. When a noun is marfu, meaning that its state of i'rab is raf'un. So raf'un from marfu, nasbun from mansub, khafdun from majrur. Khaft, as I said, khaft in this book means jar. Another name for jar is khaft. Okay, so instead of saying jar, you can say khaft. So khafdun and then jazmun, majzum. So let's look at it into details. He says that فالأسماء من ذلك الرفع والنصب والخفض ولا جزم فيها. Listen here. Okay, I think this is the example I'm looking for. If you see something, see here. Look at this particular example. ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. ذهب الرجل إلى السوق. If you look at this example, the man went to the market. The man went to the market. Look at the first word, ذهب. ذهب. It is ended with what? Fatha. Now, الرجل is ended with what? Dhamma. Ila, this particular half, is ending with what? School. And then asuk, it is ending with what? Kesra. So, if you look at the i'rab of each of them here, this ar-rajul is marfu, is raft. Marfu means raf, it is having raf as is i'rab. So, example, ar-rajulu. So, meaning it is marfu. But when it is mansub, it will be, let's say, ar-rajula. So if I say darabtu rajula, I beat the man. Darabtu rajula. So that is mansub. Mansub. And I will say khaft, or khaft, as I said, it means jar, majrur. So if I say zahabtu ila rajuli, I went to the man. Like here, the souk here is majrur or mahfud, which is khaft. Because of the ila is making it majrur. Okay, so that's khaft. And then jazm. Jazm, most of the time, the alama is sukun. So if I say ijlis, you can see it is ending with sukun. Ijlis. Okay, so that is majzum. That is majzum. We'll look at it into detail. That's not the only sign of majzum. There could be other ways of a noun being majzum. So but that's the basic one. So let's look at it. The Sheikh will explain it into details. So he says that فالأسماء من ذلك الرفع والنصب والخفض ولا جزم فيها. He's saying that asma, nouns could be marfu. Bimana, it could be having the state of raft, nasb and khaft, and then it doesn't take jazm. So see here, let me explain what he's saying. Nouns could be marfu, ar-rajulu. That is the first thing. It could be mansub, ar-rajula. It could be mahfud, or it could be majrur. Here, did I say majrur? Here is mansub. I meant mansub. Here, majrur. If it is majrur, it will be ar-rajuli. So ar-rajulu, ar-rajula, ar-rajuli. But jazm, majzum, nouns cannot be majzum. That's what the Sheikh says. It's only when we are pronouncing in pronunciation, or when we are speaking, that we put school on it in pronunciation, or when we are speaking. But when in actual writing, a noun cannot be majzum. Oh, that is clear. So that's what he says, the Sheikh is saying here. Okay, wala jazma fiha, meaning that nouns cannot be majzum. Oh, that is clear. Nouns can only be marfu, mansub, and then majrur, but not majzum. Then he says that walil af'ali min zalika ar-raf wal nasb wal jazm wala khafd fiha. Al af'al, verbs, can be raf, could be marfu, could be mansub, and it could be jazm, but it doesn't take majrur. Let me explain. See here. You can see here. Assuming we have yazhabu. it is marfu. Yazhabu, you can see it is ending with dhamma. Yazhabu, that is marfu, so it is raf. If I say yazhaba, okay, yuridu an yazhaba, so that is mansub. Raf, it is mansub. Now, if it is majzoom, okay, so if it is majzoom, assuming I say izhab, that is majzoom. So the command, the amr, fi'l amr, da'ima yu'rabu majzoom. Fi'l amr are always majzoom. So example, if I say izhab, that is majzoom. But now verbs cannot be majroor or mahfud. Verbs are never going to be majroor. You will never hear yazhabi, huwa yazhabi. Okay, verbs are not majroor. Verbs can either be marfu, mansub, or majzoom. So that's what he says. That's what the Sheikh says here. Okay, wal af'al, what is it? Wal af'ali min dhalika al-raf wal nasb wal jazm wala khafd fiha, and there's not going to be khafd in it. So that is the end of this particular chapter. Also, chapter 2 is also done. It's basically talk about Arab, and that's what I've put in this particular table. Aqsamul Arab, the 4 divisions: Araf and Nasb, Khafd, and then Jazm. So these are the what this particular chapter is about, and that's all for it. Chapter 2. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We're looking at chapter 3, and that is Ba'bu Ma'rifati Alamat al-I'rab. Okay, identification of the signs of I'rab. And so without wasting much time, inshallah, let's just kick start. Okay, right, let's look at chapter 3. Chapter 3, here we are looking at, as he says, Babu Ma'rifati Alamat I'rab. Is we are building upon what we have just studied, the I'rab that we have seen here. We'll look at it into details. So that's what chapter 3 is about. Chapter 3 is going to explain this aqsam, these divisions of the I'rab into details. That's what chapter 3 is going to do. So observe, please observe. He says that he's going to begin. So he begins by saying that لِلرَّفْعِ أَرْبَعُ عَلَامَاتٍ. The raf, that is marfu, when it now is marfu, there are 4 signs, or there are 4 features. So marfu, a noun being marfu, will mean that there could be 4 features of it. That could make it marfu. The first one, ad-dhamma. He mentioned the dhamma. Then al-waw, waw. Then wal-alif, alif. Wal-noon, noon. So these are the 4. You can see it in the table here. Okay, you can see in the table here. Dhamma, waw, alif, and then noon. These are the signs of a noun being marfu. How? Let me explain. Dhamma, assuming I have this. Okay, assuming I have this. Al-kitabu. Al-kitabu. You can see the ending is. Let me. Okay, you can see this book, the kitab here. You can see it is ending with dhamma. So it means that the verb, the noun is what? Marfu. It means that the noun is marfu. So that's one sign. Another sign or another feature is wow. And that is, assuming I have al-muslimun. Okay, al-muslimun. The wow, this wow is a sign that the thing is marfu. If it is majrur or mansub, it's going to be al-muslimin. The wow will turn to yai. I hope that is clear. So the wow is the alamatul raf, is the sign that the noun is marfu. So we could have marfu bil dhamma, marfu bil wow, marfu bil alif, or marfu bil noon. These are the 4 divisions of raf, of a noun being marfu. Let's look at the alif. The alif is mostly in the dual. When you are saying, example, 2 books, 2 pens, okay, 2 pencils, 2 notebooks, 2 dusters. So look at here, kitabani. the alif here is the sign that the noun is marfu. Assuming it is majrur or mansub. So if I say ishtaraitu, I will not say kitabani, I will say kitabayni. The alif will tend to yai. So the alif is the sign that the thing is marfu. If it is no longer marfu, assuming it is a maf'ulun bihi is mansub. Assuming it's the object. If I say ishtaraitu, I will not say kitabani, I will not say kitabayni, meaning it is no more marfu. So the sign, the alif is signifying that the thing is marfu. I hope that is clear. So that is for the alif. Now the noon. The noon is also an alamatul raf in fi'l al-mudari', especially the af'alul khamsa. So, example, yazhabuna, they are going, yazhabuna. So the noon is the alama, is the sign that this verb is marfu. How is it so? Let's just assume you add an, yuriduna an, assuming you just add an, yuriduna an. That an is when we all know that when an comes, the verb will be mansub. So if I say uridu an, I will not say azhabu, I will say azhaba. Uridu an azhaba. So when an comes, we call it adatu nasb. When it comes, the noun, the verb that is coming should be mansub. So assuming you add an here, you now see an yazhabu, yuriduna an yazhabu. You see, the noon will disappear. So meaning that the noon was the sign, or the noon was the sign that the verb was marfu. Assuming we just add something that should make it mansub, the noon will have to disappear. So the noon is the sign that the thing is marfu. So these are the four signs or alama of raf, or of a noun being marfu. Okay. Now he says that فَعَمَّ الضَّمَّةِ, as for dhamma, فَتَكُونُ عَلَامَةً لِلرَّفْعِ فِي أَرْبَعَةِ مَوَادِعٍ. The dhamma is going to be the sign of raf in four cases, in four conditions. في الاسم المفرد. Okay. في الاسم المفرد وجمع التكسير وجمع المؤنث السالم وفي المضارع التي أو الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء. This what is in the box here. Okay. The dhamma is the sign of raf in four instances. Meaning that dhamma could be a sign of raf in four instances. So see here, the four things we have talked about, the dhamma, the waw, the alif, and the noon. He's now going to pick each of them and explain into details. So that's why he has says فَأَمَّا الضَّمَّةِ. He's beginning with the dhamma, so he's going to explain it into details. Okay. So he says that فَتَكُونُ عَلَامَةُ لِلرَّفْعِ فِي أَرْبَعَةِ مَوَادِعٍ, in four cases. فَالْإِسْمِ الْمُفْرَدِ وَجَمْعُ التَّكْسِيرِ. اسم المفرد, you can see it here, اسم المفرد, جمع التكسير, جمع مؤنث السالم, and then الفعل المضارع الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء. So these are the four conditions in which the dhamma could be the alama of raf. The ism al-mufrad, when we say ism al-mufrad, it means a singular verb, a singular noun. A noun that is just singular. Example, al-kitabu. So al-kitabu is the sign is of it being marfu is what? Is the dhamma. If I say al-kitabu, al-qalamu, okay, ad-daftaru, all that is clear. The sign of the dhamma is, the sign of it being marfu is what? Is the dhamma. The second one, jam'u taksir. Jam'u taksir. You all know that we have three types of jam'u. We can have jam'u mu'annas salim, jam'u muzakkar salim, and then jam'u taksir. These are the three divisions of jam'u, okay, plurals that we have. We want to talk about jam'u taksir. Jam'u taksir, it means that jam'u taksir, they are basically the largest group of plurals. They don't have a specific pattern. They come on several patterns. Okay, jam'u taksir. Example is kutubu. The plural of kitab is what? Kutubu. So if I say al-kutubu, the sign that it is marfu is what? Is the dhamma. Is the dhamma on the bar. Assuming it is not more marfu, Assuming if I say ishtaraitu, I'll say kutuban. The dhamma will tend to fatha. Okay, kutuban. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is in jamu taksir. Another thing is in jamu muannasu salim. In jamu muannasu salim, you can see al-muslimatu. You can see it is having dhamma. So jamu muannasu salim, in jamu muannasu salim also we have dhamma being the sign of marfu. Then also in the fi'l al-mudari, yazhabu, you can see there is dhamma there. So in these 4 conditions, we have dhamma being a sign of marfu. I hope that is clear. Okay. Now he goes to the next one. So that is for dhamma. Now let's look at waw. So he says that wa ammal waw, as you can see here. Wa ammal waw here. Wa ammal waw fatakunu alamatan lirraf fi mawadi'aini aw fi mawdi'aini. Fi mawdi'aini, in 2 conditions or in 2 places. It is in 2 places that you can see the waw being the sign of the marfu. What are those cases? The first one he mentioned is in jamu muzakkar salim. We all know the jamu muzakkar salim. Al-muslimuna, okay, al-mu'minuna, okay, al-munafiquna, okay. So here, example is here, al-muslimuna. The waw is the sign that it is marfu. Assuming it is majrur. If I say I went to the Muslims, I'll say zahabtu ilal muslimina, not muslimuna. So meaning that the waw was the sign that it was marfu. When it is not more marfu, the waw will tend to yai. I hope that is clear. So that is the first one. Al-jamu muzakkar salim, like he has mentioned here. Where is it? So that's here. في جمع مذكر السالم وفي أسماء الخمسة. وفي أسماء الخمسة. And in the أسماء الخمسة, we all know the أسماء الخمسة. أخ, أب, فم, حم, and then zu. These are the 5 أسماء الخمسة. Okay. So you always see them when a pronoun attached to it. أخوك, أبوك. Okay, so if I say ahuka, it means that it is majrur, it is marfu. It is what? It is marfu. Assuming it is majrur, if I say zahabtu ila, I will not say ahuka, I will say what? Akhika. Zahabtu ila akhika. Okay, but when it is normal, when it is marfu, it is ahuka with dhamma. I'm saying with waw. So the waw is the sign that it is marfu. I hope that is clear. Okay. Wahia, so he's mentioning the Asma'ul Khamsa. So, wafil Asma'il Khamsa, Wahia, and it is Abuka, Akhuka, Wahamuka, Wafuka, Wazumadin. So, that is the Asma'ul Khamsa that he has mentioned. He now continued by saying that Wa'ammal Alif, and as for the Alif, fatakunu alamatan lirraf fi. So the alif, now we are looking at alif. See here. We have talked about dhamma, we have talked about waw. We are now going to the third one, that is alif. So you can see the alif here. I hope that is clear. Okay, so where are we? So wa'ammal alif. So here wa'ammal alif fatakunu alamatan lirraf fi tathniyatil athma, in making nouns dual. Assuming I see here, kitabani. The alif is the sign that it is marfu. If it is not marfu, it will be what? Kitabayni. If I say ishtaraitu, I will say kitabayni. So ishtaraitu, the thing is now mansub because it is maf'ulun bihi. It is maf'ulun bihi, so it is mansub. So I will say kitabayni. Okay. I hope that is clear. So, or if I say ala kitabayni or ala kitabayni, so if ala comes, it will be the alif will tend to yai. Okay, so if it is mansub or majrur, it will be yai. But if it is marfu, the alif will be there in all the dual. kalamani, kitabani, daftarani, all the two dual nouns. The alif is the sign that it is marfu. I hope that is clear. Then the last one is the noon. You can see the fourth one here is the noon. When do we have noon? And it is the sign that it is marfu in words. So he says that, look at what he says. وَأَمَّا النُّونُ, as for the noon, فَتَكُونُ عَلَامَةً لِلرَّفْعِ في الفعل المضارع إذا اتصل به ضمير. So the alif, the noon rather, the noon is a sign of raf. Okay, في الفعل المضارع, in present tense verbs. In present tense verbs. Now he's going further by mentioning is that here damiru. He's mentioning in simplicity. What he's coming to mention is the af'al al-khamsa. Af'al al-khamsa. And I've prepared a diagram for the af'al al-khamsa. So look at it, please. Look at here. Here. So these are the af'al al-khamsa. These are the af'al al-khamsa. Okay. When verbs come for these pronouns, antuma, antum, huma, hum, and then anti, there are 5, so we call them af'alul khamsa. They are always having noon at the end. So example, antuma, tazhabani. I'm talking about verbs, past tense, present tense verbs that have noon at their ending. Okay, antuma, tazhabani, antum, tazhabuna, huma, yazhabani. Hum yazhabuna, anti tazhabina. So you can see they are all ending with noon. So in simplicity here, what we are looking for is the noon is the sign that it is marfu. If they are mansub, the noon will disappear. So they are marfu bisubuti noon. They are marfu by the presence of the noon. And they are mansub. If they are not, I said they are marfu bisubuti noon. But if they are not marfu again, the noon will have to disappear. So example, turidani, an tazhaba. So because of the an, when the an comes, the noon will disappear. I'm just giving an example here. An tazhaba instead of tazhabani. An tazhabu instead of tazhabuna. An yazhaba instead of yazhabani. An yazhabu instead of yazhabuna. And tazhabi instead of tazhabina. So you see, the noon is the sign that it is marfu. So in this particular af'al, we call them af'alul khamsa. Okay, now verbs that comes for these pronouns, past tense, present tense verbs that comes for these 5 pronouns. They have noon at their end, and the noon is the sign that they are marfu. I hope that is clear. Okay. And so that is basically what this particular chapter entails. I hope that is clear. Okay. So basically we talked about the 4 signs of a noun being marfu. It could be marfu bil dhamma, marfu bil waw, marfu bil alif, and then marfu bil nun. And we have explained each into details. So let's continue. I think he will now go to, this is marfu, okay, raf. He will now go to nasb. Okay, let's look at what is coming. Nasb, of course, you now mentioning nasb, alamatul nasb. So he says that, you continue by saying that, let's now look at the signs that a noun or a word is mansub. What is the sign that a word is mansub? What are the different features? So the first one he mentioned here is, he says that al-fathatu, let me come, it seems this. Okay, so here, I think this is the beginning. Okay, he says that walin nasb khamsu alamatin. Al-fatha, so nasb, a noun or a word, a word being mansub could have 5 alama, 5 features. The first one, al-fatha, fatha, wal alif, alif, والكسرة الكسرة. Okay, والياء and ياء, وحذف النون, and then the removal of noon. Now what does it mean? Let's look at it in a deep. These are the 5 things he mentioned. The first one is fatha, the second one is alif, the third one is kesra, the fourth one is yai, and then the fifth one is the removal of the noon. Now let's look at it into detail. Just take your time, it will be clear. The nasb, a noun being mansub, could be these 5 things. It could mean that the noun is having these 5 things, these 5 features. The first one is fatha. So look at it. Assuming I see this, let me expand it and enlarge the thing. Okay. So I hope you can see. Okay. So please observe here. Assuming I see this, you can see the fatha. Ishtaraitu kitaban. Here, what is the sign that kitaban is mansub? You will tell me what? It is having fatha. So that's the sign. So that's simple, fatha. Look at the next example. This one. Okay, this example. Okay, the second one. From the second box. I'm talking about the right side. You can see the red, written in red. That's the example. If I say ra'aytu akhaka, what is the sign that akhaka is mansub? You will tell me it is the alif, because it could have been akhuka. Why didn't I say ra'aytu akhuka? Because it is mansub, it is maf'ulun bihi, so it is mansub. And what is the sign that it is mansub? Is the alif. So here the alif is the sign that it is mansub. So it is the alamatul raf is the alif. Oh, that is clear. Now let's look at the third one. Innal muslimati. This inna is a harfu tawkid. Harfu tawkid for emphasis. And then it is nasb. It is an adatun nasb. Whenever it comes, the noun following it should be mansub. We say ismu inna. We call it ismu inna. And it is always mansub. We will always hear inna allaha. Okay. Inna alhamda. We go to the khutbah. On a Friday, we hear inna alhamda. So you will never hear inna alhamdu. If you just hear inna alhamdu, you know that there is a grammatical mistake. Okay, inna alhamda. When the inna comes, the word that is following the noun coming should be mansub. The ism inna specifically. So inna al-muslimati. Here it is initially, it is original al-muslimatu. The ta is initially having dhamma. The ta is initially having what? Dhamma. But because of the inna, it is now mansub. And then the sign of it being mansub is the change from the dhamma to the kasra. So the alamatul nasb here is what? The kasra ala akhirihi, on its last letter. Oh, that's clear. It is ism inna, and ism inna is mansub. So how is it mansub? The dhamma will turn to kasra. I hope that is clear. Okay. So the next one is yai. Now look at here. Look at this example. If I tell you, look at this example here. Okay. Ishtaraitu. I'm talking about here, the fourth box. Okay, here. So if I say ishtaraitu kitabaini. Ishtaraitu kitabaini. What is the sign that kitabaini is mansub? You tell me it is the yai, because it could have been kitabani. Why didn't I say ishtaraitu kitabani? But I said ishtaraitu kitabaini. So the yai is the sign that it is mansub. It is mansub. So the alamatul nasb here is the change of the alif to the yai. So that is yai. I hope that is clear. Now let's look at the last one. The last one. Yuriduna an yajlisu. Look at this sentence. Yuriduna an yajlisu. They want to sit down. So if I say yuriduna an yajlisu, the verb here is initial yajlisuna. Okay, yajlisuna. Whom? That is for whom. And if you just look at the af'al al-khamsa, like we have made mention, okay, before, the hum is also part. So hum yuriduna an yajlisu is initially yajlisuna, but the noon has been removed because of the an here. The an here leads to the omission of the noon. So the omission of the noon at the end could be a sign that a noun or a word is mansub. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is what the Sheikh says. He says that الفتحة تكون علامة للنصب في ثلاثة مواد في اسم المفرد. Now here he's explaining further. So he's now going to take each of them and explain into details. That is what the Sheikh do. Okay, that's what he does. He mentioned it generally, then he pick each and then explain into details. So we are going into details. We'll take each one. You see these 5 things. We'll take each one and go into details. Okay, so please observe. So he says that he says here that al-fathatu. So he's now going to begin with the fatha. Al-fatha, the first one. Al-fathatu fatakunu alamatan lin-nasb fi salasati mawadi'. It can be alama of nasb in 3 places. The first one, al-ism al-mufrad wa jamu al-taksir wa fi'l al-mudari' idha dakhala alayhi nasib wa lam yattasil bi akhirih shay. These are the 3 for fatha. These are the 3 places where it could be an alama of nasb. That is what you have seen in the box here. The first one is ism al-mufrad. That's the first thing he mentioned. Ism al-mufrad. Then he mentioned jamu al-taksir. And then he mentioned فعل المضارع إذا دخل عليه ناصب ولم يتصل بآخره شيء. So the first one, the ism al-mufrad, we all know, just singular noun. Example, اشتريت كتابا. That one is obvious. We can all understand it. The kitaban, you see it is having fatha. So it is fatha. You can see it is fatha. It is nasb by fatha. It is mansub by bil fatha. The second one is jamu taksir. Jamu taksir is fasiki ishtaraitu kutuban. Kutuban, of course, that's jamu taksir, but it is also taking fatha. So jamu taksir, most of them can take fatha on their last letter, and that will be an alama of nasb. I hope that is clear. Then the last one is just the example I give you. The fi'l al-mudari'. Fi'l al-mudari' إذا دخل عليه ناصب. Okay, when we say nasib, it means an adatu nasb. Nouns, I'm saying nouns, adawat, okay, that can make a verb mansub. That's what we term as adawatul nasb or nasib. Example is an yajlisu. So if that dakhalayhi nasibun, so when something like this, an enters upon it, walam yattasil bi akhirihi shay, and nothing is attached to its end, it will be the noon will disappear, of course, and that could lead. Here, of course, here he's talking about, yes, for not the af'al al-khamsa, not in regard with the af'al al-khamsa. Look at this example. The example here, yuridu, for a singular person, yuridu an yajlisa. Oh, that is correct. Yuridu an yajlisa is initially yajlisu. It's initially what yajlisu, but because of the nasib, the an, it does not make it from yajlisu to yajlisa. Yuridu an yajlisa. Oh, that is clear. So that's what he meant here. Okay, al-fi'l al-mudari idha dakhala alayhi nasibun wa lam yattasil bi akhirih shay. So this one, okay, yajlisa, from yajlisu to yajlisa. So here it is mansub bil fatha. The sin has now taken fatha because it is mansub. Oh, that is clear. So that is mansub bil fatha. Now let's continue. So the Sheikh he continues by saying that wa ammal alif. So that's the first one, fatha. Now let's look at alif, the second one. So he says that wait, wa ammal alif here fatakunu alamatan lin-nasb fil asma' al-khamsa. In asma' al-khamsa. So the alif is a sign of nasb in asma' al-khamsa. Example, ra'aytu abaka. Ra'aytu abaka. It could have been abuka, but why is it abaka? Because it is mansub. What is the sign that it is mansub? The alif. I hope that is clear. So the alif is the sign of that it is mansub, especially in asma al-khamsa. Ra'aytu abaka wa akhaka wa hamaka wa fatha fa'a wa kana dha malin. So instead of zu, it is initially zu malin, but you don't see za malin because it is the khabar kana, and khabar kana is da'iman mansub. I hope that is clear. So that is it. Now he continued by saying that Ammal Kesra. So that is the third one, Kesra. So he says that here. Ammal Kesratu fatakunu alamatan lin nasb. The Kesra is a sign of mansub. Fi jam'i mu'annas salim. In jam'i mu'annas salim. So only in jam'i mu'annas salim. Example, innal muslimati. The sort of al-muslimatu. The ta has now taken what? Kesra. Here. See here. Okay. Innal muslimati. Here. Innal muslimati is initially innal muslimatu. Is initially the ta is initially having dhamma. But because it is this inna is an adatul nasb, is a nasib. When it comes, it turns it into kesra. So the sign that it is mansub is the kesra, the change from the dhamma to the kesra. Oh, that is clear. So that is what he meant by saying that ammal kesra, right? Ammal kesra fatakunu alamatun linnasb fi jam' muannas salim. Okay. Now he go to the fourth one. This is the fourth one, yai. The yai. So that's what he's talking about here. Wa'ammal ya. This is the yaw. Fatakunu alamatan linnasb fi tathniya wal jam'. So the yai, let's look at the yai. This is the yaw. As for the yaw, it is a sign of nasb. It is a sign of nasb in the dual and in the plural. Example, if I say ishtaraitu kitabaini, so instead of kitabani, it will now turn to kitabaini. It is mansub, okay, because it is the maf'ul bihi, it is mansub. And what is the sign that it is mansub? It is the change from the alif to the yai. So kitabaini. I hope that is clear. Okay. Now the last one. Okay, now go to the last one, the omission of the noon. So that is what he is going to talk about. Okay. So he says that wa amma hasfun noon. As for the removal of the noon, fatakunu alamatan linnasb fi af'al allati rafa'uha bi thubuti noon. Now see here. Here. The noon is a sign of nasb. But the omission, let me go back to the example I gave you at the beginning. Here. This is what he's just talking about. I've already seen that example. Yuriduna an yajlisu. So this yajlisu, you can see it is initially yajlisuna, but because of the nasib, this and it now make it yajlisu. So the hasful noon, it is mansub bi hasful noon. So that is it. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is for the five features of an-nasib or al-mansub, the 5 features of a word being mansub. I hope that is clear. Now let's go to majrur or khaft or jar. Let's go to jar. So he's going to begin that one. So he says that فأما الكسر, no, not there. Here. So here, وللخفت, and for the khaft, salasatu or thalathu alamatin. It has thalathu alamat, 3 features. The haft has 3 features. The haft has 3 features. What are they? Kesra. That's the obvious one. When a noun is majrur, or when a word is majrur, most of the time the obvious sign is kesra. But the other sign could be al-ya and then fatha. Yaw and then fatha. So haft, this is haft or jar. When a noun is majrur, it could have these 3 features. The first one is kesra, the second one is ya, and then the third one is fatha. So let's look at it. If you look at this example, al-sarir. If I say huwa al-sarir, he is on the bed. Al-sarir. You can see it is initial sarirun. The last ra is having dhamma when it is in the normal state, that is in the marfu state. But because of the harf jar, it is now taking kesra. So you see, so that is the sign, kesra. That one is obvious, we all know that one. The second one is yaw. Yaw. When this is in the jamu muzakkir salim, jamu muzakkir salim, as mean I have muslimuna. But when it is, let's say, minal, when a min, this is a half a jar comes before it, it will not be muslimuna again, it will not be muslimina. So the waw has turned to yai. So in that case, the ya is the sign that it is majrur or it is mahfud. So al-alamatul jar or alamatu jar is the what? Is the change from the of the waw to yai, is the yai. So that is what he meant here, yai. Oh, that is clear. Now the last one, fatha. Fatha can also be a sign that a noun or a word is marfu. Example, and in which case, what is the case? Assuming I say zahabtu ila Ibrahim, we all know that Ibrahim is what? Mamnu min as-sarf. Ibrahim is mamnu min as-sarf. In the Quran, you never hear is Ibrahimi. You never hear that. Even if ila comes, it will never be Ibrahimi. Oh, that is clear. Mamnu min as-sarf, they don't take kesra and then they don't take tanween. So you always hear Ibrahimu, not Ibrahimun. But you say Muhammadun, Yasirun. Okay. But you always say Ibrahimu, not Ibrahimun. Why? Because it is mamnu min as-sarf. Mamnu min as-sarf, they are nouns that they don't take tanween and then they don't take kesra. These 2 things, they don't take them. That's mamnu min as-sarf. I hope that is clear. Okay. In the Quran, all the 25 names of the prophets that are mentioned is only 3 which are Arabs, pure Arab names. All the rest, they are Ajam, they are foreign words, they are not Arabic words, they are not Arabic names. So the 3 which are Arabic names are Muhammad, Saleh, and Shu'aib. Muhammad, Salihun, and Shu'aibun. So they take tanween. You can see Muhammadun, Salihun, Shu'aibun. Okay, but the rest, they are mamnu min as-sarf. So you see Isa, Musa, not Isun, Musun. You see, they are mamnu min as-sarf. They don't take tanween and then they don't take kesra. Okay, so Ibrahim is also mamnu min as-sarf. So for mamnu min as-sarf, when in the case, when a half a jar comes, example, it is supposed to be majrur, it won't take kesra, it will rather take fatha. So in a case where it is majrur, it will take fatha. It will take fatha. So zahabtu ila Ibrahima. You see, zahabtu ila Ibrahima. So mamnu min as-sarf, when they are majrur, when they are mahfud, the sign of the haft, the sign of the jar is going to be fatha ala akhirihi, on its last letter. I hope that is clear. Okay. So the Sheikh continues here by he's going to now explain each into details. Like I said, that's what he does. After mentioning each, he pick them and explain into details. So he's going to take kesra, explain into details, ya, explain into details, and then fatha, and explain into details. So let's look at it. Let's begin with kesra. So the kesra, as you can see here, is the sign of khafd in 3 instances. Is the sign of khafd in 3 instances. What are these instances? The first one, he says that, so let me just read the text. I've read it so that we can all hear and then follow those, especially those having only the Arabic version. So he says here that فَعَمَّ الْكَسْرَةُ, the kasra فَتَكُونُ عَلَامَةً لِخَفْض, is going to be an alama, a sign of khafd, في ثلاثة مواضع, in 3 places. في الاسم المفرد, في الاسم المفرد المنصرف, وجمع التكسير المنصرف, وجمع المؤنث السالم. So these are the that al-ism al-mufrad, جمع التكسير, and then جمع المؤنث السالم. So ism al-mufrad, as you can see here, على السرير, this is ism al-mufrad, على السرير, that one is obvious for us. Then على سرر متقابلين, this is from the Quran. على سرر, this is جمع التكسير. I think we have already seen جمع التكسير, and then it takes kasra. Okay. Then the last one is the جمع مؤنث السالم. Is the جمع مؤنث السالم. They take kasra when they are mansub and then majrur. That's what happens. جمع مؤنث السالم, they are very simple. Their i'rab is they take dhamma when they are marfu, but when they are mansub or majrur, the dhamma on the ta will turn to kasra. So al-muslimatu means it is marfu. Al-muslimati means it is either mansub or majrur. That is simple how their i'rab changes. So this is majrur min al-muslimati. So I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is what he mentioned. Now he mentioned وَأَمَّا الْيَاءُ, and as for the ya, فَتَكُونُ عَلَامَةً لِلْخَفْضِ. The ya is a sign of khafd. It is a sign of jar. في ثلاثة مواضع, in 3 places. في الأسماء الخمسة, in أسماء الخمسة, in أسماء الخمسة. So he will put it here for us. So just take your time. في أسماء الخمسة والتثنية, and then in dual, in the dual, والجمع, and then in the jam. Okay. So look at them. They are in this particular table here. Al-asma'ul khamsa والتثنية, and then jam. Jam here, of course, jam mudhakkar salim. So see something. ذهبت إلى أخيه. ذهبت إلى أخيه. I went to his brother. Here, the ya is the sign of the khafd. Why? It could have been أخوه. So that's for the asma'ul khamsa. I've already mentioned them. أخيه. Now the second one, at-tathniya. كتبت في الكتابين. You see in the tathniya, when it is dual and then a half and it is majrur, it will be yai. It will have yai. Then in the plural, the jamu, muzakkar salim, example, as-sabirun, is initial sabirun, the patient ones, sabirun. But if it is majrur, it will be what? Sabirin. I hope that is clear. So the ya is the sign that it is what? It is majrur. Okay. Now he says that what does it? وَأَمَّا الْفَتْحَةُ. So the fatha, as for the fatha, فتكون علامة للخفض في أسماء في الاسم الذي لا ينصرف. That's what I've already mentioned. The ممنوع من الصرف. وللجزم علامتان. And then the jazm, it has two signs. السكون وحذف. The sukun and then hasf. So this is it. This is the jazm. The jazm, it has 2 signs. Sukun and then hasf. So sukun, example, if I say ijlis. Then the second one, if I say an alqi. Okay. Now let me explain it to details. The jazm here, if I say sukun, the sukun is, if I say ijlis, you can see it is majzum biskun on the last letter. Majzum biskun. Now, another thing he mentioned here is, which is very important. Please pay attention. This is very, very important. فأما السكون فتكون علامة الجزم في الفعل المضارع الصحيح آخره. Not this. This what فأما السكون فتكون علامة الجزم في الفعل المضارع الصحيح آخره. وأما الحذف فتكون علامة الجزم في الفعل المضارع المعتل آخره وفي الأفعال الخمسة. So see something here. If I have a noun, a verb that is or that has a harf illa on its last letter. Example, alqa. It is alqa. But when, for example, in the Quran you see wa alqi asok. When it is command form, the harf illa will drop. So if I say alqa, yulqi, the command is alqi, alqi. That's just all, alqi. So that's it. The ya, it is initially having ya, but it will drop when it is command. So it is not having sukun. It's not that sukun is the sign of it being jazm. It is jazm by the removal of the harf illa. So verbs that have huruf illa on their last letter, alif, ya, and waw on their last letter, when they are majzum, the harf illa will drop. How that is clear. So here it is jazm by sukun, and here it is jazm by the removal of the harf illa. How that is clear. And that is what he mentioned here. How that is clear. So he says that أما الحذف فتكون علامة للجزم في الفعل المضارع المعتل. We call them the فعل المعتل. Okay, معتل. فعل المعتل is verbs that have حروف إلا in them. How that is clear. So المعتل آخر, meaning that the harf إلا is in its last letter, its last root letter. وفي الأفعال الخمسة التي رفعوها بثبوت النون. Okay, so this is for the lesson, the chapter number 3. Chapter 3. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are looking at chapter 4, and that is Babul Mu'arrabat. Babul Mu'arrabat. In this particular chapter, like previously in the previous lesson, we talk about Mu'arrab and the Mabni. Mu'arrab and the Mabni nouns could be of two types. That is Mu'arrab or Mu'arrab and then Mabni. And we made mention of the fact that Mabni are nouns that doesn't change. How that is clear. Their grammatical state in a sentence, when they are in a sentence and they are affected grammatically, you don't really see the impact. You don't really see a change in the noun, the spelling, or even the harakah that is on it. You don't really see it. That is the mabni verb, nouns. Now there are other forms of nouns. The same way, when they are affected grammatically in a sentence, you easily see the effect on it based on the spelling, how mostly the ending of the word, the ending harakah, or the ending letters, the ending huruf, or even the harakah that is on the last letter. You see that there's going to be a change, and those are nouns that we term as mu'arrabat. How that is clear. Mu'arrabat, nouns that are when they are affected grammatically in a sentence, you see the change based on the spelling or even the harakah on mostly or mainly the last letter. So here, without wasting much time, let's just look at what the Sheikh says here. So the Sheikh begin by saying that al-mu'arrabat kismani. Al-mu'arrabat bima'na nouns that are mu'arrabat, they are in two divisions. Kismun yu'rabu bil harakat. The first division is that which is yu'rabu bil harakat. It changes by harakah. Bima'na by the harakat. The harakah is the fatha kasra dhamma. So for example, if it is dhamma, al-kitabu, when there is a harf al-jar, it will tend to al-kitabi instead of bu. It will now tend to be. And if it is maf'ul bih, it will be ba. Kitabu, kitabi, kitab, ba. So this is an example. So that's what he's saying. Kismun yu'rabu bil harakat. The first division is what nouns that changes based on what? The haraka, the fatha kasra dhamma on the last letter. Then the second one he says wa qismun yu'rab bil huruf, and then another division that changes by what? The huruf, the letters themselves. So sometimes you see a particular word, it will be affected grammatically in the sentence, and you see that there will be omission or even addition of a new letter to the original letters of the word. So that is the second division that he's seeing. Now he says that فَالَّذِي يُعْرَبُ بِالْحَرَكَاتِ أَرْبَعَةُ أَنْوَاءٍ. فَالَّذِي يُعْرَبُ بِالْحَرَكَاتِ أَرْبَعَةُ أَنْوَاءٍ. That which is mu'arrab based on the changes of the harakat, the fatha kasra dhamma, there are 4 divisions. Arba'atu anwa'in, there are 4 divisions. This is what he's going to mention here. This is what you are seeing in this table. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's look at what he says. He says that al-awwal bimana, the first is al-ismul mufrad. Al-ismul mufrad is singular noun. That is ismul mufrad. So the second one, وجمع التكسير and جمع التكسير, وجمع مؤنث السالم and جمع مؤنث السالم, والفعل المضارع الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء, and the فعل المضارع, the present tense verb, الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء, that which there isn't attached to its last or to its ending anything. Manner, there is no pronoun or anything that is attached to its end. So let's look at them one after the other. The first one he mentioned is al-ismul mufrad. That is a singular noun. We all know singular noun. A singular noun example, al-kitab, okay, al-bayt, al-qalam. All these are singular nouns. Now, if they are singular, of course, so when they are affected grammatically in a sentence, how is the change? Okay, how do you identify that they are being affected by a huruf jar or something? The haraka will change. So there are those that change by the haraka. So if it is al-baytu, that is the original word. If a harf jar should come before it, so like this example, Muhammadun fil bayti. I hope that is clear. So we are going to see what al-bayti. It was initially al-baytu. Because you can see the fee here, there must be a change from what? From Dhamma to Kesra. So Muhammadun fil bayti. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is ismul mufrad, the singular nouns. Okay. The same way if you have al-qalamu, al-kitabu, okay. All this, when they are affected grammatically, the last letter, the haraka, that is what we are looking at. Bil harakat, the haraka, the fatha kasra dhamma, meaning it is initial dhamma, that's the default form, but they will change to something else. Okay. The second one he mentioned is al-jam'u mu'annasu salim. Jam'u mu'annasu salim. The second one is jam'u taksir, rather. Jam'u taksir. Jam'u taksir. And jam'u taksir is what we term as a broken plural. Broken plural. Okay. Broken plural. Mainly they don't have a pattern. They don't have a fixed pattern. They have patterns, but they are different patterns. They don't have one fixed pattern. If you look at Muzakkar Salim, they have one pattern, and that is you add waw and then noon. Muslimun, it's Muslimun, Muslimuna. Okay, Mu'minun, Mu'minuna, Kafirun, Kafiruna. So you add waw and then noon. That's Muzakkar Salim. Mu'annas Salim, you add alif wa ta. Muslimatun, Muslimatun, Talibatun, Talibatun. Oh, that is clear. So these are jam'u muzakkar. So, but this jam'u taksir, the jam'u taksir, they don't have a fixed pattern. They have different. They come out different patterns. So that's what we call the broken plural. Example, mainly they have a plural nouns. So, for example, ara in the Quran. This is an example from the Quran. Ala sururin mutaqabilin. Ala sururin. So this surur is the plural of sarirun. Sarirun means bed. Okay, a very nice bed. It's all termed as sururun. So this sururun here is jam'u taksir. And so before it is coming what? There is harf al-jar that comes before it, and so it is what? It is mansub, it is majrur. So the dhamma has turned to kesra, of course. Then the third one, the sound feminine masculine, that is the jam'u muannas salim. For the jam'u muannas salim, it is initially the ta is mainly or normally having dhamma. Muslimatu, mu'minatu, qanitatu. So you see, there is mainly dhamma. It is marfu. It is marfu. Yes, marfu with dhamma. But when a half jar comes before it, of course, it will tend to kesra. So, for example, minal muslimati. You see, minal, if min comes, minal muslimati, and this apply to the other examples. So they change by the haraka. Okay, they are affected grammatically by the haraka. So they announce when they are affected grammatically in a sentence, you are able to detect it. It is obvious. You can easily see it. Okay, so they are more up. Now, how is it changed? How is the change such that you can easily see it? It is the haraka. The fatha kesra dhamma is what gives you a clue that there is a change and they are affected grammatically in the sentence. Now the third one, the last one he's mentioning here is الفعل المضارع الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء. The fi'l المضارع, the past tense, the present tense verb, الذي لم يتصل بآخره شيء, that which there isn't attached to its ending anything. Okay, so if you have a present tense verb, example ajlisu, like here you can see this example, ajlisu means I am sitting. Ajlisu ana ajlisu, I am sitting. So it is a present tense verb. Now if something like an should come, we all know an is an adatun nasb. So uridu an, so this an here, it will make it mansub. So uridu an ajlisa, it was initially ajlisu, but the dhamma has turned to fatha. So it is mu'rab. But what type of mu'rab? It is mu'rab that changes based on the harakat. So that's what he says. Alladhi yu'rabu bil harakat. It is the fatha kesra dhamma that has changed, and those are the mu'rab. That's the first division that he talks about. Now let's look at what he says. He continued by saying that وَكُلُّهَا تُرْفَعُ بِالضَّمَّةِ, and all of them, all these four divisions that he has mentioned, تُرْفَعُ بِالضَّمَّةِ, it is marfu by dhamma. In their default state they have dhamma. وَتُنْصَبُ بِالْفَتْحَةِ, and then it becomes mansub when there is something like here, when an adatu nasb come like this, okay, it will have fatha. So that's what he's saying. وَتُنْصَبُ بِالْفَتْحَةِ وَتُخْفَضُ بِالْكَسْرَةِ, and it is mahfud or it is majrur bil-kasra. Of course, you can see here minal muslimati. So the two has turned to t. So when it is majrur, it is what? It is dhamma. It is having kasra. That's what he's saying. Okay. وَتُحْفَضُ بِالْكَسْرَةِ وَتُجْزَمُ بِالسُّكُونِ, and it is majzum. We all know majzum. When it is majzum, it is what? It takes sukun. Verbs are those which are majzum. Example, if I say ijlis, you see ijlis, the sin is having sukun. So that's what he's saying. It is majzum bisukun. وَحَرَجَ عَنْ ذَلِكَ ثَلَاثَةُ أَشْيَاءَ, and 4 things, except 4 things. That is what is simply meant here. Except 4 things. So that's what you see. وَحَرَجَ عَنْ ذَلِكَ ثَلَاثَةُ أَشْيَاءَ. 4 things are out of this exception to what he have said. So let's look at those 4 things. The 4 things that he mentioned here are what you can see in the table here. He says that he's begin by saying that jam'u mu'annas salim yunsabu bil kasra wal ismu alladhi la yansarif yukhfadu bil fatha wal fi'l al mudari' al mu'tal akhir yujzamu bi hasf al akhirih. This is the 3 things that he has mentioned. Let's look at them one after the other. The first one he mentioned is jam'u mu'annas salim. There are exception to that. Jam'u mu'annas salim, there are exception to what he mentioned. He mentioned that when they are marfu, they have Dhamma. When they are Masub, they have Fatha. When they have Majrur, they have Kesra. And he says there's an exception. And that's the first one is Jam'u Mu'annas Salim. The Jam'u Mu'annas Salim, that's the first one you see here. He says that Yunsabu bil Kesra. When they are Mansub, they take Kesra. When a noun is Mansub, mainly you should take Fatha. Okay, so for example, if I say Darabutu Zaidan, I'll say Zaidan. But the Jam'u Mu'annas Salim, when they are Mansub, they take Kesra. So I can say Darabutu Zaidin. But if it is, because it is Mansub, you should take Fatha. But when it is Jam'u Mu'annas Salim, it should take Kesra. To take Kesra. So that's what he's saying here. Ra'aytul Muslimati. You can see here. Ra'aytul Muslimati. It is initially al-Muslimatu. But this is Maf'ulun bihi. Al-Muslimatu here is Maf'ulun bihi. And we all know Maf'ulun bihi is Mansub as well. Normally, like most of the nouns, the common nouns that we know, they will take Fatha. Okay, but here the Jam'u Mu'annas Salim, they take Kesra. So that's what he says. Yunsabu bil Kesra. When they are Mansub, they take Kesra. Wal ismul lazi la yansarif. And ismul lazi la yansarif. This is what we call the mamnu'u min as-sarf. Mamnu'u min as-sarf. They are nouns that are ajam. They are not Arabic words. They are words that got coined into the Arabic language. Okay. So for example, if I say America, that is not an Arabic word. Okay, it is an ajam, a foreign word. So words or names or just in general words that are not Arabic language words, and they have to be written in the Arabic language, we call them mamnu'u min as-sarf. Mamnu'u min as-sarf. If you look at the Quran, 25 prophets are mentioned by name. Out of them, only 3 of those names are Arabic names. The rest are ajam. They are not Arabic names. So you have Muhammad, Shu'aib, and then Saleh. Those are the Arabic names. All the remaining prophets, Ibrahim, Isa, okay, Musa, Hud, Lut, all these, they are ajam. They are not Arabic words. So we call them mamnu'u min as-sarf. And even, I don't know your name, but if your name is not an Arabic word, it's also mamnu'u min as-sarf. Any word that is not an Arabic word is mamnu'u min as-sarf. And so when those type of nouns, they also, when they are mansub, they're supposed to have dhamma. When they are marfu, they are supposed to have dhamma. When they are mansub, they are supposed to have fatha. When they are majrur, they are supposed to have kesra. But those nouns, they are an exception. They have a different way of conjugation when they fall within these categories. So let's look at how are they. He says that yukhfadu bil fatha. When they are mahfud, meaning when they are majrur, they take fatha. Mahfud, majrur, that is majrur, is supposed to be kesra. Okay, so for example, if I say al-qalamu ala al-kitabi, but those type of nouns, if they were to be there, if Allah should come, like Allah says, wa ahidna ila Ibrahima, wa ahidna ila, you see the ila is a half a jar, but Ibrahim comes and it is fatha, it is taken fatha. Wa ahidna ila Ibrahima. So someone was asked, why is it not Ibrahimi? Because Ibrahim is mamnu min as-sarf. It's an ajam, it's a foreign word, it's not an Arabic word, and so it doesn't take when they are mahfu, when they are majrur, they take fatha. So that's what he's saying. So he says that yansarif yuhfadu bil fatha. When they are mahfu, they take fatha. Well, fi'l, so that is the mamnu min as-sarf. And the third one he mentioned is al-fi'l al-mudari' al-mu'tallu akhirihi. Al-fi'l al-mudari', the present tense verb, al-mu'tallu akhirihi. When we say mu'tallu, it means the verbs is used for verbs. Verbs, we can have sahih verb, and then we can have mu'tal verbs. Okay, mu'tallu means it have a huruf al-illa among its root letters. Huruf al-illa are the alif, waw, and the ya. So these 3 letters, we call them huruf al-illa. So in a verb that is having one of these 3 letters is called a mu'tallu verb. How that is clear. So mu'tallu akhirihi, meaning mu'tallu means it have one of the alif, waw, or ya. It have one of these letters. Akhirihi, meaning it is at its end. That harf al-illa is the last letter of the verb. So a verb having alif, waw, or ya at its last letter is called mu'tallu akhirihi. أو معتل الآخر. I hope that is clear. So those kind of verb, this is an example. Alqa, you can see here, it is having alif at the end, alif maksura at the end, and that alif is at the end. It's not in the middle, or it's not the first letter, it's at the last letter. So it is mu'talu. Mu'talu means it is having alif, waw, or ya. And if it is at the end, it is mu'talul akhir, meaning that letter is at the end. So such kind of verbs, those kind of verbs, alqa, okay, alqa is an example. What did he say? He says that yujzamu bihasfil akhirihi. Yujzam, bimana it is majzum. When they are majzum, the last letter, that's harf illa at the end, will be removed. Hasf means deletion. Okay, bihasfil akhirihi, bimana they are majzum by the removal of the last letter. So if you want to make this majzum alqa, so if you want to command, alqa means he true, like true. Okay, so if you want to command, say true, you say alqi, you see, like it comes in the Quran, alqi ma fi yaminika. Okay, talqaf ma sana'u, like Allah says to Musa, throw your staff. So throw is alqa. So the amr, we all know that amr, fi'l amr, the command verbs, they are majzum. So here, when they are majzum, he says that the last letter is going to be removed. This half illa is going to be removed. So that's what he says here. Okay. والفعل المضارع معتل آخره يجزم بحذف آخره. It is majzum by the removal of the last letter. So these are the three things that the three exceptions that he made to the fatha kesra dhamma. So in simplicity, let me give a recap. Nouns that are mu'rab, when they are marfu, they take dhamma. When they are mansub, they take fatha. When they are majrur, they take kasra. Except these three things that he has mentioned. The first one is jam'u mu'annas salim, the feminine plural. When they are mansub, they will take kasra instead of fatha. Then he mentioned mamnu'un min as-sarf as the second one. And as I said, mamnu'un min as-sarf are nouns that are foreign words. They are not Arabic words. I mean, their origin is not Arabic. So those kind of verbs, when they those kind of nouns, when they are majrur, they will take fatha instead. Then the last one that he mentioned is verbs that have harful illa, al-mu'tallu verbs that have harful illa. And I said harful illa is alif, waw, or ya. So verb that contain one of these three letters. Okay, as is last letter, and then it is majzum. When it is majzum, the harful illa will be removed. All that is clear. So these are the three exceptions that he made. Now he's going to the next to the second subtopic. That is what he's saying here. He says that وَالَّذِي يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ أَرْبَعَةُ أَنْوَاءٍ, and that which is mu'rab bil-huruf, by the letters. Okay, so if you can remember at the beginning, I told you that let me show you something. You can see the green. يُعْرَبُ بِالْحَرَكَاتِ. So there are two things that we are looking at. يُعْرَبُ بِالْحَرَكَاتِ, those which are mu'rab bil-harakat, by the fatha kasra dhamma, and those which are yu'rab by the huruf, the letters themselves. So that's what we are now going to look at. Some can be mu'rab, they are affected grammatically in the sentence, but what is the change? You will see it fatha kasra dhamma changing. Okay, when maybe a harf jar comes, or it is maf'ulun bihi, or it is something, or it is majzum. What you would rather see is, you see the letters themselves, either removal or addition of letters. So that is what we are coming to look at. So that is what he now sees here. وَالَّذِي يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ. So I hope you can see it. يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ. So that's what we are seeing. يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ. The first one was يُعْرَبُ بِالْحَرَكَاتِ. Now يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ. So he says that وَالَّذِي يُعْرَبُ بِالْحُرُوفِ أَرْبَعَةُ أَنْوَاءٍ. There are four divisions, that's which are mu'rab bil-huruf, by the letters. The first one he mentioned is at-tasniya. At-tasniya too. And tasniya, we all know, is dual. So if I say kitab, it's one. But if I say kitabani, it means two books. I hope that is clear. So dual, when it is dual, and then they are going to change, there is a grammatical effect on it. You won't see fatha kasra dhamma changing. You rather see a change in the letters. Either a letter will be added or removed. Then the second one is Ajrumiyyah Muzakkar Salim, the masculine sound plural. Okay, the sound masculine plural. That is the Ajrumiyyah Muzakkar Salim. Then the third one, well, Asma'ul Hamsa. Al-Asma'ul Hamsa, we all know the Asma'ul Hamsa. And then he says that, well, Af'alul Hamsa, and then the Af'alul Hamsa. Wa hiya yaf'alani wa taf'alani. And that's what he's coming to mention. So let's look at them one after the other. The four things that he mentioned here. The first one is Tasniya. Tasniya, as we said, is dual, and we all know. So if I say Kalamani, it means 2 pens. Kalamani, it is ending with Alif and then Nun, that is 2 pens. But if I want to say Uridu, I want Uridu, you will bear witness that the pen will now be the object. So it is now the maf'ulun bihi. So if I say I want 2 pens, the pen, the word, the 2 pens is now the object of the verb want. So it is the maf'ulun bihi. And we all know maf'ulun bihi is always mansub. So what will happen here is you will see fatha kasra dhamma changing here. You will rather see that there is going to be a change. It was initial kalamani like this. Let me write it, see, like this way. Okay. Kalamani with alif and then nun. With alif and then what? And then nun. Now that alif will now turn to yai. The alif will turn to yai, so it will be uridu kalamaini. So the alif will turn to yai because here it is not fatha kasra dhamma that is changing, it is rather the huruf. So that's why we call it yu'rabu allazi yu'rabu bil huruf, those which change by the huruf. Now the second one he made mention here is the Jam'u Muzakkar Salim. And we all know the Jam'u Muzakkar Salim, the masculine plural, Muslimuna, okay, Al-Kafiruna, Munafiquna, Mu'minuna, all these plurals. He says that the plural that end with waw and then nun is the Jam'u Muzakkar Salim. So if they are also, let's say, maf'ulun bihi, al-Muslimuna, you can simply say Muslimuna, the Muslims. But if I want to say, I saw the Muslims of course here are now the maf'ulu bihi, they are the object. So you say ra'aytul muslimuna, that is not correct. They are maf'ulun bihi, so there should be a change. But what is the change there? As I said, it was initially what? Like this. It was initially muslimuna, wow, and then what? And then nun. Wow and then nun. But now the wow will turn to yai, as you can see there. The wow has turned to yai. So it was now muslimina. So ra'aytul muslimina. I hope that is clear. Now the third one he mentioned is Asma'ul Khamsa. And Asma'ul Khamsa, we have seen this before. Asma'ul Khamsa is the Abun, Ahun, Famun, Zu, and then Hamun. These are the Asma'ul Khamsa. Then the fifth one, the fourth one that he mentioned here is the Af'alul Khamsa. Af'alul Khamsa, the 5 verbs. And these verbs, we have seen it in the previous lesson. These are they are here. They are here. So, so for example, like this, you see that they are ending with nun. I hope that is clear. Tazhabani, tazhabuna, yazhabani, yazhabuna, tazhabina. So, verbs that come for these pronouns, they are what we term as the af'alul khamsa. Verbs that comes for these pronouns, antuma, antum, huma, hum, anti. So these verbs for these pronouns are termed as af'alul khamsa. And so that's what he's saying here. When they come, also when they are affected grammatically in the sentence, you are going to see that the nun will be removed. So that's what he's saying here. Wal af'alul khamsa wa hiya yaf'alani, taf'alani, yaf'alani, taf'alani, yaf'aluna, taf'aluna, taf'alina. Okay. And so what happens to them? He says that yaf'aluna wa taf'aluna wa taf'alina fa'amma tasniyatu. So that's what he's coming to say. We have already seen this. So let's just read it. I've already explained the dual, how they change. So he says that fa'amma tasniyatu faturfa'u bil alif. They are marfu by alif, yes, kalamani. Wa tunsabu wa tuhfadu bil ya'i. But when they are mansub, for example, uridu, you will say kalamani, you say kalamaini, uridu kalamaini. So when they are mansub, they are the alif will turn to yai, wa tuhfadu bil yai. And then the same way when they are majrur, okay, when they are majrur or mahfud, they are also going to have ya, okay. Now the second one, he says that wa amma jam'u mudhakkar salim, And as for the Jam'u Muzakkar Salim, فَيُرْفَعُ بِالْوَاوِ. When they are marfu, they have waw. Okay, Muslimuna. وَتُنْصَبُ وَتُخْفَضُ بِالْيَاءِ. But when they are mansub and then when they are makhfud or majrur, they will have ya'i. Okay, ra'aytu muslimina, zahabtu ila al-muslimina. How that is clear. But when they are standing in you, it will be muslimuna, not mina. Muna. The waw will still be waw. Okay. وَأَمَّا الْأَسْمَاءُ الْخَمْسَةِ. And as for the asma'ul khamsa, فَتُرْفَعُ بِالْوَاوِ. When they are marfu, they have waw. Example, أَخُوهُ. But when it is وَتُنْصَبُ بِالْأَلِفِ, when they are mansub, they will have alif. When they are mansub, they will have alif. Example, ra'aytu akhahu. So وَتُنْصَبُ بِالْأَلِفِ وَتُخْفَضُ بِالْيَاءِ. And then when they are mahfud, they will have ya'i. Example, ذهبت إلى أخيه. وَأَمَّا الْأَفْعَالُ الْخَمْسَةِ. And as for the أفعال الخمسة, فَتُرْفَعُ بِالنُّونِ. They are marfu by noon. تُرْفَعُ بِالنُّونِ. وَتُنْصَبُ وَتُجْزَمُ بِحَذْفِهَا. And then, as I said, when they are mansub or majzum, the noon will disappear. The noon will go away. And so that is what the Sheikh is saying here. And then if you look at here, these are examples that I've put for you. Okay, أين القلمان؟ اشتريت قلمين. You see here, هو يسأل عن القلمين. So when it is here, it is mansub because it is maf'ulun bihi, and so it is not the alif will turn to yai. So it is initial kalamani, but here because it's maf'ulun bihi, mansub, but the alif will turn to yai. So kalamaini. Okay, so mansub bil yai. The same way here, huwa yas'alu an. If you see an is a half jar, so meaning this is majrur, and majrur by yai. The same way, so here it is mansub by ya. The same way here, here it is majrur, it is mansub bil yai. Here mansub bil yai. How that is clear? That's the dua, the tasniya. Then here the same way, the asma'ul khamsa, as he said, huwa. If you say haza ahuka, this is your brother. So that is marfu. It is marfu. Now here, ra'aytu ahaka. So you see, it is mansub because it is maf'ul bihi. So it is mansub bil alif. The waw has turned to alif. So ra'aytu ahaka. The same with zahabtu ila. So this here it is majrur because you can see the harf jar. So zahabtu ila akhihi. So the alif it is majrur bil yai. So it is marfu bil waw, mansub bil alif, majrur bil yai. And that is the end for this particular lesson. Jazakumullahu khairan. بارك الله لي ولكم في القرآن الحكيم ونفعني وإياكم من آياته والذكر الحكيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الحمد لله رب العالمين. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson, chapter 5 of the Ajrumiyyah. So, without wasting much time, let's just begin. We are going to be discussing verbs. So he begin by saying that al-af'alu thalathatun madin wa mudari'un wa amrun. Verbs are three. They are three categories. The first one is madi, fi'l al-madi, then fi'l al-mudari', and then fi'l al-amr. I'm sure most of us or all of us know this. These are basics. We all know fi'l al-amr, fi'l al-mudari', and then fi'l al-madi. So the fi'l al-madi is the past tense verb, fi'l al-mudari is the present tense verb, and then the fi'l al-amr is the command verb. So let me enlarge the screen so that you can see very well. Okay. So if you observe here, I've made it in red. Okay, here. These are examples I've put there. So for example, the fi'l al-madi, if I say daraba, that is fi'l al-madi. Okay, zahaba, jalasa, that's fi'l al-madi. Fi'l al-mudari, example, if I say yadribu, daraba, yadribu. Yadribu, he is hitting or he is beaten. That is fi'l al-mudari. Then fi'l al-amr, example, idrib, okay, hit or beat. Okay, or izhab. So all these are fi'l al-amr. Okay, so he continued by saying that nahwa daraba wa yadribu wadrib. So he has given, that's the example I've talked about. He now says that falmadi maftuhul akhir abadan. The madi, the fi'l al-madi, the past tense verb, its last letter is always maftuh. It is always having fatha. So observe, you will, this is the mujarrad, in the mujarrad form. Example, doraba, you see it is ending with doraba. It is, the ba is having, the last letter is having what? Fatha. So it is maftuh. So meaning that most of the verbs that we are having in the Arabic language, they are verbs, the past tense verbs are always mansub. Their ending are always mansub. Because their ending are always having fatha. Example, doraba, zahaba, jalasa. I hope that is clear. So that's what he says. Maftuhul akhir abadan, always. Wal amru majzumun abadan. And the amr, the command is always majzum. Bimana, it is always, the ending is always jazm. Example, idrib. You see it is having school, so that's jazm. Okay, izhab. Okay, kum, kul. All these amr, they are having school on the last letter, and that is what? Jazm. Of course, there are other forms of jazm, but the most important thing is that it is always going to be majzum. Okay, so wal amru majzumun abadan, wal mudari'u ma kana fi awwalihi ihda az-zawa'id al-arba'a. So he's saying that, and then the mudari', the present tense verb, it is always beginning with what he's coming to say. So he's now saying that كقولك anaitu. So if you say anaitu here, okay, that's what he has written here, anaitu. Okay, I hope you can see here, anaitu. So if you say anaitu, you can see hamza, nun, yai, and then ta. So meaning that present tense verbs are always beginning with them. Example is zahaba is a past tense verb. Now the present tense is what? You can say ana azhabu. So that is the a. The nun nazhabu. The ya yazhabu. The ta tazhabu. So that's what he's saying. Fi'l al-mudari are always beginning with this, one of these letters. You either see ana azhabu or nazhabu or yazhabu or tazhabu. So that is what he has written as anaitu. These letters is always going to be one of them beginning a fi'l al-mudari. Okay. So he now says that وَهُوَ مَرْفُوءٌ أَبَدًا, and it is always marfu. It is always in a state of raf. The fi'l al-mudari, they are always marfu, always. حَتَّى يَدْخُلُ عَلَيْهِ نَاصِبٌ أَوْ جَازِمٌ, until a nasib. A nasib is an adatul nasb, meaning that an adatul nasb is anything that enters on a verb and make it mansub. Or jazm, the same way, or jazm. A jazm, the same way, is an adat, is a tool that enters on a verb and make it jazm. So unless a nasib or a jazm enters upon the verb will always, the present tense verb is always going to be marfu until a nasib or a jazm enters on it. Now he says that فَالنَّوَاصِبُ ashratun. The nawasib, the adatul nasb, they are 10. That's what he says. Wahia, and they are. So he's coming to mention the adawatul nasb. He mentioned them. Wahia an. So the first one is an, walan, wa is, wa kay, walam, walam kay, walam juhud, wa hatta, wal jawab bil fa, wal waw, wa aw, wal jawazim, thamaniyatu ashara. So that is the 10 that he has mentioned. These are the 10 that he has mentioned. The 10 adawatul nasb. Okay, the an, the lam, the lan, an, lan, is, kay, lam juhud, hatta, wa jawabu bil fa, wa jawabu bil waw, wa aw. These are the adawatul nasb. Inshallah, we'll look at example governing them, so then don't worry. Very soon we'll look at examples on them. He now says that وَالْجَوَازِمْ ثَمَانِيَةُ ashara, and then the jawazim, bimana adawatul jazm, They are 18. Samaniyatu ashara. They are 18. Wahia, and they are lam, walamma, وألم وألما ولام الأمر والدعاء ولام في النحي والدعاء وإن وما ومن ومهما وإزما وأي ومتى وأيانا وأين وأنا وحيثما وكيفما وإذا في الشرع خاصة. So these are the 18 that he has mentioned. And as I said, we'll look at examples governing them. So I have made it a little bit of a diagram, not necessarily a diagram, it's just examples from the Quran on the Adawatul Nasb and then the Adawatul Jazm. So please observe, these are the examples, we'll look at them. So this is the first. Let me fit it to the. So as you can see here, I've said that the Quran fima yati. So this is from the Quran. And so if you look at here, we are beginning with Adawatul Nasb, okay, the Nawasib first. So if you can see, so wa iskultum, this, as I said, all these examples are from the Quran. Wa iskultum, so let's look at the first one. Wa iskultum ya Musa lan nu'mina laka. So we can see here, this lan is an adatul nasb. So after it comes, you can see nu'mina. It was initially nu'min. I hope that is clear. But as it comes, the noon, which is a fi'l, which is initially having dhamma, has turned to fatha. Okay, as we said, fi'l mudari, they are always marfu. I hope that is clear. Fi'l al-mudari are always marfu, but it is now mansub because of the lan. So lan nu'mina, not lan nu'minu. I hope that is clear. Then the next one, lan nu'mina laki hatta nara Allah jahratan akhazatuhum as-sa'iqatu wa antum tanzurun. Then the next one, innal ladhina amanu summa kafaru summa amanu summa kafaru thumma izdadu kufran lam yakunillahu liyaghfira. Liyaghfira. Lam yakunillahu liyaghfira. So this lam is an adatul nasb. After it comes, it was initially yaghfiru. Okay, yaghfiru. The ra was actually having dhamma, but because of the lam, it has now become mansub bil fatha. So liyaghfira. So this is an adatul nasb. I hope that is clear. Okay. Then the next one is tajibu li rabbikum min qabli an ya'tiya. So you can see this an. This an is an adatul nasb, as he has Sheikh mentioned before. So it's an adatul nasb. It's a nasb. When it comes, the verb that is following it, the present tense verb that is following it, will have to be mansub. Okay. Then min qabli an ya'tiya yawmun la maradda lahu min Allah. So that is. Then the next one, qalu lan nabraha alayhi akifina. So lan nabraha. Okay, lan nabraha. You can see the end, and it's ending with what? With fatha, and that is mansub bil fatha, and it was initial having dhamma, but because of the lan, which is an adatul nasb, it has become mansub. Then the last one, kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum wa la tatghaw fihi fayahilla. I hope that is clear. Fayahilla. So this fa, if you can remember, he mentioned wajawab bil fa, wajawab bil waw. He mentioned it when he was mentioned. So this is the similar fa he mentioned. So this fa here, fayahilla. So it is وَلَا تَتَغَوْ فِيهِ فَيَحِلَّ عَلَيْكُمْ. So it is, let me show you what here. You can see here. وَالْجَوَابُ بِالْفَاءِ وَالْوَاوِ. So this is what we are talking about. وَالْجَوَابُ بِالْفَاءِ وَالْوَاوِ. So that is the similar fa we are finding here. فَيَحِلَّ عَلَيْكُمْ غَضَبِي. So it is initially yahillu. How that is clear, yahillu. Okay, so that is for the adawatu, the nawasib. Okay, now let's look at the jawazim, adawatu jazm. Okay, this is a mistake. As a khata on minni, this is a mistake. This is supposed to be jazm, adawatu jazm. Okay, not nasab. We have looked at nasab in the first one, so this is a typing mistake. It's a typing mistake. Okay, so here is supposed to be jazm. I hope that is clear. Okay, so let's look at them. The first one, لينفق ذو سعة. I hope that is clear. This lam, we call it lamul amr. And it is a jazm. It's a jazm. Okay, for example, if I say kum li nazhab, get up and let's go. Kum li nazhab, so it is a jazm. It makes the verb jazm that comes after a jazm. I hope that is clear. Then the next one, lam yalid wa lam yulad. So this lam yalid is a what? It's a jazm. It's a jazm. It makes the verb jazm. So lam yalid. It is initially yalidu. Walada yalidu is the verb, but lam yalidu. I hope that is clear. Now here, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Okay, it's initially تَفَرَّقُوا or تَفَرَّقُونَ. There's initial noon there. There's noon at the end. Okay, but the noon has been removed because of the keys that it is jazm بِحَذْفِ النُّون. I hope that is clear. Okay. The next one, أَأُنزِلَ عَلَيْنَا الذِّكْرُ مِنْ بَيْنِنَا بَلْ هُمْ فِي شَكٍّ مِنْ ذِكْرِي بَلْ لَمَّا يَذُوقُوا. It's initially يَذُوقُونَ. The noon is there, but it is now jazm. Okay, here it has now become majzum. Majzum بِحَذْفِ النُّون. Majzum by the removal of the noon. I hope that is clear. Now the next one, لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا. It is initially tubduna, there is noon, but it is now jazm by the removal of the noon because of the in. This in is from the adawatul jazm. He said it's a jazm. It's from the adawatul jazm. So in tubdu, the noon has been removed. I hope that is clear. Okay. The next one, ليس بأمانيكم ولا أماني أهل الكتاب من يعمل. So you see here, من يعمل. This is from the it's a shart. This particular sentence is a jumla. It's a conditional statement. Okay, it's a conditional statement. So we call them adawatu shart. This particular adawat, this particular tools. So for example, the man here, okay, the man here is an adawat shart. So when it comes similarly they are jawazim. So man ya'mal, you see here, man ya'mal, even you see it, man ya'mal misqala. Now, so this man here is a jazim, and so when it comes, the verb will become majzum. Okay. Aynama takunu is initial takununa. You see, it is initial what? Takununa, but because of the aynama, the noon has disappeared. Meaning the aynama is from the jawazim. I hope that is clear. Okay. And so that is the end of this particular section. This particular section number 5, it is talking about jawazim verbs. Then after the verbs, the past tense, the present, and then the amr. Then it talks about how they are i'rab, and then what affects them. And it mentioned the nawasib and then the jawazim. So we have looked at the examples of some of them, not all of them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the last lesson. In chapter number 6 here, he's talking, we call it the Babu al-Marfu'at al-Asma. Babu al-Marfu'at al-Asma. We are looking at nouns that are marfu. So he begins by saying that al-marfu'at sab'atun wa hiya al-fa'il wal maf'ul allati lam yusamma fa'iluhu wal mubtada wal khabar wasmu kana wa akhawatiha wa khabaru inna wa akhawatiha wa tabi'u lil marfu'. Okay. Now, there are 7 things here that are always marfu, and we need to know them. If it seems you are not clear with what we mean by marfu'at, just take your time. We'll look at the examples. It will become clear. Marfu'at, in simplicity, there are some certain conditions. If a noun find itself in it, it must be marfu. That's what we mean by, that's what this particular chapter is talking about. Conditions in which a noun, if a noun should find itself in that condition, it should be marfu. I hope that is clear. That's what this chapter is about. So he mentioned 7 conditions. The first one is a fa'il, meaning that if a noun find itself in a position of a fa'il, then it must be marfu. I hope that is clear. So that is what we mean by the marfu'at. Okay. Example. Let's look at this example. Qama Muhammadun. So here, who is the doer? Muhammad is the doer. That's the fa'il. The fa'il means the doer of an action. That's the doer. That's the fa'il. So Qama Muhammadun. Muhammad stood up. So Muhammad is the doer. You can see, so Muhammad has to be what? Marfu. It has to be marfu. So da'iman al-fa'il fil jumla. Da'iman marfu. The fa'il in the sentence is always marfu. Oh, that is clear. Then the next one, na'ibul fa'il. The next one he mentioned is na'ibul fa'il, and that's what he meant by al-maf'ul allazi lam yusamma fa'iluhu. We call it the na'ibul fa'il. Okay. What we mean by na'ibul fa'il is in English, as I said, Muhammad was beaten. So Muhammad here in this sentence is the na'ibul fa'il. In a sentence, okay, where you use a majhul verb, what is majhul? It means the verb is, the doer is not known. If I say the apple was eaten, it's a kind of, you don't know the doer. I hope that is clear. So in this particular the verb you are using here, the apple was eaten. No name is mentioned. It was just eaten. The doer is not known. So in this particular sentence, the thing that is being affected by the verb is called a na'ibul fa'il. I hope that is clear. So if I say Muhammad was beaten, there's no doer, just that he is the recipient of the verb. So the recipient of the verb is what we term as the na'ibul fa'il. So here, duriba Zaidun. Zaid was beaten. So who's the recipient? Even always the doer is not going to be known, because that's what we call majhul in Arabic. Majhul. Okay, majhul means unknown. Okay, so the thing is not known. So duriba Muhammadun. The doer is not known, but the recipient is known. The recipient is called Zaid. And Zaid in this particular condition is always going to be marfu. Okay, so duriba Zaidun. Zaid is marfu because it is a na'ibul fa'il. Okay. So I hope that is clear. Then the next one, Muhammad, he said mubtada. Al-mubtada, when a noun is mubtada in a sentence, la budda an yakuna marfu. It has to be marfu. Example, Muhammadun talibun. Muhammad is a talib. So who is the mubtada? What's the mubtada here? Muhammad. The mubtada is the subject. The subject in a nominal sentence. So Muhammad is the mubtada, and it is always going to be marfu. Mubtada is always marfu. The next one, the khabar. The khabar in a jumla ismiya is always going to be marfu also. So Muhammadun talibun. In this particular sentence, Muhammadun talibun. Who is the marfu? Who is the doer? What's the khabar? The khabar is the predicate. Okay. So Muhammadun talibun, you can see clearly that talibun is the khabar. Muhammad is a student. So student is the informator, is what gives information about the subject. So that's the khabar, and it is always marfu. And that's what he mentioned. Kana wa akhawatuha. It's not necessarily kana wa akhawatuha. It's actually ismu kana, as he has mentioned here. Ismu, you can see it was kana, the ism of kana. Now we all know that kana can have kana and inna. They have ismu and then khabar. So we have ismu kana and then khabar kana. The same way we have ismu inna wa khabaru inna. I hope that is correct. Now when we talk about kana will have inna ism and khabar. So the ism is actually what the kana is, the subject in that sentence. That is in which the kana is being. Then the khabar is always going to be marfu. The khabar is marfu and then the ism is marfu. The khabar is mansub and then the ism is marfu. So kana Allahu. So Allah here is the ism and it is marfu. And the khabar is always mansub. So kana Allahu ghafura. I hope that is clear. So the ism of kana, you can see it is always going to be marfu. Kana Allahu. Okay. Kana Allahu. Kana. If you just mention kana and you are going to mention it now, it is always going to be marfu. Okay. The ism of the kana is always going to be marfu. That's what he also mentioned. And the next one, inna wa akhawatuha. Inna wa akhawatuha. And not only kana. Okay, he says kana and then his sisters. Okay, kana and his sisters. And we all know this. Kana, the sisters of kana. Okay, Amsal. Okay, Zolla. Okay, Bata, Laysa, Madama, Ma'azala. All this they are from the ism akhawat kana. Now inna. He says that the khabaru inna is always going to be marfu. It's always going to be marfu. And we all know that inna Allaha laqawiyyun aziz. Inna Allah, after inna, mostly the noun that is coming just immediately after the inna, it's always going to be mansub, as far as it is the ism of the inna. So inna Allah, you never hear inna Allahu. You never hear that. Okay. So inna Allah, then you mention the khabar. Lakawiyyun aziz. Inna Allah ghafurur rahim. Inna Allah alimun hakim. So the information, indeed Allah is something so and so. So indeed Allah, the thing that is taking the emphasis is the ism. And it is always marfu. It is always mansub. Then now what follows it, the information you are now coming to mention, is what is always marfu. The kawiyun, so you can see kawiyun here is marfu as well as aziz, because they are the khabar of inna. And inna also have its sisters. Okay, inna, anna, lakinnaka, anna, laita, and then Allah. All these are from there. Then he also mentioned tabi'un li marfu'in. Tabi'un li marfu'in. And he mentioned وَالتَّابِعُ لِمَرْفُوعٍ وَهُوَ أَرْبَعَةُ أَشْيَاء, and there are 4 things. النَّعَاتُ وَالْعَطْفُ وَالتَّوْكِيدُ وَالْبَدَلُ. What does it mean? Observe. Let's explain. تَابِعٌ لِمَرْفُوعٍ, it means that if a noun is marfu and something is following it in these 4 conditions, it's also going to be marfu. Example, na'at. If a noun is marfu, is adjective, then na'at, when we say na'at, it means sifa, adjective. Is adjective is also going to be marfu. So if I say ja'a ar-rajulu, the man came. But if I want to say the tall man, as far as you can see here, ja'a ar-rajulu here is having dhamma on the last letter, meaning it is marfu. So the adjective that is coming to describe it should also be marfu. So ja'a ar-rajulu tawilu. I hope that is clear. You can say ja'a ar-rajulu At-tawila or at-tawili is not correct. If it is marfu, the adjective should also be marfu. So you can say rajulun tawilun, rajulun jamilun, rajulun ganiyun, rajulun fakirun. But you can say rajulun fakiran, rajulun tawilan. It doesn't match. The noun and its adjective must have the same Arab. I hope that is clear. The second one, al-atf. Al-atf. When an atf, we all know a harf al-atf, that is a conjunction. Example is wa. And so if a conjunction is holding two nouns together, they must have the same Arab. Okay, they must have the same Arab. I hope that is clear. We call them ma'tuf alay and then a ma'tuf. A ma'tuf alay is the first one, and then the ma'tuf is the second one. So, example, indi, I have kitabun wa qalamun. So you can say indi kitabun wa qalamin. It's not correct. Or you can say indi kitabun wa qalaman. It's not correct. As far as the kitab is ending with dommatain, Dhamma in a state of marfu, in a state of raf, the same way the conjunction, the thing that the conjunction is holding, the second part of the conjunction should also be having the same Arab. It should also be having Dhamma. So kitabun wa qalamun. I hope that is clear. Then the next one, tawkid. When there is an emphasis, okay, emphasis. So tawkid can have several forms. The simplest form is what I've just put here. So you see, Ja'a Muhammadun nafsuhu. Muhammad came himself. The man, no one brought him. Ja'a Muhammadun nafsuhu. So Muhammadun, you can see, is marfu. So if a tawkid, an emphasis is coming, of course, if I say Muhammad came himself, that part, the part of the sentence himself, is an emphasis. I hope that is clear. It is signifying that he came himself. It's an emphasis. It's just emphasizing the fact that he did it himself. Or if you see كتب الولد الامتحان بنفسه, the child wrote the exams by himself. It is signifying that it's not that someone helped him. So it's an emphasis. So this type of emphasis, when it comes, the thing it is emphasizing, it must have the same Arab as it. So, Ja'a Muhammadun nafsuhu. Muhammad came himself. I hope that is clear. Then the second one, Ja'a Sayyidu. The second one, the last one is Al-Badal. Al-Badal. Al-Badal is the substitute. Is the what? Is the substitute. Okay, so example, if I say, Ja'a Sayyidu Hussein. Hussein al-Tabib. Ja'a Sayyidu Hussein al-Tabib. Mr. Hussein came. Okay, Mr. Hussein the doctor. Mr. Hussein the doctor. You can see the doctor is still the same. Is part of the. Is still talking about Mr. Hussein. So it is badal. It is a substitute. I could have just said Ja'a Tabib. The doctor came here. But if I say Ja'a Mr. Hussein the doctor came here. So it can be substituted. It's a substitute, meaning that if I remove one of them, the sentence still makes meaning. I hope that is clear. So in that case, the noun and then is badal is also going to have the same Arab. If it is marfu, it must be marfu. And that's what sheikhs talk about in this particular bab. And that's the end of the chapter 6 also. Nouns al-marfu'at al-asma. That is the end for this chapter. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Chapter number 7. Babul Fa'il. We are going to look at Fa'il. Okay. Fa'il. So let's look at it. He made mention of the fact that, so see here. Look at here. We talk about Fa'il, Na'ibul Fa'il, Mubtada, Khabar. We are now going to pick them one after the other. I hope that is clear. So that's what he begins by picking Fa'il as the chapter number 7. Babul Fa'il. Hope you can see. Now he says that Al-Fa'il هو الاسم المرفوع المذكور قبله فعله وهو على قسمين. He says that the fa'il is the mentioned ism whose verb is mentioned before it. In simplicity, in Arabic language, we know that if we have a verbal sentence, the verbal sentence always begin with a verb. ذهب محمد قام زيد جلس الولد كتب المدرس. So a جملة فعلية يبدأ دائما بالفعل. A جملة فعلية begin always with a verb. So a verb is mentioned followed by its fa'il, its doer. So the order is the verb, the doer, and then the object. That is the normal pattern of a jumla fi'liya in Arabic language. Verb, doer, and then object. So verb followed by doer, followed by object. So that's what he says. The doer is what is verb is mentioned before it. So look at this sentence. Qama Zaidun. So Zaid is the doer, is the fa'il. So is verb. Okay, the action Zaid is doing is mentioned before it. That's what Sheikh is saying. And he says that وَهُوَ عَلَى قِسْمَيْنِ, and it is in two categories. ظَاهِرٍ وَمُدْمِرٍ. Zahir and the mudmir. Zahir means obvious, and the mudmir, not that obvious. Okay, we see implicit. I hope that is clear. Implicit. So see something. Let him explain further. He now says that Zahir wa mudmir. فالظاهر نحو قولك قام زيد ويقوم زيد وقام الزيدان ويقوم الزيدان وقام الزيدان. Now is what he's mentioning an example. He's going to mention all these examples. قام زيد قام الزيدان قامت هند قامت الهندان يقوم زيد يقوم الزيدان يقوم هند تقوم هند تقوم الهندان قام الزيدون قام أخوات قام أخوك. Now is almost the same thing. Each of them he's coming to point out just the same thing. If I say Qama Zaidun, you can see that when we say Zahir means obvious, everybody can see it. So if I say Qama Zaidun, it's a jumla fi'liya, it's a verbal sentence. But the doer is Zaid. Zaid is the doer, and it is obvious. You can see it in the sentence Qama Zaidun. If I ask you in this sentence who is the doer, you tell me it's Zaid. So that is obvious. Now the mudmir is when the doer is not mentioned explicitly. It's not mentioned explicitly. That's what we mean by the mudmir. So that is what we mean by the mudmir. The mudmir is the doer not being mentioned explicitly. Example, if I say darabtu, darabtu means I hit. So who is the doer? If I ask you in this sentence, who is the doer? You tell me it is the doer is not mentioned. It is only represented by a pronoun. So it is not mentioned explicitly. So we call it a fa'il mudmir. So that is what he mentioned here. That's what the Sheikh says, that wal fa'ilu qismayni. The fa'il, the doer, is in two categories. The first one is az-zahir, and then the second is al-mudmir. The zahir is when it is mentioned explicitly. Qama Zaidun. Zaid stood up. So if I ask you who is the doer, you tell me it is Zaid. So Zaid is mentioned explicitly in the sentence. But if I say, like this example, or I say kumtu. If I ask you, if I say kumtu, it has a verb and then a doer. There is a fi'l and then a fa'il, kumtu. So if I ask you who is the doer, you tell me it's a pronoun. It's represented by a pronoun, but it's not mentioned. The name is not mentioned explicitly. So that is mudmir. I hope that is clear. Okay. And that is for this particular section number 7 or chapter 7. Okay, it is about fa'il, the types of fa'il, the zohir and then the mudmir. So it is not any, and all these examples is representing the same thing. It could be all this. If I say darabtu, Daraba, darabat, okay, darabti, darabtum, darabtunna, all these ones, they are mudmir. When it is simplicity, when the dua is represented by a pronoun, it could be any pronoun, whether tu, ta, tum, tunna, all these pronouns, all of them, they are mudmir. But when it is mentioned, the name is mentioned explicitly, that is Zohir. I hope that is clear. So that is the end for this chapter 7. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are looking at chapter 8. Chapter 8, we are looking at something that he called Babul Maf'ul allazi lam yusamma fa'iluhu. Babul Maf'ul allazi lam yusamma fa'iluhu. And that is what we mean by the Na'ibul Fa'il. Na'ibul Fa'il. What does it mean? Let him explain. He says that وَهُوَ الْإِسْمُ الْمَرْفُوعُ الَّذِي لَمْ يُذْكَرْ مَعَهُ فَاعِلُهُ. It is an ism whose dua is not mentioned with it. Whose dua is not mentioned with it. Let me give you an example. If I see Kutila Muhammadun, Muhammad is killed. Muhammad was killed. Kutila Muhammadun, Muhammad was killed. You can see that even in English, if I say Muhammad was killed, the dua is not known. It is majhul. In Arabic, we say majhul is an unknown dua. Or if I say the apple was eaten, who ate it? No, we don't know, because of the type of verb that is used. Okay, if I say that the book was stolen, who stole it? Unknown. If I just say stolen, okay, so those verbs, if it is used, the dua is not known. So that is what we term as a na'ibul fa'il. The recipient of that verb, a verb whose dua is not known, the recipient of that verb is called a na'ibul fa'il in Arabic language. Example, if I say the apple was eaten. So the apple is the recipient of the verb whose dua is not mentioned. So the apple in Arabic, we call it na'ibul fa'il. Another example, if I say the book was stolen, the book is the recipient of a verb whose dua is not mentioned. And then in that case, the book in Arabic language will be a na'ibul fa'il. I hope that is clear. So that's what we mean by na'ibul fa'il. So that's what he says. Al-maf'ul allazi lam yusamma fa'iluhu. It's an ism. It's an ism whose dua is not mentioned. It receives a verb whose dua is not mentioned. I hope that is clear. Now he says that it can also have two types. Okay. فإن كان الفعل ماضيا. Okay, he's going to explain how we conjugate it in Arabic language. Example, English we say still. The verb is still. But if you want to make it majhul, unknown, you say stolen. Okay, stolen, meaning that we are hiding the dua. So in Arabic language, how do we do it? Example, if I say daraba, he hit. Daraba means he hit or he beat. Okay, but if I want to say he was beaten, how do we do it? I hope that is clear. Saraka means he stole. But if I want to say it was stolen, how do we conjugate it in Arabic language? So that's what he's coming to explain. He says that فَإِنْ كَانَ الْفِعْلُ مَادِيًا. If it is a fi'l madi, a past tense verb, dumma awwaluhu, the first letter of it is made dumma. Wa kusira, let me enlarge it. Okay. Wa kusira ma qabla akhirihi. And then the second to last letter is made kasra. So that's the, see here, let me show you this example. Observe here, please observe here. I hope you can see here. The arafa, okay, in blue. That the verb is initial arafa. Arafa means he knew. But if I want to see, that's past tense. If I want to see it was known, I hope that is clear. Meaning that who is the doer? Who knew it? No one knows them. It's not mentioned. That is majhul. So if I want to do it that way, how do I do it? If it is, that's what the Sheikh is saying. Dumma awwaluhu, the first letter is made Dhamma. So you can see the red, it signifies that is how it is initial. That's the initial form of it. Arafa. Arafa means he knew. But if I want to make it majhul, I will make the letter, the first letter Dhamma. So it is now U. Instead of A, it's now U. Then he now sees that the second last letter, here was the second last letter. Is it not the Ra? The Ra is made Kesra. So that's the two things you do. If it is Fi'l Madi, you make the first letter Dhamma, the second to last letter Kesra. So Urifa. Urifa. That's how it is. So Saraka. You see, Surika. Surika means it was stolen. Who did it? We don't know. Okay. Akala. Akala means he ate. So if I say Ukila, mean it was eaten. We don't know the doer. So in simplicity, how do you conjugate it? Just take the verb. If it is past tense verb, put Dhamma on the first letter, put Kesra on the second to last letter, and it is now majhul. So that is how it is. So you always see it in this form. Urifa. Urifa means it was known. So if I say Urifa al-mujrim, the criminal was known. But who knew him? Or who was the one who identified him? We don't know the doer. So it is just Urifa. He was known. Okay. So here, Duriba Zaidun. Zaid was beaten. Who did it? We don't know. How that is clear. So that is how we conjugate it in Arabic language. What of it if it is Fi'l al-Mudari'? If it is Fi'l al-Mudari', this is for Fi'l al-Madi, past tense verbs alone. But if it is Fi'l al-Mudari', how do we do it? The Sheikh is explaining. He says that وَإِنْ كَانَ مُضَارِعًا, if it is Mudari', دُمَّ أَوَّلُهُ, the same way, the first letter is made Dhamma. وَفُتِحَ مَا قَبْلَ آخِرِهِ, and the second to last letter is made Fatha instead of Kesra in the Madi. So the Madi make the first letter Dhamma, the second to last letter Kesra. In the Mudari', make the first letter Dhamma, the same way, but the second to last letter Fatha. I hope that is clear. Example, Doraba, you see what? Yadoribu. See here, the red signifies the initial form of it. Yadoribu. Yadoribu. Just take the red vowels. Yadoribu here. I'm talking about here, the blue. Yadoribu. I'm saying Yadoribu. Ya'arifu. Rather. Ya'arifu. Ya'arifu. Okay. But if I want to see it is being known, so I'll put Dhamma on the first letter and then Fatha, the blue. I'll put Fatha on the second to last letter. It should now be Yu'rafu. So Yu'rafu al-mujrim. Okay. The criminal is being known. So Allah says on the day of judgment, Yu'rafu al-mujrimuna bisimahum. The criminals, they will be known by their forehead. You just look at the forehead and you know this is a criminal. You know, judgment day, there's no two ways. You will not be going around asking, where do I belong to? Where is the righteous people and where are the criminals? No, it is going to be obvious. Everybody feels will show where he stands, whether he used to be a bad person or a good person. So Yu'rafu al-mujrim, the criminal is being known. So Yu'rafu, instead of its initial Ya'arifu, so we put Dhamma on the first letter and then Fatha on the second to last letter. That's what the Sheikh says here. Okay. Now he says that وَهُوَ عَلَى كِسْمَيْنِ, and it is in two categories. Zahiran wa mudmirin. Zahir and the mudmir, just like we have seen for the fa'il before. Okay, in the previous chapter, we saw it for the fa'il. It could be zahir or mudmir. The same way it applies to here too. Okay, zahir is when the thing is mentioned explicitly, the name is mentioned explicitly, the recipient. As for the verb, the doer is not just known at all. If I say Duriba, he was beaten. So the verb, we don't just know the doer of the verb at all, but the recipient is what the emphasis is on. If the recipient is mentioned, then it is Zahir. If it is represented by a pronoun, then it is Mudmir. Example, if I say Duriba Zaidun, Zaid was beaten. So who is the recipient? Zaid. So he's mentioned explicitly. So it's Zahir. So that is Na'ibul Fa'il Zahir. But if it is not mentioned but represented by a pronoun, okay, like I just said, Duriba, he was beaten. Who was beaten? We don't know. The recipient is not even mentioned. Okay, so in that case, it is represented by a pronoun, and that is mudmir. I hope that is clear. That is mudmir. Okay, so that's the examples that he gave here. Doribtu, I was beaten. I didn't mention my name. I just used a pronoun here. Okay, Doribta, you was beaten. So just pronouns, all the pronouns. If it is represented by a pronoun, it is a mudmir. If it is the name is mentioned explicitly, it is what? It is Zahir. I hope that is clear. Okay. And this is the end for this chapter as well. All that he's coming to mention is just these examples. Okay. وهو الاسم الظاهر ومدمر فالظاهر نحو قولك ضرب زيد ويضرب زيد وأكرم عمرو ويكرم. All of them. There's no need to mention them. Okay, just these examples. That's what he's mentioning here. Okay, we mention all of them. And the simplicity is we have to just understand what it means. Okay, doribna, doribtum, doribu, doribtunna, doribna. When it is represented by pronoun, that is mudmir. When the name is mentioned explicitly, that is zahir. I hope that is clear. And this brings us to the end of this particular chapter number 8. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. Today we are looking at chapter 9, inshallah. So let's begin from chapter 9. Chapter 9, as we can see here, it is Babul Mubtada wal Khabar. Babul Mubtada wal Khabar. It is talking about Mubtada wal Khabar. And so the Sheikh explained begin by saying that al-mubtada huwa al-ismu al-marfu' al-'ari 'an al-'awamil al-lafziyya. So he's of course, I hope we all have a little bit, if not much, but a little bit of understanding with regards to what mubtada and khabar is. I hope this is something not new to all of us. In English language, mubtada is what we term as the subject of a sentence. So if I say Muhammad is going to school, this is a jumla ismiya. It is a nominal sentence. So Muhammad is the subject of the sentence. He is the main part of the sentence. The sentence is talking about is revolving around Muhammad. So Muhammad is the subject, and that's what we term as mubtada in Arabic language. So, and the other way around, the remaining part of the sentence that talks about the subject. In English, we see the predicate. In Arabic language, we simply call it the khabar. So the khabar, of course, we all know khabar. When we say khabar, khabar means news. Okay, news. So it is giving news or information about the subject. So we call it the khabar. In English, we see the predicate. So he says that al-khabar huwa al-ismu al-marfu' al-musnadu ilayhi. So it is musnad ilayhi. It is pointing to the ism. This ilayhi bimana ila al-mubtada. The who here, this domir is yarji'u ila al-mubtada. It is pointing to, it is a pronoun of the mubtada. So let me enlarge my screen so that you can see very well. So observe, look at this example. Zaidun qa'imun. Zaidun qa'imun. Zaid here is the subject. Of course, we all understand that Zaid is the subject here. Then qa'imun is the khabar. It gives information about Zaid. I hope that is clear. So if I say Zaid qa'imun, Zaid is standing. So the qa'imun is the khabar, and then Zaid is the subject. I hope that is clear. This is not a difficult thing. Subject and predicate is something that is basic, and it is something easy to understand. So he continued by saying that Nahu Kaulika. So like you're seeing Zaidun qa'imun, and that's what we have looked at, the example. Was Zaidani qa'imani, was Zaiduna qa'imuna. So if I say Zaidani qa'imani, two Zaids, okay, two people who are all called Zaid. they are standing. Two of them, they are standing. Zaidani qa'imani. So this Zaidani is the subject. Qa'imani is the khabar. Is the khabar. So Zaidani is the mubtada and then qa'imani is the khabar. I hope that is clear. Okay. He now says that wal mubtada'u kismani. Mubtada is in two divisions. It can be two types. Zahirun wa mudmir. Zahir and then mudmir. So that's what you have seen. You are seeing in this box. The subject is of two types. Al mubtada'u kismani. Subject can be of two types. Mubtada. It can be of two types. Zahir and then mudmir. What do you mean by Zahir? Let him explain. فَالظَّاهِرُ مَا تَقَدَّمَ ذِكْرُهُ وَالْمُدْمِرُ إِثْنَا عَشَرَ. So you see that the Zahir, if you can remember yesterday, we already saw something like that when we're talking about the file. We said the file could be Zahir or Mudmir. So it's the same thing here. When we say Zahir, the Mubtada is Zahir, meaning that the name is mentioned explicitly. When we say Mudmir, meaning it is represented by a pronoun. So if I say Zaidun qa'imun, Zaid is standing. So who is the subject? You tell me it is Zaid. So he is mentioned by name. His name is mentioned. That is Zahir. But when we say Mudmir, okay, so Mubtada, when we say Mubtada is Mudmir, meaning that the name is not mentioned explicitly, but it is represented by a pronoun. Example, if I say Huwa qa'imun, so instead of saying Zaidun qa'imun, I say Huwa qa'imun. If I say Huwa qa'imun, he is standing. If I ask you what is the Mubtada or what is the subject, you will tell me Huwa. And that is a pronoun. Who is that person? We don't know him. It is just a pronoun. If you see on a wall written, he is standing. Who is that he? We don't know him. It is just a pronoun. So in Arabic, we call it mudmir. But if it was mentioned by name rather than a pronoun, then it would have been Zahir, meaning the person is known. I hope that is clear. So that is what he meant here by saying that al-mubtada'u kismani zahirun wa mudmir. فالظاهر ما تقدم ذكره والمدمر إثنا عشر. And then the mudmir, we say implicit, it is إثنا عشر, meaning it's just the pronouns that we know. Like I said, when it is represented by pronouns, so I can say أنا قائم, نحن قائمون. Then أنتما, anta, antum, huma, huwa, hiya, hum, hunna, anti, antunna. I hope that is clear. So, all these pronouns, when it is used as a mubtada, it is mudmir. But when the name is mentioned explicitly, it is called zahir. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that's what he just mentioned. والمدمر إثنا عشر وهي and they are, he mentioned all this one. أنا ونحن وأنت وأنت وأنتما وأنتم وأنتن وهو وهي وهما وهم وهن. So all these pronouns, when they are used as a mubtada, we call it mubtada'u al-mudmir. I hope that is clear. Okay. So نحو قولك. So he's given an example. Ana qa'imun, like I just told you. If I say ana qa'imun, I am standing. I could have. So if you see this, you don't know who is that ana, because it is not a name; it's a pronoun. So it is what? It is implicit. Now he continued by saying that wal khabaru kismani, and then the khabar, the predicate, can also be of two types. So that is for the mubtada. Now let's look at the khabar. The khabar, he says it can be of two types. Like I just said, the khabar is what gives information about the subject. Example, Muhammad is going to school. So apart from Muhammad, all the rest, all the other remaining words, it gives information about Muhammad. Muhammad is going to school. It gives information about what Muhammad is doing. So it is the khabar. So that part is what we term as the khabar, is the predicate. I hope that is clear. He says that it can also be of two types. Let's look at them. What are these two types? Kismani, mufradun wa ghayru mufradin. It can be mufrad or other than mufrad. When we say mufrad, meaning just one word, a khabar can just be one word. Example, Muhammadun talibun. So talibun is just one word, but it gives information about Muhammad. I hope that is clear. Then ghayru mufrad, other than one word, we can have an information or the predicate not being just one word. Example, Muhammadu yazhabu ila al-madrasa. So that part, yazhabu ila al-madrasa, it gives information about Muhammad, but it is not one word. I hope that is clear. So that is what he said. The khabar can be one word or it can be more than one word. I hope that is clear. So let's look at what he says. He says that nahu qawlika. He's given an example. Zaydun qa'imun. Okay, if you see Zaydun qa'imun, Zayd is standing. So the khabar is qa'imun and it is just one word. So that's what we term as khabarul mufrad. A khabar that is just one word. Wa zaydani qa'imani wa zayduna qa'imuna. Wa ghayrul mufrad, and when it is other than one word, arba'atu ashya, it can be 4 things. It can be 4 things. Look at here. Here. Observe here in red. Let me enlarge it so that you can see very well. Okay, on the right end in red, the example is written in red. Look at them. Zaydun fiddar. Zaydun fiddar. Then Zaydun indaka. Then Zaydun qama abuhu. Then Zaydun baytuhu ba'idun. If you look at all this, the khabar is what is underlined in black. You see here, Zaydun fiddar. So fiddar is the khabar. Zaydun indaka. Indaka is underlined in black. Zaydun qama abuhu. So qama abuhu is the khabar. Zayd, apart from Zayd, any other thing is the khabar. Now, if you look at, if you observe, they are all not one word. All of them, they are not one word. Okay, fiddar is 2 words. Indaka is 2 words. That's mudof and mudof ilay. I don't think it's one word. We have inda and then we have kya here. So they are mudof and mudof ilay. So it's not one word here. Then koma abuhu is not also one word. Then baytuhu ba'idun is not also one word. So you can now observe that here, that is the ghayru mufrad that the Sheikh mentioned. But if you also observe that ghayru mufrad, they can be of different divisions. So that is what he says, he mentioned here by saying that wa ghayru mufrad arba'atu ashya. There are 4 things. When it is ghayru mufrad, it can be 4 classes. There can be 4 types of it. So these ones we can classify it into 4. The first one he mentioned, al-jar wal majrur. Al-jar wal majrur. Look at here, Zaydun fiddar. So if the one underlined in black, fiddar, okay, here, fiddar, you can see it is jar. The fi is a harful jar. Then the next one following it is a majrur. A majrur is mostly when a harful jar comes, then the word that is coming after it, the noun, mostly nouns that is entering on to it will be a majrur. So jar wa majrur. I hope that is clear. So the underline, even though it is a khabar, but it is jar wa majrur. Harful jar and then is majrur. I hope that is clear. Then the second one he mentioned, okay, was zarf. And then a zarf. It can also be a zarf. Look at here, Zaydun indaka. So it is zarf. Zarf. If it is indaka, it is zarf makan. Inda is a zarf makan. So it is a zarf. It can be a zarf. Then the next one he mentioned is wal fi'l ma'a fa'ilihi. Wal fi'lu ma'a fa'ilihi. A verb and is doer. If I say Zaydun qama abuhu, apart from Zayd, the one underlined is the khabar. But it is not just any type of khabar. If you look at it well, the khabar itself is made up of a verb. Qama is a verb. Abuhu is the doer. Is what? Is the doer. So Zaidun koma abuhu. Zaid, his father stood up. So here there is a verb and an is doer. So the khabar can be a verb and is doer. Then the last one he mentioned is wal mubtada ma'a khabarihi. And a mubtada and is khabar. So look at here, apart from the Zaid, here, the last example. Zaidun baytuhu ba'idun. Zaid, his house is far. His house is far. So if you look at here, the one underlined in black, baytuhu ba'idun, you can see it's the khabar, but it in itself is a mubtada and khabar. It's a jumla ismiya. So this one was a jumla fi'liya, koma abuhu. So the khabar can be a jumla fi'liya. It can also be a jumla ismiya. Ismiya. So that is a mubtada and khabar. That is baytuhu is the mubtada. Ba'idun is the khabar. So a khabar can contain a khabar and a mubtada. That's a jumla ismiya. A khabar can be a jumla ismiya. A khabar can be a jumla fi'liya. A khabar can be a zarf. A khabar can be a jar wa majroor. That is what the Sheikh says. 4 things. A khabar can be a jar wa majroor, a zarf, a jumla fi'liya, and a jumla ismiya. I hope that is clear. Now, so that is the basic part of this particular topic here, this chapter. This chapter is talking about khabar and the mubtada, and that is what we have basically looked at. So this is for this particular chapter, inshallah. We are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. That will be chapter 10. So let's continue here. So this is chapter 10 for us. Chapter 10 here is looking at Babul Awamil Dakhilati ala al-Mubtada wal Khabar. We are looking at the factors that can affect Mubtada and Khabar. Factors that can affect or influence the subject and then the predicate. I hope that is clear. We said that if you can remember previously, I mean in the subsequent lessons or chapters, in the previous chapters, we made mention of the fact that Mubtada is always marfu. Mubtada da'iman yu'rabu marfu. Mubtada is always marfu. And then we also made mention of the fact that khabar is always marfu. It's always what? Marfu. So, but it's not always going to be the case. That's their normal form. But certain factors can make it change. Certain factors can change it. So what are those factors? That's what we are going to look at. So the Sheikh begins by saying that باب الأوامر الداخلة على المبتدأ والخبر وهي ثلاثة أشياء. They are three things that can affect the mubtada and khabar. What are they? كان وأخواتها. Kana and its sisters. وإن وأخواتها. The second one, inna and its sisters. وظن وأخواتها. And zonna and its sisters. Or zonantu and its sisters. So these are the three things. كان وأخواتها. Inna وأخواتها. ظن وأخواتها. These are the three things that can affect the mubtada and then khabar. That can change their default form to other things. I hope that is clear. We said their default form is marfu. A khabar and then a mubtada. In their normal form, they are marfu. But these factors can change them. Now let's look at these factors. فَأَمَّا كَانَ وَأَخَوَاتُهَا. As for Kana and his sisters. Let's look at it. If you can remember yesterday, I made mention of the Kana and his sisters. Yes, in the, I think that was chapter 8, right? Or the chapter 7. I can't remember exactly, but one of these chapters, I made mention of them. But don't worry, we'll look at it here. We'll even see it into details, so just take your time. He made mention of the fact, فَأَمَّا كَانَ وَأَخَوَاتُهَا. As for Kana and his sisters, فَإِنَّهَا تَرْفَعُ الْإِسْمَ وَتَنْصِبُ الْخَبَرَ. What does it mean? Observe here. I'm going to explain it with this example. Please observe. He says that Let me give you an example. Look at this example. Kana wa akhawatuha. This is the first one we are coming to explain. As I said, there are three. Kana wa akhawatuha, inna wa akhawatuha, zonna wa akhawatuha. We are looking at the first one, Kana and his sisters. How does it affect the mubtada and khabar? Let's look at this. Let's use this example to explain. Please observe. If I see wa kana lahu aliman hakima here, I hope you can see it in red. Wa kana lahu aliman hakima. This is a very beautiful sentence. Allah has always been aliman, knowledgeable, having full knowledge, hakima, all wise. But if you look at here, some are marfu and others are mansub. Allah here is marfu. You can see it. Allah here is marfu. The alima, you can see it. And then the hakima, they are mansub. They have a fatha. They are all ending in fatha. Why? Now observe. If you can remember, like I said, mentioned before, kana and inna, they both have ism and then khabar. Assuming the kana is not there, just assuming that the kana is not there, the kana here is not there, the sentence is Allahu alimun hakim. Allahu alimun hakim. The alim would have been alimun, not aliman. The hakim would have been hakimun. If I just say Allahu alimun wa alimun hakimun, Allah is knowledgeable, having full knowledge, and He's all wise. So that is a jumla ismiya. But when kana comes, the mubtada of the sentence will now be ism of the kana. And then the khabar is what we term as the khabar kana. The mubtada is the ism kana. The mubtada, which was Allah, is now the ism kana. And then the khabar is the khabar kana. So kana Allahu aliman hakima. So when the kana comes, the khabar will now have to be mansub. So kana Allahu aliman hakima. Kana Allahu ghafurur rahima. Kana Allahu azizan hakima. So always that is what is going to happen when the kana comes to join to a nominal sentence, a jumla ismiya. The original khabar of that sentence will now be mansub, because it will now be the khabar of kana, which is always mansub. I hope that is clear. So that is what we need to know. So that's what the Sheikh is saying. He says that what is it? He says that فَإِنَّهَا تَرْفَعُ الْإِسْمَ. It makes the ism mansub, marfu rather. It makes the ism marfu. So you can see Allahu is marfu. That's the ism of kana. It is having marfu. It is having dhamma. That is marfu bil dhamma. وَتَنْصِبُ الْخَبَرَ. And then it makes the khabar mansub. The khabar is aliman hakima. And you can see it having fathatain. That is mansub bil fatha. Okay. So he continued by saying that Wahia. So he's now going to mention the kana and his sisters. It's not just only kana. When we say kana and his sisters, it's not that it is having sisters, family sisters. It's not family sisters. The main thing here is they are similar things that have the same effect, grammatical effect in a sentence. So we call it kana and his sisters. Meaning that those other categories is just a category of words. Okay, a category of words which has the same grammatical function in a sentence or grammatical effect in a sentence. So that's what we call kana and his sisters. Okay, there are other words that have the same effect, just like the kana has in a sentence. So we tie it to the kana by saying his sisters, meaning they are having the same grammatical effect. So that is what he's coming to mention here. Okay, he says that wahia, and they are kana, wa amsa, wa asbaha, wa adaha, wa zalla, wa bata, wa sora, wa laysa, wa ma zala, wa ma infaka, wa ma fatiya, wa ma bariha, wa ma dama. So these are kana and his sisters. That's what you can see in this table here. كان أمسى أصبح أضحى ظل بات صار ليس ما زل ما ينفك ما فتي ما برح ما دام. These are Kiana and his sisters. So when they come, the khabar, they always come mostly come with a jumla ismiya. So when they come, the mubtada will remain marfu, but the khabar will be mansub. So they affect the khabar of a jumla ismiya. How they change it from marfu state to mansub state. I hope that is clear. Okay. So now let's continue. The Sheikh now continue by saying that he's giving example here. He says that وَمَا تَصَوَّفَ مِنْهَا نَحْوَ كَانَ وَيَكُونُ وَكُنْ. So it is not just only kana. Bimana, the other forms of kana or other forms of all this can be that. Okay, kana is madiyan. Okay, but there could be mudari, yakun. I hope that is clear. They can also be amr, that is kun. So whether it doesn't matter the state, whether it is in the madi, it is in the mudari, or it is in the amr, they have the same grammatical effect. That is what the Sheikh is saying. It doesn't mean that when only they are in the madi, but no matter the tense, whether the past tense, the present tense, or the command, they have the same effect. So that is what he sees here. Okay. Now he gave examples, and that is what is here. Kana, yakunu, kun, asbaha, yusbihu, and then asbih. So he's giving the example for the asbaha. Asbaha, yusbihu. Asbaha is the madi. Yusbihu is the mudari, and then asbih is the amr. I hope that is clear. Now this an example he gave also. He says that let's look at the example. Kana zaydun qa'iman. So assuming that kana is not there. Yes, assuming this kana is not there. It is zaydun qa'imun. Zayd is standing. Zaydun qa'imun. Zayd is standing. So the khabar and the mubtada is Zayd. The khabar is qa'imun. It was initially marfu. As we said, mubtada and khabar are in the normal state, in their default state. They are marfu. So Zaydun qa'imun. But when the kana is added, we said that it will affect the khabar by changing it from marfu to mansub. So it will now be from qa'imun to now qa'iman. And that is the khabar of kana. دائما يعرب منصوب والمبتدا and the mubtada of kana دائما يعرب ماذا مرفوع. It's always marfu. I hope that is clear. Okay. And not only kana, all this they have the same effect. Maza, what I've just mentioned, all these words that the Sheikh mentioned. I hope that is clear. Okay. Now that's for kana and his sisters. So that is for the first one here. Kana wa akhawatuha. Now let's go to inna wa akhawatuha. That's what he's coming to explain here. He says that wa amma inna wa akhawatuha. And as for inna and its sisters, the same way when we say inna and its sisters, meaning that inna has a particular effect when it found itself in a sentence. It has a known effect on certain words in the sentence. The same way, there are other group of words which has the same effect, and so we tie it to the inna by calling it inna and its sisters, just like kana and its sisters. So inna and its sisters, what do they do in a sentence? That's what the Sheikh is saying. فَإِنَّهَا تَنْصِبُ الْإِسْمَ وَتَرْفَعُ الْخَبَرَ. What does it mean? Again, let's explain with an example. So observe here, please observe. Let's look at here. Inna wa akhawatuha. If I say, look at this sentence. Inna Allaha ghafurun rahim. Inna Allaha ghafurun rahimun. Indeed, Allah is extremely forgiving, always merciful. Ghafur, extremely merciful, extremely forgiven. Someone who forgives a lot is called Ghafur. It's a mubalagha. Rahim is constant. So someone who is constantly having mercy. So inna Allah Ghafurur Rahim. This is a beautiful sentence. But if you look at it again, some are mansub. Allah is having fatha. Ghafurun is having dhamma. Rahimun is having dhamma. So why is the difference? Allah being fatha being mansub, Ghafurun being marfu. Why is that? What's the difference? It's because of the inna. The initial sentence is Allahu Ghafurun Rahim. All are mansub, marfu. All are marfu. That's the initial form. But when the inna comes, it affects the mubtada. It changes the mubtada from marfu to mansub. That's what the inna does. So inna Allah, not inna Allahu. When the inna comes for tawqid, for emphasis, to emphasis. Indeed, Allah is so and so. So it comes for tawqid. So the word it is emphasizing, that's the mubtada. It is emphasizing in the sentence. It is always mansub. Inna Allah, inna alhamda lillah. You see? So that's what it has. But the khabar, it doesn't change it. It just leave it in the marfu state. So the mubtada will now is what we term as, when the inna is added to the sentence, the mubtada will now is now something that we call the ism inna, the ism of inna, and then the khabaru inna. So it is only the ism inna that changes. That's the mubtada. It changes to marfu. That's the only change we are going to experience. And it's not only inna, like we said, inna, it also has sisters. They are similar words that have the same effect. Okay, so the Sheikh mentioned them here. He mentioned it by saying that wahia, and they are inna, wa anna, wa lakinna, wa ka'anna, wa layta, wa la'alla. How that is clear. So these are the other category of words that have similar grammatical effect, just like the inna. Okay, Takulu is given example. Inna Zaidan qa'imun. Inna Zaidan is initially Zaidun qa'imun, but you now, because of the inna, you now say Inna Zaidan. The emphasis is on Zaid. So as I said, the thing you are emphasizing should be mansub. So Inna Zaidan qa'imun. Walayta, layta is also there. Okay, walayta amran shakhisun. So it is initially amrun shakhisun, but because of the layta, the amrun will now become amran, not amrun. So walayta amran shakhisun. Wa ma'ana inna wa anna. And he is now given the meaning. What are the meaning? Inna wa anna li tawqid. Inna and then anna, they come for emphasis. Tawqid, to emphasize. Okay, indeed, so and so is this. Walakinna, as for lakinna, li istidrak, is for reparation, like you see. Okay, you see, lakinna is close to the word but. In English, we see but. So this and this and this, but so and so is so. So that in Arabic we say lakin. Wa ka'anna, and then ka'anna. As for ka'anna, let's look at what he's saying. Lit-tashbih, ka'anna is used for tashbih, for resemblance. If I say ka'annaka talibun, it's as if you are a student. Okay, ka'annaka talibun, it's as if you are a student. So this is like, it's resemblance, tashbih, like you are saying something is like, or something resembles. So tashbih, that's tashbih, resemblance. Okay, ka'annaka or ka'annahu abuka, is as if he's your father. Okay, so that's tashbih. But he says that walayta, and as for the layta, litamanni, the layta is for wish. It's for wish. When you wish something, you can say layta kaza wa kaza. I wish so is so and so. So for example, Umar radiallahu anhu, he says that layta ummi lam talidni. Subhanallah. This person is afraid of the hellfire. To a point he said this. Layta ummi lam talidni. I wish my mother, layta ummi, I wish my mother hadn't given birth to me. Okay, he wish he was not born. Later, ummi lam talidni. So later is for wish, when you wish something. So that's why he says tamanni, for wish. Wala Allah, and as for wala Allah, litarjih is for tarjih, hope. Okay, la'alla kaza wa kaza wa kaza, perhaps so and so so and so. Okay, la'alla is for hope. Okay. So if I say la'allahu yarji, maybe perhaps he may return. Okay, la'allahu yarji. So perhaps he may return. So it's for hope, like hope. Okay, what tawakku is hinting. What tawakku is expectation. You are expecting something. You hope and then you expect. That's tawakku. Wa amma zonantu wa akha. So that's for inna and its sisters. That's what he's mentioning here. Inna wa anna is for tawkid. Lakin means but. Ka anna is for tashbih, resemblance. Later is for wish. La'alla is for hope. That's in English. That's similar things for them in English. But we have mentioned their grammatical effect in a sentence. Now let's move to the next one. Zonna wa akhawatuha. Zonna and its sisters. Now the Sheikh says that فَإِنَّهَا تَوْصِبُ الْمُبْتَدَى وَالْخَبَرَ. It makes the mubtada and the khabar mansoob. So it makes everything mansoob. So look, kana makes the khabar. Just take a jumla ismiya. If you add kana to it, it will make the khabar mansoob. The khabar ilun mansoob. If you take a jumla ismiya and then you add inna to it, it will make the mubtada mansoob. If the same way, if you take a jumla ismiya, then you add zonna and its sisters to it, it will make both the mubtada and the khabar mansoob. I hope that is clear. So that's the simple classification that we have. So he says that zonantu wa akhawatuha. He mentioned what they have done, and then he says that ala annahuma maf'ulani laha. This one we have to use an example to explain it. Other than that, you won't get it very well. Let me get an example here. Okay, so please observe. This is an example here. Observe. Here. Let me show it. Let me bring it out. So see this example. Zonantu Zaidan muntaliqan. The sentence is initial. Assuming the zonna, remove the zonna. It's a jumla ismiya. It will be what? Zaidun muntaliqun. Zaid is departing. Muntaliqun. Intalaqa is to move. Okay, like to depart, to start to move. That is intalaqa. Okay, so Zaidun muntaliqun. That's how it is. Zaidun muntaliqun, marfu. But when the zonantu comes, zonna and its sisters, it's not only zonna. You can see them. Zonantu, hasibtu, khiltu, za'amtu, ra'aytu, alimtu. All these ones, when they come, the mubtada and the khabar, they both will become mansoob. That's the simple thing the Sheikh is explaining here. So zonna and its sisters, and that's what he has mentioned here. Zonantu, hasibtu, khiltu, za'amtu, ra'aytu, alimtu, wajadtu, ittakhaztu, ja'altu, sami'tu. All these ones, when they come, the mubtada and the khabar will become what? Mansoob. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is the basic explanation of what the Sheikh is saying here, and that's what he mentioned here. He has zonantu wa hasibtu wa khiltu wa za'amtu wa ra'aytu wa alimtu wa wajadtu. That's just what the classification, the one in the table here, that's what he's mentioning. Okay, these ones, all these ones, they are the sisters of zonna. I hope that is clear. And so this brings us to the end of this particular chapter. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson, chapter 11, where we are looking at the Babul Na'at. Na'at in Arabic language is what we term as, the basic translation is the adjectives, and Na'at is sifa, that is adjective. Okay, that is Na'at. So we are looking at adjectives. Okay, adjectives. What do we mean by adjectives? Let's see. The Sheikh explain. Let's look at what the Sheikh is saying. The Sheikh is saying that النعات تابع للمنعوت في رفعه ونصبه وخفضه وتعريفه وتنكيره. There is a simple classification for it, and that is the na'at and the man'ut. The na'at is the adjective. The man'ut is the noun. The adjective is modified. Example, if I say Muhammadun Jamilun, or if I say At-Talibu Zakiyun, the student is intelligent. So At-Talibu is the mubtada. Zakiyun is the khabar. But let me give you a different example. If I say that Al-Kitabu li-Jamilu, Al-Kitabu li-Jamilu ala al-Maktab, the beautiful book is on the table. Al-Kitabu li-Jamilu ala al-Maktab. So that sentence, Al-Kitabu li-Jamilu, the first part, Al-Kitabu li-Jamilu, is made up of two things. Al-Kitabu is the noun. Al-Jamilu is the adjective. The beautiful book. Beautiful is an adjective. Book is a noun. So the noun that the adjective is modified is called the man'ut. And the adjective itself is called na'at in Arabic language. So that is na'at and man'ut. But they have to follow each other in four things. It's a general rule. They follow each other in four things. The first one is i'rab. And that's what the Sheikh is mentioning here. النعت تابع للمرفوع في رفعه. If the noun is marfu, the adjective should be marfu. So al-kitabu al-jamilu ala al-maktab. The next thing, wa nasbihi, and when it is mansub also, that if the noun is mansub, the adjective should also be mansub. So if I say al-kitaba, if I say ra'aytu al-kitaba al-jamila, it has to be al-kitaba al-jamila. If the kitab is kitaba, the adjective should also end with fatha. It should also be mansub. So kitaba al-jamila, not jamilu. Wa khafdihi, and when it is khafd, when it is jar, majrur. If I say wada'tu al-qalama ala al-kitabi al-jamili, so al-kitabi is khafd, al-jamili is also khafd. So the kitab and the adjective must both have the same error. That's the first thing. The second one is ta'rif. If the thing is having alif wa lam, if it is ma'rifa, the adjective should also be ma'rifa. So you can't say al-kitabu jamilun. Okay, indi al-kitabu jamilun. It doesn't match. The kitab and the jamil, if one is having alif wa lam, the other must also have alif wa lam. And not just only alif wa lam. In simplicity or in general, if it is nakira, the other should be nakira. And if one is ma'rifa, the other should be ma'rifa. So that's the second thing. The third thing is the number, al-adad. If one is singular, the other should also be singular. Okay. So if I see al-kitabu, that's one. So I'll say al-jamilu. But if I say al-kitabani, the two books, I can't say al-jamilu. I have to add alif wa nun to the al-jamilu. So jamilani, al-jamilani, al-kitabani, al-jamilani. I hope that is clear. So if one is singular, the other should be singular. If one is dual, the other should be dual. If one is plural, the other should be plural. That is the third one. That is number. They must match in number. Then the last one is the gender. If one is masculine, the adjective should also be masculine. So if I say al-waladul jamilu, al-waladul jamilu, the beautiful boy. If it is a girl, I can't say jamilun, I have to say jamilatun. I hope that is clear. So I can say maybe al-bintul jamila, al-bintul jamila, with ta marbuta jamilatun, al-bintul jamilatun. So if one is masculine, the other should be masculine. If one is feminine, the other should also be feminine. That's the last one. So there are 4 things that they must follow, and that is what I've just mentioned. So the Sheikh mentioned one here. He mentioned the Arab. Okay. So Qama Zaydun. So it is an example. Qama Zaydun al-Akilu. Zayd, the intelligent Zayd al-Akil. Now what we need to know is all names, okay, proper names, okay, they are ma'rifa. So that's why he is having alif walam, and then he is not having alif walam, because this one is already ma'rifa. Okay, we will look at it. Ra'aytu Zaydan al-Akila. So you see, Dhamma, Dhamma, Fatha, Fatha, Kesra, Kesra. So they must follow in the other. Okay. And I said that's just one. The other one is number. If one is singular, the other should be singular. Then the other one is the gender. If it is feminine, the other should be feminine. Then the ma'rifa or nakira. Okay. Now let's look at here. Well, ma'rifatu khamsatu ashiya. We are going to look at ma'rifa. One thing we need to know is many people just think that when we say a noun is ma'rifa, meaning it is having alif walam. Alif walam is the prominent one, is the one that is well known, but it is not the only one. So let's look at there are 5 things that a noun or that can make a noun to be ma'rifa. Ma'rifa, known, okay, definite. I hope that is clear. In English we say definite. It is definite, it is known. So let's look at them. The first one is Ismul Mudmar. The Sheikh is saying here that Al-Ma'rifatu Khamsatu Ashiya. Al-Ismul Mudmar, Nahu, Ana wa Anta, Wasmul Alam. Nahu Zaydun wa Makkah, Wasmul Mubham. I think that's what is in the table here. So let me enlarge it so that you can see it very well. Okay. So here, I hope you can see very well. The first one is Ismul Mudmar. Personal pronouns. Personal pronouns. Ana wa anta. If I say ana, it is known. It is something that is ma'rifa. So all pronouns are ma'rifa. I hope that is clear. So if I say ana, and I want to use a adjective, the adjective should be ma'rifa or nakira. It should be ma'rifa, of course, because the ana, as we said, all pronouns are ma'rifa. And we said the noun and its pronoun should be matched. They should have the same. Well, if one is ma'rifa, the other should be ma'rifa. If one is nakira, the other should be nakira. So I hope that's clear. So if I say ana and I'm going to use a pronoun, I will use a ma'rifa pronoun. So if I say ana lazaki, I the intelligent one, then I mention so, even though I'm not intelligent. So if I say ana lagani, I the rich one, and so, even though I'm not rich. So you see. So that is the same thing that I'm talking about. Then the next one he mentioned is Ismul Alam. Proper names. Proper names are names. We all know proper names in English. Proper names, they are for specific things. So they are also ma'rifa. Example, Zaydun, Makkah. If you see Makkah, you can't ask me what does Makkah mean. It's a name of a place, something that's very prominent, so everybody knows it. So those kind of names, proper names, they are also ma'rifa. Okay, then the next one, demonstrative pronouns. That is the Ismul Mubham or Ismul Mawsul. Ismul Mawsul. So they are also known. Ha'ula'i, haza, hazihi. This one is Ism Ishara, but Ism Mawsul is also there. Ism Ishara is Ism Mawsul. Ism Mawsul Allazi, Allati, okay, Allazina. All these ones, they are also part of they are the Ism Mawsul, but they are also Ma'rifa. Then the fourth one, Al-ism allazi fihi alif wa lam. So that's the one that is very known to almost everybody. When alif wa lam is added to a noun, it is ma'rifa. So al-rajulu, al-gulamu. So that is ma'rifa. Then the last one, anything which is placed in conjunction with any of the above four. So like the Sheikh says here, okay, wama udifa ila wahidin min hazihi al-arba'a. And anything that is made mudaf ilay, that is made mudaf or mudaf ilay to any of these things mentioned. For example, if I say you can see that this pronoun here, ana. So if I say kitab B, the B is ana, is referring to ana. I hope that is clear. So the kitab has now become marifa. I hope that is clear. So if anything is made mudaf or mudaf ilay to these categories, to these four categories, it will also be ma'arifa. I hope that is clear. Okay. So that is for this chapter. This chapter is very short. That is the adjectives, chapter 11. So of course, this will be the end for the chapter 11. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Chapter 12. Here we are looking at al-atf. And when we say atf, it means conjunction. Conjunction. So conjunction, in English, we all know conjunction. When we are joining two or more things. Okay, I bought a pen and a pencil and a marker and an eraser and a duster and so. So all that's a conjunction. Conjunction is basically joining of two things. So in Arabic language we call it al-atf. Okay, atf, conjunction. Okay, so the Sheikh begin by saying that wa huruful atfi asharatun. Huruful atf, they are 10 of them. Wahiya, and they are al-waw wal-fa. So it's not just only wa. That is a conjunction. He mentioned, that's what he's mentioning. He said there are 10 of them. Waw, wa fa, wa summa, wa aw, wa am, wa imma, wa bal, wa la, wa lakin, wa hatta fi ba'd al-mawadi'. So these are the 10 that he has mentioned. All this, they are atf. They are huruful atf. I hope that is clear. So now let's look at them. He begins by saying here that وَحَتَّى فِي بَعْضِ الْمَوَادِعِ, meaning that as for hatta in some cases, he says that فِي بَعْضِ الْمَوَادِعِ فَإِنْ أَطَفْتَ بِهَا عَلَى مَرْفُوءٍ رَفَعْتَ أو على منصوب نصبت أو على مخفوض خفضت أو على مجزوم جزمت. What is he saying here? Observe here. He's saying that when two things are joined by a conjunction, a harf al-atf, they must have the same i'rab. Meaning that if one is mansub, the other should be mansub. If one is marfu, the other should be marfu. If one is majrur, the other should be majrur. If one is majzum, the other should be majzum. So that's what he's simply saying. When they are joined by, example here, Qama Zaidun wa Amrun. So Zaid is, in Arabic we call it as the ma'tuf alay. And then the Amrun is what we term as the ma'tuf. So the two things that are joined by the conjunction, they must have the same i'rab. See here, Zaidun is marfu by Dhamma. Amrun is marfu by Dhamma. So meaning they must have the same i'rab. That's what I'm saying. If one is Dhamma, the other should be Dhamma. If one is Fatha, the other should be Fatha. Or Mansub, the other should be Mansub. If one is Majrur, the other should be Majrur. If one is Jazm, the other should be Jazm. I hope that is clear. So, Qama Zaidun wa Amrun. Ra'aytu Zaidan wa Amran. Marartu bi Zaidin wa Amrin. Wa Zaidun lam yakum wa lam yaqud. Lam yakum wa lam yaqud. He didn't stood, nor did he sat. So if you look at all of them, here is mansub, marfu bi dhamma. Here is also marfu bi dhamma. Here is marfu bil fatha. منصوب بالفتحة منصوب بالفتحة مجرور بالكسرة مجرور بالكسرة مجزوم بسكون مجزوم بسكون. I hope you can see that. So that is what the Sheikh mentioned here for atf. When atf, during atf, when you join two things, they must have the same row. I hope that is clear. Okay. So let's look at an example here. That's all for the this bab. But let's look at an example here, and then we will end the lesson. This example is from the Quran. Okay, the ayah that talks about wudu. Okay, ya ayyuhalladhina amanu iza kumtum ila salati faghsilu wujuhakum wa aydiyakum ila al-marafiqi wamsahu bi ru'usikum wa arjulakum ila al-ka'bayn. So Allah is saying that when we get up to attend the prayer, faghsilu wujuhakum, we should wash our faces. So this faghsilu is a fi'l al-amr. So wujuhakum is the object. Okay, is the maf'ul bihi. So it is fatha. Wujuha. It's not wujuhu. Okay, it is wujuha. So because maf'ul bihi. And then the next one is aydiyakum. So you can see the ya here is having fatha. It's because it's maf'ul bihi. So we should wash our face and our hands. So you can see the atf. This is a harf al-atf. The wa here in between them. Here, the wa is a harf al-atf, and it is joining two things. But here wujuha and then aydiya. You can see they are all mansub. So that's what we said. When atf, during atf, they must have the same i'rab. Ila al-marafiq. Wamsahu. So this is another amr. Wamsahu and wipe. Biru'usikum. So this B is a half a jar. It has make the sin here to be having kasra. Biru'usikum, and then wipe your head. Wa arjulakum. So meaning that, so you can see this red, this amr, this red, wamsahu, wipe, is only affecting this head, the head. Wa arjulakum. So meaning, see here is not arjulikum. Here is ru'usikum, and here is arjula, not arjuli. Meaning that this is not part of this. This is not an atf to this. Meaning that it's not wipe your head and wipe your legs. Arjulikum. If it was ru'usikum wa arjulikum, it will mean they are both returning to the wipe. The wipe is for the head and the legs. But here is fatha. So meaning it is not an atf to this. Meaning it's an atf to another thing. So we have to check the sentence somewhere else. It's an atf to another thing. That's the beauty of Arabic language. If you look at here, they are just following one another, but it doesn't mean it should just be following. In English, when you just, it should be following one another, book and pen, then it means they are together. But in Arabic, the Arab is what matters. Here is kesra, here is fatha, meaning they are not the same. They are not joining. The conjunction is not for these two things. It's for this and another thing somewhere. So we look, where is there a fatha? So we come back here, what idea, meaning it's an atf to this idea, because they are the same family. Arjula fatha, idea fatha. So it is an atf to this. So meaning the washing is for the face. You wash your face, then you wash your hands, and then you wash your legs. But you don't wipe. The wiping is only for the head. So you don't come and then you wipe your legs. You just come and wipe your legs. That's the beauty. If here was just kesra, it would mean you wipe your legs. You don't wash it. You see? So that is what. That's the beauty of Arabic language and how it helps us to understand the Quran at large. Alhamdulillah. We'll pause here. This will be the end for this particular chapter number 12. Inshallah, in the next session, of course, tomorrow we'll have a break. We'll not have a lesson for tomorrow. Okay. But the next day, tomorrow is Friday. So after Friday, I think Saturday, inshallah, we'll continue. We'll continue on Saturday. But tomorrow we'll take a break. We'll have a break for tomorrow. Tomorrow there won't be a lesson. Inshallah, Saturday we'll continue. Saturday. And then we'll continue till the end of the book, inshallah. So, Saturday we'll continue from chapter 13 to sister, right? Or 15, chapter 13 to chapter 13 to chapter 16, inshallah. Jazakumullahu khairan. So, please, if you have a question, the floor is open for a few minutes. You can bring it up and then we'll clarify on that. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. And if you can remember, we were looking at chapter 12, and then we were able to complete it. So in this particular lesson, today we are going to be looking at chapter 13, Babul Tawqid. So that's the first thing we are going to begin with. We're going to begin by looking at Tawqid. And at Tawqid, when we say Tawqid, Tawqid is, in simplicity, emphasis. So the Sheikh says that at-Tawqid tabi'un lil mu'akkid fi raf'ihi wa nasbihi wa hafdihi wa ta'rifihi. Okay, he's saying that at-Tawqid, and as I said, Tawqid means emphasis. So example, I say Muhammad wrote the exams himself. Abdul Karim did the assignment himself. So I am emphasizing the fact that he did it. It's not that someone helped him. So that is Tawqid. I hope that is clear. So Tawqid means emphasis. So in Arabic language, we have a list of some words that we use for emphasis. And the Sheikh will mention it here, just like in English. Certain words come for emphasis. Example, I see himself. He did it himself. So that is emphasis. I hope that is clear. So, or you say collectively. Okay, they came here collectively. So this is for emphasis. Okay, or you say they came here, all of them. So all of them is to signify that there is no exception. So you are emphasizing the fact that all of them did came here. There is no exception. So that is similar. We have certain words in the Arabic language that we use for Tawqid. And so we are going to look at them, and then we'll also look at their i'rab in a sentence, how they have been affected grammatically in a sentence. So the Sheikh, as the Sheikh says here, at-Tawqid tabi'un lil mu'akkid. The Tawqid, the emphasis, the emphasizer, the thing that is coming for the emphasis, and the thing it is emphasizing, they must follow one another in terms of i'rab. So if the thing it is emphasizing is mansub, it should also be mansub. If it is majrur, it should also be majrur. If it is marfu, it should also be marfu. I hope that is clear. So that is what the Sheikh says mentioned here. في رفعه ونصبه وخفضه وتعريفه ويكون بألفاظ معلومة وهي, and there are some known words, okay, there are some known utterance, and they are, so he's going to mention them here: النفس والعين وكل وأجمع وتوابع أجمع. So that's what he has mentioned. وهي أقطع وأبطع وأبصع. So what are those words that we use for emphasis in Arabic language? That's what he has mentioned here. And nafsu is the first one. And nafsu. So for example, if I say Ja'a nafsuhu, he came himself. Ja'a nafsuhu, he came himself. Then the second one, al-aynu. Al-aynu. Al-ayn in the Arabic language, it means a lot of things. Ayn can mean a lot of things. Ayn can mean the source of something. Ayn can also mean just the eye, the human eye, or the eye of a living thing is the ayn. Ayn can also mean source of something. So for example, if there is water and I'm asking, Ayna aynu, or where is it sprouting from? Where is it coming from? Like, where is the source? The source of something, the origin of something can be the ayn. And ayn, of course, In this particular context, it means tawkid, emphasis. So like I said, Ja'a Ainuhu, he came himself, is to give emphasis. Now the third one is kullun. Kullun is also used for emphasis. Kullun is also used for emphasis. فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ. All of them did so. So it is emphasizing the fact that they really did it. So emphasis, the third word for emphasis that we are seeing here is kullun. Then the fourth one is ajma'u. Ajma'u is also for emphasis. It also comes for emphasis collectively. It means together. So like فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ ajma'un. So collectively, meaning that there is no exception. It is also used for emphasis. So these are the four things that we are seeing. And nafsu, al-ainu, kullun, and then ajma'u. Now the Sheikh continued by saying that he didn't stop there. He mentioned that وَتَوَابِعُ ajma', and then the tawabi' of ajma'. وَهِيَ أَقْتَعُ وَأَبْتَعُ وَأَبْصَعُ. Now what does it mean? Observe. These three things he has mentioned. Aqta'u, abta'u, absa'u. These three things, they usually come after ajma'u. They usually follow ajma'u. So that's why it says tawabi'u ajma'. They usually come after ajma'. Most of the time you see a sentence and then one of these three things will come after the ajma' for further emphasis. So for example, you can hear something like Ja'a al-qawmu ajma'un aqta'un. So it is all of them. All these three, aqta'u, abta'u, absa'u, they all mean ajma'u. They are having the same meaning. They all mean collectively, but it mostly follow ajma'u for further emphasis. If you want to make your tawkid, your emphasis strongly, okay, you may use ajma'u and further use one of these words again for further emphasis. But like I said, they all means collectively. So that is what he says. Now we are going to look at examples as he's saying here. He says that Takulu qama Zaidun nafsuhu. So look at this example. This is the first one. Let me enlarge it. See? Okay. I hope you are seeing. You can see. Okay. So look at here. Qama Zaidun nafsuhu. Zaid stood himself. Meaning that it is not someone who helped him to stand up. Okay. He just stood up himself. Or it's not someone who made him to stand up. So Qama Zaidun nafsuhu. Second example. Ra'aytul qawma kullahum. I saw the people. Okay, a qawm, a group of people, whether a nation or so ra'aytul qawma kullahum. I saw the people, all of them collectively. So it is also for emphasis. It is meaning that there's no exception. I really saw all of them. Then the third one, marartu bil qawmi ajma'in. So ajma'in is also for emphasis, which also means collectively. I hope that is clear. Okay, now what you need to know here is, like we said, like the Sheikh said at the beginning, that at tawkid tabi'un lil mu'akkid fi i'rabihi. The tawkid, the thing that is emphasizing, the emphasizer, okay, the word that comes for the emphasis. Example, nafsuhu, kulluhu, ajma'u. All of them, when they come, they must follow the thing they are emphasizing in Arab. If the thing they are emphasizing is marfu, they should also be marfu. If the thing they are emphasizing is mansub, they should also be mansub. If the thing they are emphasizing is majrur, they should also be majrur. Example, Zaidun, qama Zaidun nafsuhu. So you see, Zaidun is marfu. You can see marfu with dhamma. Here, nafsu, not nafsa or nafsi. So it is also marfu bil dhamma. So the thing that is being emphasized and the word that is emphasizing, they must have the same i'rab. Ra'aytul qawma kullahum, not kulluhum, because here is al qawma with fatha. I hope that is clear. So the kullah should also be mansub. So the tawkid, the word coming for the emphasis, and then the mu'akkid, the thing that is being emphasized, should have the same i'rab. I hope that is clear. Marartu bil qawmi Ajma'in, not ajma'un. I hope that is clear. It is not ajma'un. This is Jamu Muzakkar Salim. So it is initially ajma'un because here is majrur, okay, or mahfud. Here should also be majrur. So ajma'in. I hope that is clear. Now let's look at the last example in red. You can see in red. فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ أَجْمَعُونَ. Okay, فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ أَجْمَعُونَ. So all the angels, they prostrated. كُلُّهُمْ, all of them. أَجْمَعُونَ, collectively. I hope that is clear. So this is further emphasis. I hope that is clear. Allah is just trying to make the point clear that for you not to even think that maybe there was an exception. All of them, all the angels collectively, they prostrated. I hope that is clear. So tawkid, we may use more than one tawkid in a sentence, like this particular sentence. Okay, kulluhum could have been enough. Okay, فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُم, you could have just said that and it would mean that all of them. But Allah further add ajma'un to make the thing very strong and leave no room for doubt. Most of the time, or sometimes, the reason for using emphasis is not just to emphasize, but it is something that we call izalatu shak, the removal of doubt. The removal of doubt. Sometimes you use emphasis to remove doubt, mainly if the people you are speaking to, they have doubt in what you are seeing, then you may use an emphasis. Example, Allah says in the Quran, Inna Qaruna kana min qawmi Musa fabagha alayhim. Indeed, Qarun was from the people of Musa. The funny thing is, if you look at how Allah described him, you may not understand, because Pharaoh enslaved the Israelites. Pharaoh enslaved, Banu Israel in Egypt. He enslaved them. So if you are not, it was kind of like racism. You know, they were initially not from Egypt. Okay, they were. If you look at Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam, he finally found himself in Egypt. Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam, we all know that this qisas. And so from him come the generation up to that point. The Bani Israel, that's what they ended up in Egypt. And so they were not initially there. That's not initially their country. So when Pharaoh saw them as, when foreigners are in your country and you don't value them, that was how he saw them. And so he enslaved them. He used them to do all kind of things that he wants. And not just even pay them or do it. It's pure slavery, pure zulm. He kills, he can do whatever he wants, and no one can say anything. So, but Qarun was also from them. He was a foreigner. He was not an Egyptian. He was from the Banu Israel. So looking at what Pharaoh was doing to them, slaughtering their babies and all this, but he was having a lot of money, like Allah described him, the kind of wealth Allah granted him. So if you look at these two things, it doesn't match. His people are being enslaved, killed, slaughtered, and he can't do anything. And on the other side, he's from them. But look at the kind of money he's having, and he's living a free life in Egypt. So how is that possible? So that's why Allah says, Inna Qaruna. Indeed, because the narrator, those listening and you are observing this, you will be, if you are reading the Quran and you see this, you think, how is that possible? Because he was from them, and he is living this kind of life. How is that possible? So, and then so Allah says, Inna Qaruna. So mostly tawkid, that inna is for tawkid. So it sometimes come for something that we call izalatu shak, the removal of doubt. Allah is saying he is indeed among them, even despite the wealth he is having and the kind of luxurious life he is living, he was from them. I hope that is clear. So tawkid can sometimes come for izalatu shak, the removal of doubt. I hope that is clear. So that is the chapter of Tawqid. It's very short. It's very short, and that is all of it. So inshallah, as we usually do, if you have a question, you can just note it down. At the end of the lesson, we'll give some minutes for questions and answer session. So we'll move to the next chapter. That will be chapter 14. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. Chapter 14. So chapter 14 is Babul Badal. Babul Badal. We are going to look at Badal. Al-Badal. Al-Badal, the closest word to it in English is what we term as a substitute. A what? A substitute. A substitute. Example. If I say, Mr. Muhammad, the doctor came here. Mr. Muhammad, the doctor came here. The Mr. Muhammad and the doctor, the word Mr. Muhammad and doctor, are they referring to the same person? Yes. So Mr. Muhammad, the doctor came here. So I could have just simply used one of them. So meaning that Mr. Muhammad and then doctor are the same person. It's just that I am adding doctor to make further clarification. I hope that is clear, because there may be a lot of Mr. Muhammads. So if I say Mr. Muhammad came here, maybe assuming that a lot of the one you are speaking to, he knew or he knows a lot of Mr. Muhammads. So he may not be clear specifically who you are talking about. So but if you see Mr. Muhammad, the doctor came here, you have now further narrowed down the ambiguity. So it is now clear here. So adding the doctor, in Arabic we call it badal. A badal is something that comes for further emphasis, but at the end of the day, those two things are referring to the same person. So that is badal. I hope that is clear. We call it a substitute, meaning that if you remove it, the sentence still make meaning. I mean, I didn't say Mr. Muhammad the doctor came here, and I just said Mr. Muhammad came here. The sentence makes meaning. It makes meaning, but adding the doctor further makes it clear. I hope that is clear. But removing one of them, if I say remove Mr. Muhammad or I remove the doctor, the sentence still makes meaning. So in other words, they are substitutes of one another. They are just talking about the same person. So that's what them as badal. But let's look at how the Sheikh explained it here. But that's just a basic explanation. He says that al-badal Iza ubdila ismun, when a noun is replaced by another noun, or fi'lun, or verb, or fi'lun min fi'lin, tabi'ahu fi jami'i i'rabihi. So he didn't explain, he's just saying that they follow one another in i'rab. I hope that is clear, and that's true. That is true. They follow one another in i'rab. So he's saying that if a noun is substituted with the other, like the example I gave you, the Mr. Muhammad and the doctor. Okay, Mr. Muhammad, the doctor came here. Mr. Muhammad and the doctor, they are the same person, just that they come for further emphasis. But so he's saying that in Arabic language, if one of the words is having a particular, the first, especially the first word, is having a particular i'rab, the second word that you put for further emphasis, for further clarification, it must have the same i'rab. So if the first one is majroor, as you say Mr. Muhammad, so in Arabic I will say Sayyidu Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad. At-tabibu ja'a huna, Mr. Muhammad the doctor came here. So Sayyidu Muhammad at-tabibu. So Sayyid Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad, and then at-tabibu, they must have the same i'rab. If Sayyid Muhammad is mansub, at-tabibu should be mansub. If Sayyid Muhammad is marfu, at-tabibu should be marfu. If Sayyid Muhammad is majroor, at-tabibu should be majroor. So that's what the Sheikh is saying here. في جميع إعرابه وهو أربعة أقسام, and it is in 4 categories or 4 classifications. So al-badal, we have 4 divisions of al-badal. Yes, and it is so in Arabic language there are 4 types of badal. So he's going to mention them. The first one we have badal shay min shay. Okay, badal shay'in min shay'in, or we see kullun min al-kull, kull min al-kull, or shay'un min al-shay. They are both the same. Then the second one, al-badal ba'd min al-kull. The second one is ba'd min al-kull. Don't worry, we'll look at all this, what they mean. Then the third one, badal ishtimal. We have badal ishtimal, you can see it here. Then the fourth one, wa badalu galat. And then the badalu galat. Now let's look at them one after the other. What does it mean? If we say badal shay min al-shay, meaning that it is complete substitution. Kullun min al-kull, that's the other name for it. Shay'un min al-shay or kullun min al-kull is another name for it, meaning that it is total substitution. Let me give you an example here. See here. These are examples. So the first one, I'm talking about the kullun min al-kull. If I say Ja'a Zaydun akhuka, or the example I give you, Ja'a Sayyidu Muhammad at-Tabibu, Mr. Muhammad the doctor came here. So Mr. Muhammad, Sayyidu Muhammad at-Tabibu. You can see it's the same thing. It's not a part of the thing. For you to understand it, let me give you the second example, and you see we have to explain the second type so that you understand the first type, because it will help us. So look at the second one. So just pause for the first one. Let's look at the second one. Badalu ba'd min al-kull. So ba'd means part. Min al-kull, of all. So part of it. It's not all. It's total substitution. It's a part substitution. Example, akeltu ragifa sulusahu. I ate the bread, 1/3 of it. So akeltu ragifa. I ate the bread. Sulusahu. This sulusahu is a badal, is a substitute, because sulusahu and then aragifa is talking about the same thing. They are the same thing, just that the sulusahu is a part of the bread. It's not a total substitution. But if as Ajuna say akeltu ragifa kullahu, it means total. That is total substitution. You ate all of it. So the kullahu and then the ragifa, they are the same thing. They are, absolutely the same thing. But if you say akeltu ragifa nisfahu, I ate the bread, half of it, it's not a total substitution. The nisfahu is a part of the ragif, so we call it ba'd min al-kull. But if the thing you are substituting and then the substitutor is all the same, we call it kull min al-kull. Like the example I give you, I care to ragifa kullahu, I ate the ragif, the bread, all of it. So the all of it and then the bread is the same thing. It's not part of it. I hope that is clear. So Ja'a Zaydun akhuka. Zayd, your brother, came here. Zayd, your brother, came here. So akhuka and then Zayd is total substitution. I hope that is clear. So call it kull min al-kull. I hope that is clear. Okay, then the third one is badalu ishtimal. Badalu ishtimal. And that one comes for something that is not physical. I hope that is clear. Something that is not physical. Example, a feature of something. If you substitute someone by his feature, example, if you say أعجبني الطالب خلقه, the student amazed me. أعجبني الطالب خلقه. خلق is characters. So his character, the student amazed me, his character. Or I was amazed by the student, his character. So his character and the student, it is a substitute because they are both referring to the same thing. But the substitute, the hulukuhu, is not, it's a feature of the student. I hope that is clear. It's something that's not physical. So that's what we term as badal istimal. Look at here. Example. This is another example. Nafani Zaydun. Zayd benefited me. Ilmuhu, his knowledge. I could have simply said Nafa'ani Zaydun and I'll stop there. But I further added ilmuhu to make further clarification. I hope that is clear. So they are badal, they are substitute. But is it something physical? No. It is a feature of Zayd that benefited me. So when a feature is used as a substitute of another thing, we call it badal ishtimal. It's something that's not physical, a feature that is not physical. I hope that is clear. That is badal al-ishtimal. Or you see, I like the student, his character. His character and then the student, they are both talking about the same thing. It comes for further clarification, but the character is a feature of the student. So that's badal al-ishtimal. Then the last one, badal galat. Galat in Arabic means mistake. Mistake. So when you make mistake and then you correct yourself, we call it badal al-galat. Example, I saw Muhammad, Zayd. So that is a mistake I've made. Assuming I was to see Zayd and I mistakenly mentioned Muhammad. So I say, Ra'aytu Muhammad, hey, Zaid. So what I've just said, I made a mistake in the name, and then I corrected myself and I mentioned another name. So that is badal, is a substitute. You have substituted one name with the other, but it is mistakenly. So we call it badal al-ghalat. Example, Ra'aytu Zaidan al-farasa. Ra'aytu Zaidan al-farasa. So it's not intentionally written like this. No one will write something like this. It's mostly in loves, in speaking. When you are speaking, that you mistakenly mention one name that you were not supposed to mention. Then you mention another name, the correct name. So the first one is a mistake. So you have substituted it with another one, but it is out of mistake. Of course, if it is writing, you simply cancel it. Oh, yes, very funny. So that is Badal Galat. I hope that is clear. Okay, so that is what the Sheikh mentioned here. He just mentioned the examples. Kul min al kul, ba'd min. So that's the types of badal that we have. Kul min al kul, total substitution. Then ba'd min al kul, part of substitution. It's not total substitution. Then badal al ishtimal. Badal ishtimal is when the thing is something, not a physical feature. Okay, a feature of something, you substitute a feature of something with it. Example, the student benefited me, okay, or I like the student, his character. So his character is, and then the student, they are the same thing, they are talking about the same thing, and they are substitute of one another, but just that the character is something, is a feature of the student. How that is clear. Then Badal al-Galat comes when you make a mistake in speaking. You mention one name and then you quickly mention a different name. Okay, so that's substituted a wrong name with another name. And so that is the bab of Badal. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson, chapter 15. Chapter 15, we are talking about Babul Mansubat al-Asma. We are going to look at Mansubat. They are particular words that are mansub by default. Okay, their normal state is mansub. It's being like we saw, nouns in their default state are marfu. So for example, you can just say al-kitaba and then you are sitting down. Okay, al-kitaba. It doesn't make meaning. But if you say al-kitabu, the book, we all know the book al-kitabu. So nouns in their default state, they are what? Marfu. Or you come and say al-kalami. Al-kalami, no one says that. Okay. Or you come and say aina al-kalama or aina al-kalami. You ask, there's a grammatical problem because there should be something that will make it majrur or mansub. But in their default state, they are marfu. So you see al-kitabu, al-kalamu, al-daftaru. How that is clear. But there are some nouns, not necessarily some nouns alone, nouns or verbs. In their normal state, they are marfu. They are mansub. They are mansub. So they are exception. Their normal state, always they are mansub. They are supposed to be mansub. What are these words? Let's look at them. That's what this chapter will teach us. Babu mansubat al-asma. So the Sheikh begin by saying that al-mansubatu khamsata ashara. There are 15 of them. Wahia, and they are. So he's going to mention them. In this chapter, he's not going to explain them. He's just going to mention them. Chapter 16 onwards, we'll start explaining them one after the other. So he will just mention the 15 mansubat, words that are mansub by default. He will mention them here. So this chapter, we're not going to learn them. We are just going to see what they mention them. Then the next chapters, we'll take them and look at them one after the other. So I hope that is clear. So let's mention them. Of course, that's what is in the table here. You can see the table here. That's what is in it. But let's read from what Sheikh is saying. He says that wahia, and they are al-maf'ul bihi. Maf'ul bihi. Maf'ul bihi is always mansub. Then al-masdar. Masdar was zarf zaman. وظرف مكان يعني ظرف مكان والحال والتمييز والمستثنى والاسم لا ومنادى وخبر كان وأخواتها والمفعول من أجله. So مفعول من أجله is also منصوب always. المفعول معه and then منصوب مفعول معه والتابع للمنصوب and then the توابع of we look at them. What are the توابع of المنصوبات? وهو أربعة and they are four. So he mentioned them. أربعة أشياء, there are four things. النعات, العطف, التوكيد, and then البدل. We'll look at them. So here he just mentioned them. He doesn't explain them. He just mentioned them. So all these, they are supposed to be mansub daiman always. So al-maf'ul bihi, al-masdar, ظرف زمان, ظرف مكان, الحال, التمييز, المستثنى, الاسم لا, المنادى, المفعول من أجله, المفعول معه, خبر كان وأخواتها, الفاعل إن وأخواتها, المفعول ظننت وأخواتها, and then تابع المنصوب, تابع of منصوب, تابع of منصوب. تابع of منصوب means that anything that is mansub and another thing is following it, it will be mansub. So example, look at these examples. Let me explain the last one and then we'll go and look at them one after the other. So the first one he mentioned is, he's saying that here when we see tabi'ul mansub, the tabi'ul mansub means that if something is mansub and then another thing is following it, either as in na'at, or due to atf, conjunction, or due to tawkid, or due to badal, it will also be mansub. So if these four things, something is either na'at, or ma'tuf, or a tawkid, or a badal, to something that is mansub, it will also be mansub. Example, look at the example. Ra'aytu Zaidan al-akila. This al-akila is a na'at. I hope that is clear. This al-akila is a na'at, it's an adjective. So it is following, is an adjective of what? Of a noun that is mansub. So it should also be mansub. So that's what the Sheikh is saying. At-tabi' or mansub, meaning that something that follows another thing which is mansub, and it is a na'at to it. It is going to also be mansub. I hope that is clear. Then the next one, ra'aytu walada wa abahu. So al-atf, we all know al-atf, conjunction. If we have seen this, a conjunction, and then the thing that you are joining it to, they must have the same error. So ra'aytu walada. So this is the ma'tuf alay. We call it ma'tuf alay. Then the second thing that is being, the other conjunction is called ma'tuf. They must have the same error. Ra'aytu walada wa abahu, not abuhu. Oh, that is clear. So if this one is the ma'tuf, and so because it is following something that is mansub, it is now also mansub. Ja'a Zaidun nafsuhu, marfu, because it is tawkid. Inna haza al-kitaba lajamilun, badal. Inna haza, this is this one, because this one haza is mabni, it doesn't change. So but it is it is mansub. In this case it is mansub, just that it is badal. And so there's I'm saying it is badal, it is mabni, and so you don't see the effect. But this one, which is a badal, will take the keys, which is mansub. So that's what he meant here. Now don't worry, we're now going to take them, look at them one after the other. We'll take maf'ulun bihi, masdar, zarf zaman, zarf makan, hal, tamyiz, mustasna, ismullah, munada, المفعول من أجله على مفعول معه خبر كان وأخواتها فاعل إن وأخواتها مفعولات ظننت وأخواتها. We'll take them and look at them one after the other. So that will be in the next chapter. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson, chapter 16. Okay, we are looking at al-maf'ul bihi. That's the first one that we mentioned. Al-maf'ul bihi. Ma ma'na maf'ul bihi? What's the meaning of maf'ul bihi? Of course, we all know maf'ul bihi. Maf'ul bihi, like we simply see in Arabic, in English, the object. So if I say I slapped Zaid, I slapped Zaid. So who is the receiver of the verb? I am the doer. I slapped Zaid. So Zaid is the receiver, is the recipient of the verb. And so he's what? He's, in Arabic we call it maf'ulun bihi. So I think this is not something that is strange to all of us. All of us, we already know what maf'ulun bihi means. So let's look at what the Sheikh says here. The Sheikh says that huwa al-ismul mansub allazi yaqa'u. This should be qaf, not fa. So allazi yaqa'u bihi al-fi'l. Nahwu darabtu Zaidan wa rakibtu al-farasa. So he's saying that it is the direct object, ismul mansub, and it is mansub allazi yaqa'u bihi al-fi'l, by which the verb occurs. Example, darabtu Zaidan, I struck Zaid, or I beat Zaid, or I hit Zaid. So this Zaid is the maf'ul bihi. Rakibtu al-farasa, I rode the horse. So the horse is the recipient, is the one who receives the verb. Okay. وَهُوَ عَلَى كِسْمَيْنِ, and it is in two categories, or two types, or two classifications. So Zahir wa Mudmir. Zahir and the Mudmir. Okay. When we say Zahir and Mudmir, we have already seen it several times. Zahir. Okay, when we're looking at the mansubat, we look at Zahir and the Mudmir. So it shouldn't be something strange to us. Zahir means explicitly, Mudmir means implicit. Okay, so Zahir is, we'll look at it. Don't worry. Let's look at what he's saying. فَالظَّاهِرُ مَا تَقَدَّمَ ذِكْرُهُ. That's the same thing when we're looking at the mansubat. That was the same thing he said. مَا تَقَدَّمَ ذِكْرُهُ. وَالْمُدْمِرُ كِسْمَانِ. So Zahir is when it is mentioned explicitly by name. Darabtu Zaidan, I hit Zaid. Zaid is mentioned by name, so that's Zahir. Zahir means, when we say Zahara, for in Arabic the verb Zahara means for something to become apparent, so that everyone can see it. That is Zahara. Okay, Zahara. I hope that is clear. So Darabtu Zaidan. So the recipient of the verb Zaid is mentioned by name explicitly. Everyone can see it. If I ask you what is the maf'ul bihi, you tell me it's Zaid. But assuming I use a pronoun, so that is mudmir. It's not mentioned by name. Okay, it's a pronoun, and a pronoun is ambiguous. Okay, if I say he stole the pen, he stole the pen. Who is that he? We don't know. If a lot of people are seeing and they say he stole the pen, it could mean anyone. But if I mention name, assuming the class I came and said, Abdul Karim stole the pen. In this particular key context, there is no room for ambiguity. It is now explicit. I hope that is clear. So that's what we mean by Zahir. Zahir is explicitly mentioned by name. Mudmir is, mostly we use when it is a pronoun and there is a kind of ambiguity in it. I hope that's clear. So that's Mudmir. So he says that, so that's the Zahir and the Mudmir. He now says that the Mudmir, when it is, represented by, not by name, it can be of two types. The Mudmir can also be of two types, Muttasil and the Munfasil. Muttasil, connected, Munfasil, separated. When we say Muttasil, when we say Ittasala, it means to connect. Okay, to connect. It comes from the origin sil. Sil means connection. Okay. Example, like we have the Salat. Even Salat is coming from that origin sil. Sword and the lamb. Okay, sil is coming from Salat. Salat is coming from that origin, a connection between us and Allah. So verb nouns with this origin, from this root origin, it means connection. Okay. So like we have silsila or silsil. It's the chain. You see how a chain is connected. So ittasala, it means to connect, for something connected. How that is clear. Now when we say munfasil means separated. Okay, when you see fassala, it's coming from the roots fa, sword, and the lamb, which comes to mean separation. Example, fasal. When you go to a madrasa, a school, okay, you see fasalun has a fasal. This classroom. Why did they call it fasal? Fasal, as I said, fa, sword, and lamb. It comes to mean separation. We don't just take all the students of the school and put them in one class. We separate them based on their levels. So this is primary. This is primary 2. This is primary 5. hope that is clear. So there's separation. Even the judgment day is called Yawmul Fasl. You see it in the Quran, Yawmul Fasl. On the day of judgment, of course, there will be separation. Those who are good, or those who did good, and those who were wrongdoers. Of course, they won't be together. There will be separation. So it's just called Yawmul Fasl. I hope that is clear. So that's the difference. Ittasala, connection, from coming from cell, and then munfasil from fasl, which means separation. So that's the two things that we need to know. So munfasil means connected. Muttasil means connected. Munfasil means separated. Now, he says that when it is muttasil, when it is connected, meaning that the pronoun is connected to the verb. Example, darabtuhu. You see the pronoun is connected to it. Darabtuhu. I hope that is clear. Darabtuhu. The pronoun is connected to the verb. So that's what he is mentioning here. And he says that they are isna ashara. Okay, they are 12 in number. And they are here. Darabani. Darabana. Darabaka, Darabaki, Darabakuma, Darabakum, Darabakunna, Darabahu, Darabaha, Darabahuma, Darabahum, Darabahunna. Okay, so these are the 12 forms of the muttasil. Muttasil meaning, of course, when we say mudmir, it means it's represented by a pronoun. But of course, the pronoun could be attached to the verb, or it can be separated. So when it is connected to the verb, example, Dorabahu, he beat him. Dorabahu, the pronoun is attached to the verb. So that is muttasil. And when the pronoun is separated, it is called munfasil. And that's what he is mentioning here. They are also 12. Doraba iyahu, meaning he beat him. But we didn't say Dorabahu. You are separating the pronoun, the recipient of the verb from the verb itself. So Dorabahu, he beat him. Doraba iyahu, rather. Doraba iyahu. Doraba iyana, doraba iyaki, doraba iyaki, doraba iyakuma, doraba iyakum, doraba iyakunna, doraba iyahu, doraba iyahuma, doraba iyahuma, doraba iyahum, doraba iyaha, doraba iyahunna. So these are the 12 pronouns of it. I hope that is clear. And what we need to know is that most of the time you see iya, iyahu. It comes to, mostly we use it when to avoid confusion. Example, if I want to say, he gave it to him, how will I say it? He gave it to him. And I want to use the verb a'ta. You know, a'ta yu'ti, it means to give. So if I want to use that verb to say, he gave it to him, how would I say? A'tahu, hu. And you see there's a confusion there. You can't say a'tahu, hu. He gave it to him. So there are two pronouns here. The it and then him. He gave it to him. Assuming there is a book and I'm saying that he gave the book to him, and I want to say he gave it to him. So the it and the him, they are two pronouns, and they could all of them will be who because they are masculine. So you can't say a'tahu, which of the who is referring to the him and which of it is referring to the it. There's ambiguity. You can't even say that. It's not allowed. So you have to use the iya. So when in those cases where there can be two pronouns, assuming the pronoun of the doer itself is a pronoun, and the maf'ul bihi is also a pronoun. So you change the maf'ul bihi, separate it by using iya. So I'll say a'tahu iyahu. A'tahu, he gave it, iyahu, to him. I'll say a'tahu. How that is clear. So that is mostly what happens. It is mostly used in place of the damir al-muttasil. Okay, when it is the maf'ul bihi in the sentence, and mostly if there is already a damir, sometimes if there is already a damir, to avoid confusion, we separate it by using iya. So a'tahu iyahu, a'taitu iyahu, I gave it to him. Okay, a'taituhu iyahu, a'taituhu iyahu, I gave it to him. I won't say a'taituhu, I gave it to him. That's not confusion. You don't say hu or ha. You repeat the same syllables. Okay. So that is it for the babul maf'ulun bihi. Maf'ulun bihi is very easy. Something. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson, chapter 17, and that is babul masdar. Masdar. Okay, masdar. So let's look at it. When we say masdar, in English we say verbal noun. Verbal noun. Verbal noun. So if I say, I don't like, or he don't like going to school. He don't like going to school. So going is what? It's a noun. It's not a verb. You can't say it is a verb. Obviously, it's clear. If you say he went to, or he went to school, he went to school. So the went is a verb. But if you say he don't like going, of course, when you say like, the object is supposed to be a noun. I like a pen. I like a book. I like watermelon. So the like, when you say like, of course, the verb, the recipient, or the in Arabic who say the maf'ulun bihi, it has to be a noun. So if you say he don't like going to school, so meaning going is a what? It's a noun, right? So it's a kind of, it's a verbal noun. So that's what term as maf'ulun, masdar. Masdar. I hope that is clear. Masdar. Okay. So you say I like sitting. I like sitting. Okay. So that's a verbal noun. So verbal noun in Arabic we call it masdar. 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 I hope that is clear. Masdar. So jalasa means he sat. But if I want to say sitting, okay, julus. Julus. So he doesn't like school, or he doesn't like going to school. Okay. So as zahab, it's all term as going. Going. The actual verb is zahaba. Zahaba means he went. Yazhabu, he is going. But if you say zahab, it means going as a noun. As a noun form. Okay. So al-masdar huwa al-ismu al-mansub الذي يجيء ثالثا في تصريف الفعل. So he says that it is what occupies the third position. Okay. It is what comes as a third, put in the third position of the construction or conjugation of verbs. In Arabic language, we conjugate verbs by saying example. Okay, jalasa yajlisu julus. That's how verbs are being conjugated. We mentioned the three: daraba yadribu darban, kataba yaktubu kitaban. Oh, that is clear. So verbs are conjugated in that form. So he says that the third one, the first one is always madi, the past tense verb. Then you mention the mudore, the present tense verb, and then you mention the masdar. So the third one is the masdar. So that's what he's saying. The third one is always the masdar. So if you open an Arabic dictionary, mostly you see verbs conjugated in this form. Okay, jalasa yajlisu julusan. You see. Okay, zahaba yazhabu zahaban. Okay, kataba yaktubu kitaban kitabatan. So the third position is what is the masdar, is what the masdar occupies. So that's what that's how the sheikh is describing it here. So في تصريف الفعل okay نحو قولك, like you're seeing ضرب يضرب ضربا وهو قسمان, and it is in two divisions. Masdar can be of two types. The first one that he mentioned is lafziyun wa ma'nawiyun. So there will be two types, lafziyun and ma'nawiyun. When we say lafziyun, it means literally, and then ma'nawiyun, it means figuratively. I hope that is clear. So let's look at them. What does it mean further? Let him explain further. So he explained further by saying that فَإِنْ وَاقَفَ لَفْظُهُ لَفْظَ فِعْلِهِ فَهُوَ لَفْظِيٌّ. When we say lafziyun, of course we know lafz is the utterance, the saying of someone. So if Ajrumiyyah you say qataltuhu qatlan, I killed him, I mean severe killing, meaning that you didn't just kill him in a decent manner. Maybe you cut him and then you massacre the person. You cut him into pieces. I mean, you just killed him. There's no probability of him living again. So that is maf'ul. It mostly comes for tawkid, for emphasis. Okay, when you repeat it, sometimes it comes as a maf'ul mutlaq. When you repeat the masdar after the verb, it sometimes comes as a maf'ul mutlaq, and that will mean complete. There's tashdid in the verb. So qataltuhu qatlan, I killed him, complete killing. So you can see that the masdar is the qatlan, and then the verb is qatala. So they are from the same root origin. Qatala, qatlan. You see, they are from the same origin. Even if you look at the letters, they are similar, or they are almost the same thing. So that is lafziyun. Lafziyun is when the masdar and its verb, the verb that the masdar is coming after, if they are the same origin, the same root letters, then that is lafziyun. That's what he says. فَإِنْ وَافَقَ. If they agree, meaning that not just an agreement, if they agree, lafzuhu, if the lafz of the masdar وَافَقَ بِلَفْزِ فِعْلِهِ agrees with the lafz, the letters of the verb, then that is what we term as lafziyun. Okay, example, qataltuhu qatlan. And then ma'nawiyun, when we say ma'nawiyun, of course, when the masdar and the verb, they don't match, they are not from the same root origin. Example, kumtu wukufan. Even though they are the same thing, kumtu, koma means he stood up. Waqafa can also mean he stood up. Oh, that is clear. So, kumtu wukufan, I stood up. I mean, complete standard, wukufan. Okay, so this one is a masdar to this the verb here, but they are not the same, from the same root origin. So that is ma'nawiyun. Even though they have the same ma'na, they have the same meaning. Oh, that is clear, but not the same origin. You can see sometimes where two words can have the same meaning. Oh, that is clear. And so in Arabic language, when we use the masdar and the verb, they have the same meaning, although, but they are not from the same root origin. Then that is ma'nawiyun. Oh, that is clear. So that's the two types of masdar that he mentioned here. And that is basically what the chapter 17 entails. So this is we are picking from chapter 18. So without wasting much time, let's just begin with the chapter 18. Chapter 18, we are going to be looking at Babu Zorf Zaman wa Zorf Makan. Zorf Zaman wa Zorf Makan. These are very similar things, and something that is also very common and well known even in the English language. We are all familiar with Zorf Zaman and Zorf Makan. One main thing is that when we say Zorf Zaman, it is in English what we term as the adverb of time, and then Zorf Makan in English we see adverb of place. So these are basically these two things. What these two things is well known as in terms of the English language. So let's look at what the Sheikh says here. So the Sheikh begin by saying that Zorf Zaman huwa ismul zaman. Zarf zaman is an ism which indicates time. It's an ism that indicates time. Now he says that al-mansub wa taqdir fi nahu al-yawma al-laylata wal-gadwata wa bukratan wa saharan wa gadan wa atamatan wa sabahan wa masa'an wa abadan wa amadan wa hinan wa ma ashbaha zalik. So these are the zuruf that he has mentioned, the adverbs of time. Now, what we say adverb of time, as I said, is we all know adverb of time, even in English language. For example, if I say ra'aytuhu sabahan, so sabahan is an adverb, is a zarf zaman. If I say ra'aytuhu sabahan, I saw him sabahan in the morning. So in the morning, it gives the time, is an adverb of the verb saw. It modifies the verb saw. It gives more information, details about the verb saw. So it gives information about the verb. When did it occur? Then you say in the morning. So it's an adverb of what? Of time. It comes for time for. So it answers the question when. I hope that is clear. It answers the question when. If I say I saw him, then you ask me when. I'll say in the morning. So I'll simply say ra'aytuhu sabahan. I saw him in the morning, to leave no room for further question. I hope that is clear. So that is Zarf Zaman. And then the Sheikh mentioned them, a number of them, that is of a number of surufs that can be used as Zarf Makan, Zarf Zaman rather, in the Arabic language. He mentioned al-laylata al-yawma, gadwatan wa bukratan wa saharan wa gadan wa atamatan wa subahan wa masa'an wa abadan wa amadan wa hinan. So all these, they are example of what? Zuruf Zaman. I hope that is clear. Now he continued by saying that was of Makan, and as for the Zorf Makan, the adverb of place, huwa ismi Makan, it is an ism that indicates place. So we see adverb of place. So it answers the question where. Okay, so if I say waqafa al-mudarrisu amama tulab, the student, the teacher stood in front of the students. Waqafa al-mudarrisu. It is a complete sentence. If I say waqafa al-mudarrisu, the teacher stood. But if I further add amama tulab, in front of the students, so it gives clarification about the verb. Where did the verb occur? So Zorf Zaman, Zorf Makan, it comes to answer the question where. I hope that is clear. Where? Okay. So if I say Sallaytu khalf al-imam, I prayed at the back of the imam. So I could have just said Sallaytu. It's a complete sentence. I prayed. Sallaytu. It has a fa'il and then a fa'il. So it's a complete sentence. Jumla fa'liya. So Sallaytu, it makes mean if I further ask khalf al-imam, at the back of the imam. I hope that is clear. So it answers the question where did the verb occur. So that's what the Sheikh says. And then he further says that huwa ismu al-mansub bitaqdiri fi. Of course, both the Zorf Zaman and then the Zorf Makan, he says taqdiruhu fi or bitaqdir fi. Like the example I give you, Ra'aytu Muhammadan Sabahan. I saw Muhammad Sabahan. So this Sabahan, it just means morning. But in English language, I'll say I saw Muhammad in the morning. But that fi, in Arabic is fi. But when I was saying that there was no fi in the Arabic language, I would say Ra'aytu Muhammadan Sabahan. Sabahan. I didn't say fi sabah. I say Sabahan. So that's why the Sheikh is adding bitaqdir fi, meaning that it comes with the meaning of fi inbuilt in it. So that is why it is always mansub. How that is clear. It is most of the time mansub. Okay. So and there are different ways of writing it. There are different ways in which Zoruf can come. Zoruf Zaman and Zoruf Makan. There are different ways in which they can come. I hope that is clear. Even if you add fi, it will still be a Zorf Makan or Zorf Zaman. I hope that is clear. But without the fi, you have to make it mansub. So I can say Ra'aytuhu fi sabah. Or I will remove the fi, but I will now make it mansub to indicate that it is a Zorf. So I'll say Ra'aytuhu sabahan. Or I will say Ra'aytuhu fi sabah. I hope that is clear without the tanween. But if the fi is not there, the tanween should be there. I hope that is clear. Okay. Now he continued by saying that now he's giving example amama. So he's giving examples of adverbs of place. Then he mentioned amama wa khalfa. So those are what is here. Amama, khalfa, qudama, wara'a, fawqa, tahta, inda, ma, iza'a, hiza'a, tilqa'a, huna, thamma. So all these are examples of what? Zorf Zaman, Zorf Makan, adverbs of place. And as I said, this is not something very difficult. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. Now let's look at hal. When we say hal, what does it mean? What ma'ana hal? What's the meaning of hal? Hal means condition. Example, kayfa haluk? How is your condition? Right? So if you see, every day we see كيف حالك, how is your condition? So hal means condition. I hope that is clear. So in grammar we have another hal, and it is basically similar origin or similar meaning. I hope that is clear. We call it hal, and hal comes to give the condition in which verbs occur. In which verbs occur. Okay. So if I see جاء الجريح دمه يتدفق, جاء الجريح, the injured person came here with his blood gushing out. So assuming I'm a doctor at the hospital and I'm narrating something and I say جاء الجريح دمه يتدفق, the injured person came here with his blood or with blood gushing out from him. So with blood gushing out, that part of the sentence, with blood gushing out, it gives the condition in which the patient came here. I hope that is clear. So in Arabic we call it hal. Hal. It gives the condition in which a particular verb occurred, or in which a particular verb is done. So if I see in what condition did he came here, then that you see here with blood gushing out. I hope that is clear. So another example, if I say ذهبت إليه ماشيا, I went to him. ذهبت إليه, it makes complete meaning. If I say ذهبت إليه, I went to him, everybody will understand. But if I add ماشيا, meaning walking, so that part of the sentence ماشيا, walking, it gives the condition in which I went to him. I didn't go by riding, or I didn't go by driving. I went to him by walking. So that in Arabic we call it hal, a condition in which a verb is done. I hope that is clear. So let's read what the Sheikh says here. The Sheikh says that al-halu huwa al-ismul mansub. A Muslim is mansub. So you see zahabtu ilayhi mashiyan or zahabtu ilayhi rakiban. Okay. So it's mostly in the state of nasb. So that's what the Sheikh says, ismul mansub. Al-mufassiru lima imbahama min al-hayat. Al-mufassiru, it gives explanation, lima imbahama, for what is ambiguous, min al-hayat, of the circumstance. So the verb, assuming I just say and mention a verb, the verb can be done in any condition. So he's saying that the hal explains what is ambiguous about the circumstance in which the verb is done. So that's the function of the hal. It gives further clarification of the circumstance in which the verb is being done. How that is clear. Now he's giving an example. Kaulika ja'a Zaydun rakiban. Zayd came here riding. So assuming he rode a horse or he rode a camel and he came here. So I'll say ja'a Zaydun rakiban. He came here riding. So this rakiban we call it hal because it explains the condition in which the verb is done. He didn't came here driving or walking, but he came here what? Riding. So that's hal. It's a very easy and interesting concept. So ja'a rakiban. So mostly that's how in Arabic language it is always mansub. The hal is mansub. I hope that is clear. Okay. So warakibtul farasa musrajan. Rakibatul farasa. If I say rakibatul farasa, I rode the horse. It makes meaning. But if I add musrajan, I will say sarjun. The sarjun is the saddle of the horse. That's the sarj. So, but if I say musrajan, meaning that sitting on the saddle, I hope that is clear. So it gives the condition in which I rode it. I didn't just ride it anyhow, but I rode it sitting on the saddle. So that's musrajan. Now he says that walakitu Abdullahi rakiban. Lakitu Abdullah. If I say lakitu Abdullah, it makes meaning I met Abdullah. But if I add rakiban, meaning in a state of riding, oh, that is clear. He was riding when I saw him, when I met him. Wama ashbaha zalik, and etc. Oh, that is clear. ذلك ولا يكون الحال وما أشبه ذلك. Now he's saying now ولا يكون الحال, and the hal doesn't occur إلا نكرة, except in a state of nakira. So you see it rakiban, you won't see rakiba. You always see it with tanween, and the tanween is an indefinite article. It signifies that the thing is nakira. So that's what the sheikh is saying. It's always nakira. Mashiyan, rakiban. Hope that is clear. So it's always in that state. Musrajan, as you are seeing. Okay. So that's why it's saying illa nakira. Wala yakulu illa ba'da tamamil kalam. And it doesn't occur except after after the sentence is complete. So see something. Ja Zaidun, it makes meaning. So without the hal, what he's simply saying is that the hal comes after the sentence, or after the hal. If you remove the hal, the sentence still makes meaning. The hal is only added at the ending of the sentence if the sentence makes meaning. So the sentence, before the hal is added to a sentence, that sentence has to make meaning. You can't just add a hal to a sentence that doesn't make meaning. If I say Ja'a rakiban, okay, it makes meaning. There's a verb and a dua. But if I say ذهب المدرس إلى راكبا, ذهب المدرس إلى راكبا. If I say ila, there's something I have to complete it. I hope that is clear. So what he's saying is that لا يكون الحال إلا بعد تمام الكلام وإلا بعد تمام الجملة. Except after the sentence makes meaning, that's when the hal comes. I hope that is clear. So in simplicity, if before the hal, the part of the sentence that is before the hal, it makes meaning always. So Ja'a Zaidun, it makes meaning. Rakitu Farasa, it makes meaning. Rakitu Abdullah, it makes meaning without the hal. Okay. Then he says that وَلَا يَكُونُ صَاحِبُهَا إِلَّا مَعْرِفَةً. The owner of the hal, the doer of the verb, okay, is always ma'rifa, is known. Okay, example, Ja'a Zaidun. Zaid is an ism alam, if you can remember, a proper name. So we don't ask who is Zaid. If I say Ja'a Zaidun, you don't ask me who is Zaid, because Zaid is a proper name, and even in English language, they are specific names of people, so you don't ask who is it. So if I say Zahabtu ila al-Misr, you don't ask me what is Misr, because Misr, as we all know, is a name of a country, Egypt. And so you don't, they are specific names of, we all know proper names in English, and so they are not, they are definite. I hope that is clear. They are definite. So Ja'a Zaidun, it is Ma'rifa. Rakibtul Farasa, you can see al-Farasa is having alif wa lam. Then, or even, the doer here is like Rakibtu, which is the pronoun. I hope that is clear. Then Laqitu. But this particular ruling, there is a little bit of difference between it. The view that Sheikh Ibn Ajrum, the view what he's mentioned as the last ruling, this last ruling that he just mentioned, لا يكون صاحب الحال إلا معرفة. There is difference of opinions in that. Oh, that is clear. There are some scholars of the Arabic language who says it is not so. Okay, so but others have that view. So what is that is like you can say Ja'a rajulun. You see the rajulun is nakira. So meaning that whatever the doer should be ma'rifa. So you can say Ja'a rajulu rakiban. The man came riding. Ja'a rajulu with alif wa lam. So the doer is ma'rifa. But what Sheikh is saying here is, if in a hal, when hal is used, the doer shouldn't be nakira. So you can say Ja'a rajulun rakiban. That is not correct. But as I said, some have the view that that can be used. That can be used. Allahu alam. So that is it for hal. As I said, it's a very easy and interesting concept, and very short as well. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. Babu Tamyiz. Babu Tamyiz. It is also short, as you can see it. It's just half a page, as you are seeing it. Tamyiz is not difficult, and it is very short as well. So, what do you mean by Tamyiz? Ma ma'na Tamyiz? Ma ma'na Tamyiz? When we say tamyiz, tamyiz means, when we say the verb here is mayyaza, when we say mayyaza yumayyizu, tamyiz. Mayyaza means to distinguish. Okay. ليميز الله الخبيث من الطيب, like Allah says, ليميز, Allah is going to separate. So maza yamizu or mayyaza yumayyizu is to separate. Okay, when I have filthy things with good things, then I separate them. All the good things go here, all the filthy ones go here. That is mayyastu whom I've separated them. Mayyaza yumayyizu is to separate, and from it we have tamyiz. So tamyiz is distinguishing. How that is clear? Like to distinguish. Like it comes to give clarity to a sentence. Or mostly a verb is similar to, it's not the same, but it is similar to adverbs. You see how adverbs works. Adverbs modifies the verb, that they add information to the verb. So that's similar thing that tamyiz does. But tamyiz are not solved. They are not just solved at all. They are totally different things. If we go deeper into it, inshallah, you will understand it. So let's read what Sheikh is saying here. Sheikh says that at-tamyiz huwa al-ism al-mansub. It is an ism mansub. Al-mufassir lima imbahama min al-zawat. نحو قولك تصبب زيد عرقا. So look at this first example that the Sheikh has given. تصبب زيد عرقا. تصبب زيد عرقا. تصبب means to drip or to perspiration. You perspiration, like you are dripping fluid from your body. So that is تصبب. I hope that is clear. Zaidun. Zaid is dripping. Arakan. Arakun means the sweat. I hope that is clear. Sweat. So Arakan, it comes to distinguish. There are different types of dripping. You can be dripping and it is blood. Assuming you have a cut, or you have a cut on your body, and then blood is dripping. That is tasabbabu. It can be tasabbabu. Tasabbabu is general. It's a general verb. It means dripping. Whether the liquid dripping from your body, it could be blood, whether it can be urine, it can be sweat, it can be any liquid. So that's tasabbabu. But when you say arakan, meaning you have distinguished it. So you have negated all forms of the verb, leaving one. So that is what we call it tamyiz. So tasabbabu zaidun. Zaid is dripping. What? Arakan, sweat. Is dripping sweat. So in Arabic we call it tamyiz. It's a way to distinguish, to make the verb more specific. I hope that is clear. It comes as if it's the object of the verb. If you look at it very well, it comes as if it's the object of the verb. It is mansub. So that's what the Sheikh says, al-ismul mansub. I hope that is clear. Al-mufassir, it explains lima imbahama min az-zawat. So I hope that is clear. So tasabbabu zaidun arakan. Zaid is dripping with sweat. I hope that is clear. So let me give you another example. If I say huwa ahsanu minni, he is better than me. It's a complete sentence. But if I say khattun, you know khattun means the handwriting. So if I say huwa ahsanu minni khattun, he is better than me in terms of writing, handwriting. His handwriting is better than mine. So if I say huwa ahsanu minni, he is better than me. There are different ways in which people can be better than one another. There are different ways. You can be better than someone based on maybe in terms of knowledge. You can be better than someone in terms of iman. You can be better than someone in terms of wealth. You can be better than someone in terms of health. You can be better than someone in terms of... There are a lot of things. Mention them. So when I say huwa ahsanu minni, he is better than me, there are different dimensions in which that verb can be, in which that can occur. But if I specify by saying khatton, meaning in terms of handwriting, so that is what tamyiz I have now specified. So specification, that is tamyiz. It comes to make the things, being specified and distinguish it from any other possibility. I hope that is clear. Okay. So then, but mostly tamyiz come for two things most of the time. One is for specifying, and then the other one is for measurement. For measurement. Let me give you an example. Look at this example here. Ishtaraitu 20 gulaman. I bought 20 servants. So if I see ishtaraitu 20, I bought 20. I can buy 20 cars. I can buy 20 books. I can buy 20 pens. I can buy 20 pencils. There are a lot of possibilities. But if I say gulaman, it specifies it. So meaning 20, not just 20 anything, but 20 what? 20 servants. Gulam means a boy, but of course little boys who are servants. In this context, that's what they mean. So ishtaraitu 20 gulaman. So that's why mostly you see numbers. We call it the ma'adud. Okay, ma'adud. The ma'adud, sometimes they have what's the name? They are mansub with tanween. So in that context, they are tamyiz. They come to specify the number. The number is talking about what exactly. So that's the two things in which tamyiz can come for. First is specification, okay, and then the second one is measurement. I hope that is clear. This is another example of the measurement. Malaktu tis'ina. I own 90. If I say malaktu tis'ina, I own 90. 90 what? If I can ask you the question, 90 what? If I say I own 90, or I say I own 90 of them, I own 90 of them, you can ask me of what? Then if I say na'aja, all that is clear. I've now specified. All that's clear. Anyway, all that's clear. So this animal, I have 90 of them. So it is, I've now specified the number. So it comes for measurement, as we said in the specification. So that's the two things it can come for. Then the last example he gives is Zaidun akramu minka aban. So Zaid is akramu minka, is nobler. He's nobler than you. He's more noble than you. Aban, you have specified, meaning in terms of his relationship to his father. He's more noble to his father than you. So he specified. This is another example. Ajmalu minka wa ajmalu minka. Bima'ana Zaidun ajmalu minka. Zaid is beautiful or handsome. Minka. Zaid is handsome than you. In terms of what? Then he said wajahan, his face. Oh, that is clear. The beauty of his face is more than the beauty of yours. So that's what it has been specified. So that's what he says here. The specifying element is always indefinite. So the tamyiz is a specifying element. I think that's the name the translation has given to it. Now here the Sheikh continues by saying that. So after the examples, he says that وَلَا يَكُونُ التَّمْيِيزُ إِلَّا نَكِرَةً. Tamyiz is always nakira. So you see it. أَنَا هُوَ أَحْسَنُ مِنِّي خَطًّا. I hope that is clear. اشتريت 20 نعجة. I hope that is clear. تصبه زيد أرقا. هو أكرم منك أبا. هو أجمل منك وجها. You see it is always mansub. So that's what the Sheikh is saying. لا يكون التمييز إلا نكرة ولا يكون إلا بعد تمام الكلام. And it also doesn't occur except until the sentence makes meaning, then the tamyiz follows. Okay, so if the tamyiz, that if after you remove the tamyiz, assuming you just remove the tamyiz, the sentence should make meaning. That's what he says, and that is it for tamyiz. A very interesting concept. So Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. Babul istithna. Babul istithna. When we say istithna means exception. Exception. Okay. Innal insana lafi khusr. Illa allazina amanu. So you see, illa allazina, that's exception. Allah is accepting. Indeed, all human beings are doomed, except. So meaning that to be doomed is the general rule and to be safe is an exception. Then Allah mentioned the exception. So exception comes in English. We are all common with it. I think we come to the class and you see all the students pass. Oh, everybody failed except Abdul Karim. So except, that word except is an exception. In Arabic we call it istithna. Istithna. I hope that is clear. We call it istithna. They are used for to make an exception. I hope that is clear. So we call it adatul istithna. Adawatul istithna. We look at all of them. Look at the Sheikh begin by saying that وَحُرُوفُ الْإِسْتِثْنَاءِ ثَمَانِيَةٌ. He's mentioning them. He's just coming to mention. There are 8 of them. وَهِيَ, and they are illa. So illa is very common. You see it a lot in the Quran. Illa. Okay. Illa man taba wa amana. Illa. Okay. فَشَرِبُوا مِنْهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا مِنْهُ. Okay. مَا فَعَلُوهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلٌ مِنْهُم. Okay. فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ أَجْمَعُونَ إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. So you see it a lot in the Quran. Illa, coming for exception. It's a very common one. Of course, that's the most common one. But Sheikh is saying that it's not only illa, there are 8 of them in the Arabic language. Now he mentioned them by saying that illa wa gairu, and then gairu is also part. Wa siwa, and then siwa. Wa suwan, and then suwan. Wa sawa'un, and then sawa'un. Wa hala, wa ada, wa hasha. And then, so that's what he has mentioned. Wa'ada, wa'hala, wa'hasha. Now, فَالْمُسْتَثْنَى بِإِلَّا يَنْصُبُ إِذَا كَانَ الْكَلَامُ تَامًّا. Now he's coming to explain something very important here. Please, you have to pay attention very well to understand this important concept. So these are the huruf al-istisna that he has mentioned. Illa, gairu, siwa, siwan, suwan, sawa'un, khala, ada, hasha. Now let's explain them. How are they used? Of course, you can just take it and use it in a way, in a sentence. You just construct in a way. Construct the sentence anyhow in the Arabic language. Even if you look at the Quran, it comes sometimes very differently. You see illa here, but it can be nakira. You see illa somewhere, and then that what is following it will be mansub. Okay, فَسَجَدَ الْمَلَائِكَةُ كُلُّهُمْ إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. So you see it is mansub, إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. The one you are accepting in this context is mansub, إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ. But in another place, وَلَوْ كَتَبْنَا عَلَيْهِمْ أَنْ يَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ أَوْ يَخْرِجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِكُمْ مَا فَعَلُوهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلٌ. You see, that place it is qalilun, it's not qalilan. So it's not always the thing you are accepting. The thing you are accepting, it can be mansub or it can be marfu. It can be mansub or marfu. So we are going to look at when will it be mansub and when will it be marfu. Okay, I hope that is clear. So let's look at it. That's what we are coming to explain. The Sheikh is coming to explain. He began by saying that فَالْمُسْتَثْنَى بِإِلَّا. So he's beginning with illa. He's going to explain illa. He says that, let me expand it a little bit. I hope you can see. So فَالْمُسْتَثْنَى بِإِلَّا. Okay. ينصب إذا كان الكلام تاما موجبا. If the sentence is positive and then complete, then what follows, the thing you are accepting, is going to be mansub. So that's one thing the Sheikh is saying. Listen carefully, please. This part is a little bit confusing. So if you don't take time, you may not understand it very well. So please pay attention. Look at here where the arrow is. I'm using this example to explain what the Sheikh just said. قَوْمَ الْقَوْمُ إِلَّا زَيْدًا. The people stood up. قَوْمَ الْقَوْمُ. The people stood up except Zaid. So except Zaid, you can see Zaid is Zaidan. Why is it not Zaidun? So I'm going to understand. He's saying that if you look at Assuming the illa is not there, remove the part that look at the part that comes before the illa, qawm al-qawm. If I say qawm al-qawm, does it make meaning? Yes. So he's saying that before the istisna, before the accepting the adatul istisna, the particle of or the article of exception, the illa, what comes if the sentence makes meaning? That's what we term as tam. Okay, the sentence make meaning, and then it is a positive sentence. Mujaban, it is a positive sentence. Qawm al-qawm. If I say this is a positive sentence, qawm al-qawm. If I say ma or ma qawm al-qawm, that's a negative sentence. The people didn't stand up. It's a negative sentence, but this one is a positive sentence. You didn't see any particle of negation, whether ma or la or laysa or all these things, they are negated. But this is a positive sentence, nothing that's negated. So by default it is positive. So qawm al-qawm, the people stood up, is a positive sentence, and then two, it is complete. So when that happens, and then an adatul istisna comes, then word you are accepting is to be mansub. So qawm al-qawm, it is positive, and then it is complete, it makes a complete meaning. Then the thing you are accepting will be mansub. So illa zaidan. I hope that is clear. Illa zaidan. So if I say darabtuhum, I beat them, I mean the whole class, I beat everybody except one student. I'll say darabtuhum, I beat them. Illa, except Muhammadan. Why? Why didn't I say except illa Muhammadun? Because darabtuhum is one, it's a positive sentence, and two, it makes complete meaning. It is positive in the sense that I didn't say ma darabtuhum. If I had said ma darabtuhum, that is a negative sentence. Ma darabtuhum, I didn't beat them. So assuming I'm going the other way around, ma darabtuhum illa, I will say Muhammadan, I would rather say Muhammadun, because the first to begin with is a negative sentence. Ma darabtuhum. So the thing you are accepting will be mansub if the part of the sentence that comes before the istisna, the accepting article, is positive, and then it makes a complete meaning. So that's what the Sheikh meant here. So where are we? So taman wa mujaba nahwa qawm al-qawm illa zaidan wa kharaja an-nas, the people went out, illa amran, except amr. Wa in kana al-kalamu manfiyan, and if the kalam, the statement, is manfiyan, of course we know nafi. Okay, nafi means negation. So manfiyan is a negative statement. Okay, so assuming ma qawma tullabu illa. So you see in that sentence, ma qawma tullab is a negative sentence. The student didn't stand up except one person. So the first part of the sentence is negative. Ma qawma tullab. I hope that is clear. So I hope that is clear. So that's what we mean by a kalamu manfiyan. It's negative statement. It has an adatu nafi, whether laysa, la, or ma, or anything or of that kind. So if in that context, if it is manfiyan and then taman, it also makes meaning. Ma qawma al-qawm, the people that stood up, it makes meaning. Jaza fihi al-badal and nasb ala al-istisna nahwa ma qawma ahadun. So you can see ma, this ma here, look at here. Oh, that is clear. Ma qawma al-qawm illa zaydun, or ma qawma al-qawm illa zaydan. So when the sentence is complete, but it is a negative sentence, you have the choice to either use zaydan or zaydun, and it is correct. How that is clear. So two simple rules. The first rule is if the first part of the sentence before the illa, the illa or any of the accepting articles, if that part of the sentence is complete, it makes a complete meaning, and then it is a positive statement, then the thing you are accepting must be mansub. 2. If the sentence is a negative sentence and it makes meaning, you have the choice to either use Zaidan or Zaidun to make it mansub or marfu. It's a choice. That's how simple it is. So that is for illa. That's for illa. Now gairu, siwan, suwan, and then sawa'un. Let's look at them. The Sheikh continue by saying that okay, we have looked at here. إلا زيد وما ضربت إلا زيدا وما مررت إلا بزيد. Okay. وأما المستثنى بغير Okay, I think it's not complete. He add a third rule. Let's look at the third rule. وإن كان الكلام ناقصا. If the kalam before the istisna, it doesn't make meaning. Okay, so if the kalam, the part of a sentence that doesn't make meaning. Example here, see here. Ma darabtu. I didn't beat. I just tell you ma darabtu. It doesn't make meaning because you ask me what, you didn't beat what. How that is clear? You didn't beat who, or you didn't beat what. So it's not complete sentence. Ma darabtu. So he's saying that if the kalam is naqisan, is the kalam, the sentence is incomplete, then kana ala hasbil awamil. It is going to follow the rules of the acting factors. See here, ma qama illa zaidun. So yes, assuming the istisna is not there. Zaid here is marfu. It is the doer. Assuming it to be the mubtada of the sentence. How that is clear. If the sentence, in simplicity, if the beginning part of the sentence doesn't make a meaning, it is naqis. You assuming the istisna is not there, and you just treat it as it is. So here, ma darabtu. I didn't beat illa. So you see, it doesn't make meaning to begin with. So here, daraba, the object is a maf'ulun bihi, so we treat it as a maf'ulun bihi. Here, ma marartu illa bi. So you see the bi is a harf jar, and of course we know after harf jar there is a majrur. So zaidin will be majrur. So illa bi zaidin. That's what I'm saying. Assuming the istisna is not there, this ruling doesn't apply. You just treat it based on what the sentence, what is being affected, or what is affecting that thing in the sentence, the position, or the grammatical position it is occupying in the sentence. If it is maf'ul bihi, you make it masub, or anything that makes it masub, you make it masub. If it is supposed to be majrur, you make it majrur. I hope that is clear. So that's what he says. 3 rules. The first rule, if it is complete and makes meaning, it has to be mansub. Second rule, if it makes complete meaning but it is negative, you have a choice to either make it mansub or marfu. Then third rule, if it doesn't mix meaning, okay, it is naqis. If it doesn't mix meaning, then you treat it as it is based on a grammatical. If there is anything affecting it grammatical, you will make it so. How that is clear. So that's what he says. Now he continued by saying that وَأَمَّا الْمُسْتَثْنَى بِغَيْرٍ, and as for gairin, wasiwan, and then siwan, wasuwan, and then suwan, wasawa, and then sawa, majrurun, they are majrur. So when gairu comes, the thing that is following is majrur. That's how they are very simple. Okay. Gairu, siwan, sawan, sawaun, when they come, the thing one you are accepting, they will be mansub. They will be majrur. They will be majrur. Okay. Agayrullahi, you see, agayrullahi. So when they come, gayra or gayru, siwan, sawan, suwan, sawaun, when they come, the thing you are accepting will be majrur. So after they come, they just act as if they are a jar, like how the harf jar is. If the noun is coming after harf al-jar, it will be majrur. So that's similar thing. That's how they act. I hope that is clear. Okay. Now look at this one. Then the last one he's talking about, and that's the khala, the ada, and the hasha. Okay, what do they do? He says that al-mustasna bi khala wa ada wa hasha yajuzu nasbuhu wa jarruhu nahwa qama al-gulam khala zaidan wa zaidin. So he's saying that as for the last three, the ada, the khala, and then the hasha, it is allowed to make it majrur or mansub. Majrur or mansub. So like this one, the guy with the siwa, okay, suwan, sawaun, like that three, those three. We said those three, when they come, then the thing you are accepting will be majrur. So here he's saying that when these three are used, the ada, the hala, and then the hasha, the thing you are accepting can be majrur or mansub, and it is a choice. You can choose to use it. Example, qama al-qawm, all the people stood up. Khala zaidan, okay, except Zaid. Khala zaidan, okay, or living Zaid. The man Zaid didn't stand up. How that is clear. So you can see qama al-qawm khala zaidan, or qama al-qawm khala zaidin. As I said, if khala or ada or hasha is used, you can make the thing you are accepting, you can make it mansub or majrur, and that's the simplicity here. I hope that is clear. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped in the previous lesson. La and Nafiyah to the jins. Let's look at it. We call it law of absolute negation. La and Nafiyah to the jins. So, what is it? If I want to make absolute negation, okay, if I want to make absolute negation, we use this la, okay. If I say la ahadun or la fi dar ahadun, there's no one in the house, in the home, at home. La fi dar ahadun, there's no one in the house. Okay, it makes meaning, right? And it means there isn't a person in the house. But if I want to emphasize my negation, I want to make it strong, like there is no one. You know, in English we say that sometimes, and you are pressing it from your speech. Okay, how you see it, you say it in a manner you are emphasizing it. So we have similar thing in Arabic language, where you want to absolutely negate everything. You want to to make the negation very strong. So we use la and nafiyah to diligence. La and nafiyah to diligence. Example, we use this common statement, la ilaha illallah. There is no deity of worship whatsoever. So it's not just any type of negation. It's not just that there isn't any deity of worship. You can be saying it casually without being content with what you are saying. But when you use la and nafiyah to diligence, it means absolute negation. Absolute negation. How that is clear. Absolute negation. There's no deity words whatsoever. Okay. So I can say la ilaha illallah. For example, this mushrikun, they can say la ilaha illallah, and perhaps they may have they have their idol. They used to put their idols in the Kaaba. So they house their idols in the Kaaba. So he can be saying la ilaha, and maybe he's having some kind of intention. Maybe in my house here, there isn't any deity of worship except Allah. But of course, when I go to the Kaaba, there are idols there, they go and worship. So he may be having it with some kind of restriction. In his mind, he's restricting it to a particular place. But when we use la and nafiyah to diligence, it means absolute negation. So that's what we call it, la and nafiyah to diligence, la of the absolute negation. I hope that is clear. And when it comes, the noun is mostly mansub. The noun is mostly what? Mansub. So you say la ilaha, not la ilahu. It's initially ilahun. Oh, that is clear. But when it comes, the thing you are accepting, the thing you are absolutely negating is going to be having one haraka. It's going to be ma'rifah, and it's going to be mansub. It's going to be mansub. These two things should be in place. So you say la ilaha, not la ilahu. You say la ilaha illallah. So when you just see la, and then you see a noun coming after it, having one haraka, and it is mansub, it is fatha. It means the la is a la of absolute negation. It means there is no, that thing is, you are absolutely negating that thing. Totally, there's nothing. And then you give me, mostly there is an exception, except something. Oh, that is clear. Okay. So, example, let me give you an example. In the hadith, like the Prophet says, La ta'ata li makhlukin fi ma'siyatil khaliq. La ta'ata. There isn't obedience. La ta'ata li makhlukin, to the creation, fi ma'siyatil khaliq, in the disobedience of the creator. So meaning that you shouldn't be obeying someone, and that obedience is in the disobedience of Allah. Oh, that is clear. You shouldn't obey someone if that in itself is an obedience to Allah. So someone commands you to do something, you fear the person so much, but what he's commanding you to do is a disobedience to Allah. It's something prohibited, but because you fear the person so much, you do the thing, and then you are in the disobedience of Allah. So the Prophet, that's what the Prophet says. No matter who the person is, if what he is commanding you to do is in the disobedience of Allah, you shouldn't do it. So that's what the Prophet said, La ta'ata. He didn't say La ta'atun. If he say La ta'atun, it means there's no disobedience, there shouldn't be obedience to them. Meaning you can say, of course, but my case is a special case. You know, some people, they mostly have that. They say, me, I have a special condition. Of course, this one is beyond, it's above my control. Even though in Islam there are, exception where so if certain things are beyond your control, you can do certain things. Islam is flexible, but some people misuse that seeing or that rule, and then you just say, of course, every small thing, this one is an exception, my brother. This one is an exception. You know, my case is different. So that's what the Prophet said, La ta'ata. No matter what. So it's an absolute negation. It's an absolute negation. No matter what, there shouldn't be ta'atul li makhlukin fi ma'siyatil khaliq. Oh, that is clear. It's a very, like they say, khairul kalam ma qalla wa dalla. The best of speech is that which is short and then it gets the point across. It's a very short statement, but it means a lot. It means a lot. It means a lot. So, that is what this bab is about. So let's look at what the Sheikh is saying. Elam anna la tansibul nakirat. Bigayri tanween. Like I've explained this. When it comes, the tanween doesn't come. So you say la ta'ata. Not its initial ta'atun. So first of all, the tanween will go away. And then it will leave with one haraka. And that should be fatha. Okay. So la ta'ata. La ilaha. Oh, that is clear. Okay. Okay. La hawla. You see. La hawla. It's initial hawlun. You say la hawla. Wa la quwwata. So all these are la and nafiyatul jins. So he says that bigayri tanween, without the tanween, iza basharat tanween, if it enters upon it. Walam tatakarrar, and then la doesn't repeat. Nahu. La rajula fi dar. He's given an example. So this one, la rajula fi dar. There is no, just, you can't, there's no even, if I say la rajula fi dar, there is no one in the house. So that can be based on what you have seen, or based on your conviction, or based on your knowledge. La rajula fi dar. But if I say la rajula fi dar, meaning that absolutely there's no one. It's not just that based on what I think. There is no just anyone in the house. It means absolute negation. I hope that is clear. and something that is yakin. Okay, so la rajula fi dar. Now he says that فَإِن لَمْ تُبَاشِرْهَا وَجَبَ الرَّفْعُ. If the la, you know, the la must come then followed by the thing you are absolutely negating. But he's saying that if the la doesn't come together with it, okay, that's what he's saying. فَإِن لَمْ تُبَاشِرْهَا, assuming it doesn't do that. It doesn't come together with it. For example, la fi dari rajulun. You see here, la fi dar. Assuming you see the la, and then the thing is not just following it immediately. So that one, what is the ruling? Okay, is it always that the la should go with the thing you are absolutely negating? That's the question here. The thing is, that's what the Sheikh is explaining. فَإِن لَمْ تُبَاشِرْهَا وَجَبَ الرَّفْعُ. If it doesn't follow it, if they are not following one another, the la and the thing you are absolutely negating, then it's not going to be masub, yes. So like here, la fi dar, you see, ar-rajul is supposed to come after the la, but here because it's not coming immediately, it is not masub. So that's what the Sheikh is saying. Okay, wajaba raf'uha, it has to be masub. Okay, it has to be marfu rather marfu, it has to be marfu. So you can see the dhamma. So la fi dari rajulun wala imra'atun. I hope that is clear. Okay. And then also there should be two things. The la should be repeated. You can say la fi dar rajulun. Okay, la fi dar rajulun. You are either, then that will not be what's the name? La and nafiya to the gens. I hope that is clear. Okay. Meaning you are just seeing it casual, the normal la that you know. Okay. Assuming the thing is following it together, but you want to repeat it. Meaning you want to say two things, la hawla wa la quwwata. Here we are negating, absolutely negating two things. So that's what we are talking about here. That's why he says, in takarrarta. If you should repeat, the manner if you are repeating the negation, the absolute negator, that's the la. If you are repeating it, maybe there are two things you are absolutely negating. There is absolutely not this nor that in the house. So there are two things you are negating. What's the ruling? That's what the Sheikh is saying. Jaza i'maluha wa ilgha'uha fa in shi'ta qulta la rajula fi dar wala imra'ata wa in shi'ta qulta la rajulun fi dar wala imra'atun. If you are repeating it, you can make it mansub or marfu. That's what he's saying. But as far as the thing is as far as the la and then the arwajulu, the thing you are negating absolutely, if they are following one another, you have the, and you are repeating. Okay, there are two things you are talking about, neither this nor that. In that case, and you want to use the la and nafiya to the gens, you have the choice to make the thing you are absolutely negating mansub or marfu. I hope that is clear. Okay. So I think this is the end. This chapter is to be treated, inshallah, tomorrow, chapter 23. So that will be all for today, inshallah. We have come to the end of the chapter for today. Inshallah, tomorrow we'll look at chapter 23, 24, 25, 26. Hopefully, I hope that tomorrow we will complete it, inshallah. جزاكم الله خيرا وبارك الله لي ولكم في القرآن الحكيم ونفعني وإياكم بالآيات والذكر الحكيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. Inshallah, today we are continuing from where we stopped previously. We'll be looking at chapter 23. Okay, so I hope you can see. Let me enlarge. This is the chapter number 23, and then in this particular chapter we will be looking at al-munada. Al-munada. So that's why you see babul munada. Babul munada. So when we say munada, what does it mean? Munada. We all know harfun nida. A harfun nida is used for calling. Okay, for example, you see Ya Muhammadu. So the Ya is a harfun nida. So all these they are used to call out. Okay. For example, in English we do say oh man. Okay, oh man, you are calling onto him. Okay, I say, hey boy, hey boy. So it's a kind of, you are calling out is this particular words that are used to call out in Arabic. We call them harfun nida, hurufun nida. And then the thing you are calling is called the munada. The thing you are calling, the person you are calling is called the munada. I hope that is clear. Okay. So let's look at what the Sheikh says here. The Sheikh says that al-munada khamsatu anwa. The munada, the thing you are calling, they can be of 5 types. Al-mufradul alam, that's the first one he mentioned. Al-mufradul alam. The second one, an-nakiratul maqsuda. And the third one, an-nakiratu ghayrul maqsuda. Then al-mudaf. And then al-mushabbahatu or al-mushabbahu bil-mudaf. These are the 5 things. The first one, al-mufradul alam. Okay, it can be a munada. An-nakiratul maqsuda. It can be a munada. An-nakiratu ghayrul maqsud. It can also be a munada. Al-mudaf can be munada. And then al-mushabbahu bil-mudaf. So these 5 things can be al-munada. So let's look at them. He explained by saying that فَأَمَّا الْمُفْرَدُ الْعَلَمْ. As for the mufrad al-alam, okay, a singular or a single al-alam is the proper name, okay, proper name, a name that is of a special place or a name of a person or something that is well known. So that's a proper name. That's al-alam. I hope that is clear. So, and if it is singular and you are calling onto it, it is a munada. Let's look at example. If you see Ya Zaidu, Ya Zaidu, Zaid is a name of a person, so it is a proper name. So me saying Ya Zaidu, the munada here is an alam. I hope that is clear. It's a proper name. Okay, then the second one, he said an-nakiratul maqsuda. When you say nakiratul maqsuda, it means the thing you are calling is not a proper name, and it is not something that is known. It's not ma'rifa. Okay, assuming there is a man on the road and you want to call him, you say, oh man. Okay, you are calling onto someone who is not ma'rifa. It's not known. The person is strange to you, but you are calling him. So, although you intend a particular person, it's not that you are calling any person. You are intending a particular person, but that person is not known to you. So it is nakiratul maqsuda. I hope that is clear. Assuming there is a particular boy, okay, maybe in the classroom there is a new student. You just came inside and you saw a new student. And you are going to tell him, oh boy, come, or he come. You are, to begin with, he is nakira. You don't even know his name, so you just call him, oh boy. But even though he is nakira to you, but you are intending him, but not intending any other student. So it is maksud. Maksud means, intended, the thing that's been intended, that's maksud. But nakira means it is not known. I hope that is clear. So that is nakira to maksud. So example, ya rajulu. It's initial rajulun. You see, it's initial rajulun. When the harf nida comes, the thing you are calling, it cannot take tanween. So the munada doesn't take tanween. You can't say Ya Zaidun, Ya Muhammadun. That's not correct. Okay, the thing you are calling should be, it shouldn't have tanween. So you say Ya Muhammadu, Ya Zaidu, Ya Yasiru, but there shouldn't be tanween. Hope that's clear. So Ya Rajulu is initial Rajulun, and you know Rajulun is nakira. Rajulun is nakira. Hope that is clear. But when the Ya comes, Ya Rajulu, oh man, it's not any man, it's a particular man, but just that you don't know him. I hope that is clear. So that is an-nakiratul maqsuda. Then the third one, he mentioned an-nakiratu ghayrul maqsuda. An-nakiratu ghayrul maqsuda. When we see al-munada ghayrul maqsud, this is what we term as al-munada ghayrul maqsud, is when you are calling to anyone. Assuming, let me give you a scenario. Have you seen someone drowning? Someone who, by mistake, is going to drown. Someone entered the sea or the river, and the water, unfortunately, maybe an accident happened, and he's about to drown, to be drowned by the water. What he cries out, He doesn't cry to any specific person, he just cries out. So if you look at the Qira'atul Rashida, we came across a particular lesson, okay, where we saw a man who was drawn. I hope you can remember, those who followed the Qira'atul Rashida lessons. So we came across this incident. So the man was crying, Ya Rajulan. So that is Gairu Maksud and Nakiratu Gairu Maksud. So he's just crying, anyone to help me? Have you seen that instance where someone is in danger and he's just crying out? Anyone help? Just cry help. It's not that he's intending, he's calling to anyone. So in Arabic language, we also have that, and we call it an munada ghayru maqsood or an nakiratu ghayru maqsood. And how do we do it? You give it tanwin. That's how it is. To begin with, al-munada doesn't actually take tanwin, except in that case. Okay, when it is in that case, and then maybe the last one too, the last type. So how do we do it? Look at here. Observe here. Observe here. You see the person. This is a very nice example. It fits it. Okay, it fits it. Look at this example. Ya rajulan khuz biyadi. I think this was the same thing we saw in the Qira'atul Rashida, that lesson. So he says that Ya rajulan. You see the rajulan is having tanween. So when that happens, it means that he's crying to any person, any man. It's not he's calling to someone, to a specific man. He's calling anyone, any man to help. I hope that is clear. So when you say Ya Rajulan, it means anyone, anyone. So anyone will give you attention. If you see this, okay, if the people know the ruling of this ruling, everyone will attend to you. So when you say Ya Rajulan, it means you are calling to anybody who is a man. I hope that is clear. So that is Gairu Maksud. Gairu Maksud means not intended. You are not intending a particular person. I hope that is clear. So that is Al-Munada Gairu Maksud. So Ya Rajulan khuz biyadi. Khuz biyadi. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. I hope that is clear. Hold my hand. So assuming a blind man, look at here. Okay, instance, look at here. For instance, a blind man calling for someone to help. Yes, so this is a blind man. He doesn't see anybody. So he will just cry, Ya Rajulan khuz biyadi. Oh man, help my hand. So it's not that he's intending someone. He's just calling out to anyone. So in Arabic, that's how we do it. If you want to cry out, not intending any person, you give the munada tanween bil fatha with fathatain. Now, so that's the third one. The fourth one is mudaf, and we all know mudaf. Example, you have Abu Bakrin. Abu Bakrin. So if I now want to say Ya, if I want to add Ya to it, how will it be? Of course, the munada will have to be mansub. I hope that is clear. So always that's what happens. When you have mudaf and mudaf ilay, so this it here. See here. If I have Abdullahi, it's initial Abdullahi. Okay, Abdullahi. But when I add the Ya, okay, the mudaf will now have to take mansub. It will now be mansub. So here it's now Ya Abdullahi, not Abdullahi. So when you have mudaf and mudaf ilay, and then a harf nida comes before it, the mudaf will now become mansub. So example, Abdullahi is mudaf and mudaf ilay. But when you add Ya to it, the mudaf will now become what? Mansub. So Ya Abdullahi, not Abdullahi. The same way, Abu Bakrin. If I add Ya at the beginning, it will now be Ya Aba Bakrin, not Ya Abu Bakrin. I hope that is clear. Because the mudaf will have to be mansub. Okay. Then the last one, he mentioned Al-Mushabbahatu or Al-Mushabbahu bil-Mudaf. Al-Mushabbahu bil-Mudaf. So let's look at that one. That one is a strange thing. It's not very, very common. Most of the time we don't use it, so we are not familiar with it. So al-mushabbahu bil-mudaf, it means that when we say mushabbah, okay, shabbah yushabbihu, to be similar, okay, to resemble, okay, tashbih is resemblance. So al-mushabbahu bil-mudaf, that which resembles mudaf. And what does it mean? Let's look at this example here. The red, in red, okay, written in red. Look at here. So ya fa'ilan khayran. وفقك الله. Ya fa'ilan khayran, or doer of good. Doer of good. Ya fa'ilan khayran. If I say doer of good, it's mudaf ilay. But here, mudaf ilay is always majrur. Oh, that is clear. It should have, if it is mudaf ilay, it will be fa'ilun. Here, assuming the ya is not there, it will be fa'ilul khayri. Fa'ilul khayri. Oh, that is clear. But based on how it is written here, it is not mudaf ilay. The fa'ilan is having tanwin. The khayran is also having tanwin. Mudaf ilay doesn't work that way. Okay, it doesn't work that way. Al-mudaf ilay da'iman is always ma'rifa. It's always ma'rifa. So fa'ilan khayran. Okay, even you can see the mudaf ilay here. If it is mudaf ilay, here is mansub, but mudaf ilay is always majrur. So in speaking, when we are saying it, you can't actually know. It is only distinguished when it is written. But if I'm speaking, I say ya fa'ilan khayr. If I just say that, it's because if it is written, that is how you will only be able to understand that it is not mudaf ilay. But it is very similar to mudaf ilay. Assuming there was no harakat, there wasn't vowels on these letters, and you are going to read it, you would have think the fa'ilan and then the khayr, they are mudaf ilay. All that is clear. But sometimes it is given tanwin. Both are given tanwin to signify that we don't intend mudaf and mudaf ilay. All that is clear, and that is what we term as mushabbahu bil mudaf. Look at the second example here. Ya or la shariban lil khamr. La shariban lil khamr. The meaning here is shariban lil khamr. Shariban lil khamr. If I say shariban lil khamr, okay, there isn't in the drinking of alcohol any benefit. So the shariban lil khamr is not mudaf ilay, but it looks like mudaf ilay, drinking of alcohol. Okay, drinking of alcohol. But here it's not mudaf ilay. If I say shariban lil khamr, it's not mudaf ilay. There are a lot of grammatical mismatch. If you are going to compare it to mudaf ilay, there are a lot of grammatical mismatch. It doesn't match when you look at the grammatical rulings of mudaf and mudaf ilay. They are not here. So, but it resembles mudaf ilay. Look at the meaning. Okay, ma'nawiyya. When you look at it in ma'na, okay, la shariban lil khamr, there isn't in the drinking of alcohol or for the drinking of alcohol. So drinking of alcohol in English, that's mudaf ilay. Okay, possession, possessor, relationship. So, but based on how it is written, it is not so. Okay, so we call it mushabbahu bil mudaf. Mushabbahu bil mudaf. As I said, it is not a very common thing to us. Mostly we don't use it a lot. Okay, so it is something that is not that common. It's a little bit strange thing. But as the Sheikh mentioned it, we had to, of course, explain it. So al-mushabbahu bil mudaf, and that's the last one. I hope that is clear. So when you see it like that, you know that it is not mudaf ilay. So it can also be munada. Ya fa'ilan khamran. That's clear. Okay, so that's the 5 types of munada that we have seen. Al-mufradul alam, al-nakiratul maqsuda, al-nakiratu ghayru maqsuda, al-mudaf, and al-mushabbahu bil-mudaf. Okay, so that will be for the chapter number 23. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah, we are continuing from where we stopped previously. Okay. We'll be looking at Babul Maf'ulu min ajlihi. Al-Maf'ulu min ajlihi. Very interesting concept. Al-Maf'ulu min ajlihi. You know, Ajil, when we say ajil, what does it mean? Fa'altu haza mean, okay, li'ajlika. When we say li'ajlika, for your sake. Okay, ji'tu li'ajlika, I came here for your sake. How that is clear. So ajil means sake, or the reason, not necessarily reason, but the sake for which we did something. So that's ajil. Okay. So when we say maf'ulu, or our maf'ulu min ajlihi, it means the reason for which a verb is done. That's the simplicity, how to explain. Let me give you an example in English. In English, I said, I studied out of fear of failing, or due to fear of failing. So, I studied due to fear of failing the examination. So that part of the sentence, due to fear of failing, in Arabic, we will call it maf'ulu min ajlihi. It gives the reason why you did a particular verb. I hope that is clear. So like I said, ajil means the sake for which you did something. So like I give you the example, ji'tu li ajlika, I came here for your sake. I hope that is clear. So ajil, that's the meaning of ajil. So maf'ulu min ajlihi, it comes to give the reason for which a particular verb is done. That's all. I hope that is clear. That's very easy. So let's look at what the Sheikh is saying here. The Sheikh says that وَهُوَ الْإِسْمُ الْمَنْصُوبُ, which is also mansub, دائما, it's always mansub. الَّذِي يَذْكُرُ بَيَانًا لِسَبَبِ وُقُوفِ الْفِعْلِ. It comes to give clarification, bayanan, clarification, لِسَبَبِ وُقُوفِ الْفِعْلِ, for the reason of the occurrence of a verb. So why did the verb occur? Then for that, for so and so reason. I hope that is clear. So, assuming the teacher, or I ask you, why did you close the window? Then you see, or why didn't you come out today? Maybe today you didn't go to school. So you say, ما خرجت خوف السموم. Maybe the temperature was very hot. Samum is a very hot temperature, when a very dry wind. Have you seen this kind of temperature where you have dry wind? The wind is very dry and very hot. Okay, that Allah described the people of, is part of the punishment of the Ahlul Nar. Okay, fi samumin wa hamim. So samum is a very hot breeze. Have you seen that kind of breeze? Sometimes you pass by a car, not necessarily a car, these heavy trucks. Then they come and pass by and we can't, feel this kind of heat. We call it samum, dry wind with a very hot breeze in it. We call it samum. So as you mean, there are some temperatures, there are some countries, they sometimes experience this kind of temperature. So if that is happening, people may not go out from their houses, from their homes. So as you mean, I say, ma kharajtu khawfa samum. I didn't, due to fear of the hot breeze. So that due to fear, it comes to give the reason why I didn't, or I remained inside my house. So it is a maf'ulu min ajlihi. So that's what the Sheikh is saying. Nahwa kawnika is giving an example. Let's look at the example he gives. Okay, look at here. Look at here. This is the example he's giving. Koma Zaidun ijlalan li amrin. Zaid stood up. Koma Zaidun. Zaid stood up. Ijlalan. Okay, ijlalan means out of respect. Okay, out of respect or due to respect. Li amrin, for amr. Okay, assuming amr is coming, then he stood up. Okay, even though the Prophet warned against that. So, Koma Zaidun ijlalan li amrin. So Zaid stood up out of respect for Amr. So Amr is coming, and then Zaid stood up out of respect for him. So this ijlalan li amrin, it is maf'ul min ajlihi. It comes to give the reason why Zaid stood up. So that's simplicity of them as maf'ul min ajlihi. Let's look at this one. This is an example from the Quran. Allah says that لا تقتلوا أولادكم خشية إملاق. Okay, you shouldn't kill your children khashiyata imlakin. So this khashiyata imlakin is maf'ul min ajlihi. Allah says due to fear of poverty. Okay, so you are poor, but you have children. So due to the period of Jahiliyyah, ignorance, they used to do these things. Okay, when he's pure, he can't provide for them, so he just bury them. He kill them. He kill the children. Okay, he see them as a burden to him. He cannot provide for them. So that's why they say, La taqtulu awladakum, don't kill your children. Khashyata imlakin, due to fear of poverty. So this khashyata imlakin, it comes to give the reason why you are doing it. Okay, you are not just killing them for any reason, but khashyata imlakin, out of fear of poverty. So that is maf'ul min ajlihi. The next one, ijtahada tilmizu rakbatan fin najah. The student, al-tilmiz, is the talib. Ijtahada, he worked hard. Okay, rakbatan fin najah, out of desire for passing or for succeeding. Okay, so that is rakbata. This rakbata fin najah is what? Is maf'ulu min ajlihi. It gives the reason why the student studied. I hope that is clear. Or the reason why he worked hard. I hope that is clear. So a very interesting and easy bab. So that's for the chapter number 24. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Inshallah today we are continuing from where we stopped previously. And today we'll be looking at al-maf'ulu ma'ahu. Al-maf'ulu ma'ahu. There are a lot of maf'ul. We have maf'ulu min ajlihi, maf'ulu bihi, maf'ulu ma'ahu, maf'ulu lahu, maf'ulu. There are a lot. Okay. So here, of course, we are looking at most of them, the prominent ones. So al-maf'ulu ma'ahu. When we say maf'ulu ma'ahu, it's a very interesting concept also, and very easy also. The thing is that we want, if you say maf'ul ma'ahu, of course you can see ma'a. And what do you mean by ma'a? Okay, zahabtu ma'a walidi. I went with my father. So ma'a means with. In English, we translate it to be with. I hope that is clear. So assuming I don't want to use ma'a. So maf'ul ma'ahu is just, it simply comes to mean ma'a, with. Something went or something did something with another person. But we don't necessarily use ma'a. We use a different way or a different conjugation instead of ma'a, but to still means with. So I hope that is clear. It's just a way of conjugation of the sentence to mean with, but, and that is ma'a. So let's use an example here. Look at something. Ja al-amiru wal-jaysha. If you see this in the sentence, Ja al-amiru, the amir can be the commander, the leader. Okay, so the amir, the commander, came here. Ja al-amiru, the commander came here. Wal-jayshu, you see, but here is jaysha. So there is difference here. It should have been wal jayshu. You know, when a harf al-atf is holding two things together, we have seen this before. The ma'tuf alay and then the ma'tuf, they must have the same i'rab. So ja al-amiru, it should have been wal jayshu. The amir came here, and then the jaysh is the army. So the commander came here with the army. And the commander came here and the army. So the commander and the army came here. How that is clear? When if it was wal jayshu, it will mean the commander and the army came here. But we use a harf al-atf wa, and then we make the ma'atuf, the second thing that the conjunction is holding, mansub. So you see most al-fatha to mean that ma, to mean with, and that is what we term as maf'ulu ma'ahu. So it will mean with the army. The commander came here with the army. Someone will say, what difference does it make if I say the commander came here with the army, and the commander and the army came here. It signifies time. If I say the commander and the army came here, it can mean they came at different time, but eventually they were all here. But maf'ul ma'ahu, our interest is they came together. There is togetherness. That is ma'a, with. Oh, that is clear. So, in simplicity, maf'ul ma'ahu is to use a harf al-atf, like wow, and then to make the second thing that the conjunction is holding mansub, to mean with, or to mean ma'a. So that's another way we can simply represent ma'a. How that is clear. So ja al-amiru wal-jaysha. So when you hear that, the two things the conjunction are holding, they don't match in terms of Arab. One is marfu and one is mansub. It means that that is maf'ul ma'ahu. How that is clear. Another example is tawal ma'u wal khashabata. It's initial khashabatu, but because of the wa, to make it, we want to make it maf'ul ma'ahu. We see wal khashabata, wal khashabata. How that is clear. The water settled, or it came to a level with the wood. So they were at the same level. Okay, so there's a wood and there's water. They both settle at the same level. So that is istawa. And ma'u wal khashabata. Oh, that is clear. Okay. So very simple. That is maf'ul ma'ahu. Maf'ul ma'ahu. Okay. So I can simply say, assuming I want to say, I traveled with my father. So I will say, safartu ma'a walidi. But assuming I don't want to use ma'a, I can use maf'ul ma'ahu to still mean ma. So I'll say safartu wa walidi. Even though here, because of the yai at the end, the ya mukhataba, it doesn't really show up. Okay. Okay. Okay, but if I'm using a ghaib pronoun, okay, maybe Muhammad safara ma'awalidatihi or ma'awalidihi. But if I want to use maf'ulu ma'ahu, I'll say safara Muhammadun wa walidahu. Okay, wa walidahu, not wa waliduhu, wa walidahu. How that is clear. I'll make it mansub to mean that it is maf'ul ma'ahu, and that will mean with. He traveled with him together. How that is clear. Okay. So that is maf'ul ma'ahu. Maf'ul ma'ahu. Okay. And that's all for this particular chapter also. Okay. Whatever the Sheikh is saying is the example. نحو قولك جاء الأمير والجيش واستوى الماء والخشبة. Then he says that وَأَمَّا خَبَرُ كَانَ. All this one we have studied previously. So وَأَخَوَاتِهَا وَاسْمُ إِنَّ وَأَخَوَاتِهَا فَقَدْ تَقَدَّمَ ذِكْرُهُمَا فِي الْمَرْفُوعَاتِ. Yes, we have seen this in the marfu'at. So there's no need to mention them again. So that's maf'ul ma'ahu. I hope that's clear. Last chapter for the book, chapter 26, is the last chapter of the book. And it is very simple also, even though it seems to be plenty, but it is it's not something strange or something. It's something very common. So let's look at it. It is Babul Mahfudat al-Asma. Mahfudat al-Asma. Mahfud, bimana majrur, as we have said before. So Mahfudat, Salasatun, they are three. مخفوض بالحرف مخفوض بالإضافة والتابع للمخفوض. These are the three مخفوضات, or these are the three majrur. If you see a noun which is majrur, if you see a noun which is majrur or mahfud, majrur means mahfud. Okay, the manner it is in a state of jar. Or that is clear. What could be the reason? So that's what the Sheikh is saying. Mahfud bil harf. It can be as a cause, as a due to a harf, maybe harf al jar. We all know after harf al jar, the noun will be majrur. So that's one case. It could be due to a harf. It's something is making it majrur. Then the second one, al mahfud bil idaf. بالإضافة. It can be mahfud, majroor, due to mudaf ilay. When a noun is mudaf ilay, it is majroor. This is something very common to all of us. Okay. Kalamu Zaydin, Kalamu Muhammadin. Okay. Kitabu Yasirin. So Yasirin is majroor because it's mudaf ilay. So that's what he's saying. It can be mahfud or majroor due to idafa. Then the last one, at-tabi'u lil mahfud. If something is following a noun that is mahfud, can also be mahfud. I hope that is clear. Example, Kitabu Muhammadin. So Muhammad here is majroor because it is mudaf ilay. But assuming I add wa, Kitabu Muhammadin, wa, Yasirin, I can say Yasirun. So because it is following something that is majroor, it will also be majroor. Kitabu Muhammadin wa Yasirin. So Yasirin here is majroor because it is following Muhammad, which is majroor. And the harf al-atf is holding them together. So the ma'tuf alayhi and the ma'tuf are both majroor. So that's what he's saying. Due to tabi, if it is a tabi, it is following something that is majroor, it can also be so. So these are the three mahfudat. The three reasons why a noun can be mahfud is one, if it is due, it can be due to harf, maybe harf or jar. Okay, it can make it majroor. Then the second one, when it is mudaf ilay, and then the third one, if it is following a noun that is majroor or mahfud. I hope that is clear. So he's now going to go deeper. He's now going to mention the huruf al-jar. Okay, the huruf, some of the huruf that can make a noun majroor. So that's what he's saying. فَأَمَّا الْمَحْفُوظ بِالْحَرْفِ فَهُوَ مَا يَخْفُضُ بِمِنْ وَإِلَى وَعَنْ وَعَلَى. All these are the huruf al-jar. We know them. وَفِي وَرُبَّ وَبَا وَكَافْ وَلَام وَبِحُرُوفِ الْقَسَمِ. And so as the huruf al-qasam, when they also come, the noun that is following it will be majroor. Example, billahi, wallahi. You never hear billahu or billaha. No one swear by saying billaha. You always hear what? Billahi, tallahi. Okay, wallahi is always majroor. So the huruf al-qasam, they also make a noun majroor. So that's what he's saying. Wa hiya wa wa ba wa ta. And they are the wa, the ba, and the ta. Wa bi wa wa rubba. Wabimuz, Wamunzu. So all this, they are, as you can see them here. Okay, here. They are here. Okay, they are here. Min wa ila wa ba wa kaf wala. All this. Okay, so let's continue. The Sheikh now says that Amma ma yakhfadu bil idafa. فَنَحْوُ قَوْلِكَ. And that which is majroor or mahfud due to idafa, they are as follows. Gulamu Zaydin. Gulamu Zaydin. He's giving an example. So you say Gulamu Zaydin. Zaydun here is initially Zaydun, but it's now Zaydin because it's mudaf ilay. So we have mentioned that. وَهُوَ عَلَى كِسْمَيْنِ. And it can be of two categories. مَا يُقَدِّرُ بِلَامٍ. That which is which takes the meaning of lam, or which comes with the meaning of lam, and that is our mulk. Nahwa, he is giving an example. Let's look at the example here. Gulamu Zaydin, bimana gulamu li Zaydin, gulamu li Zaydin. It is possession. Okay, gulamu li Zaydin. Then he says that wama yuqaddiru bimin, and that which is whose meaning is close. Okay, or is precisely comes with min. Example, sawu khazin is like sawbun, cloth from silk. Sawbun min khazin. I hope that is clear. So that is similar thing. That's the two things he's mentioning. It can come with the meaning of lam, li, not a lam, mulk, possession. Or it comes with the meaning of min, from. Okay, and you give example, Gulamu Zaydin, bimana Gulam li Zaydin. Then here Sawbun, I should not say Sawu Harirun, Sawu Haririn, bimana Sawbun min Harir. All that is clear. So that's the two meanings, the two difference that he makes. This subdivision is not that prominent, but of course Sheikh has mentioned it. Okay, and so that is it for this particular chapter as well. This particular chapter, of course, as I said, the mahfudat, they are very easy. They are not something strange. Mahfud, because it is followed by a harf. Example, harf al-jar or harf al-qasam. It can also be mahfud or majrur, because mudaf ilay, when it is mudaf ilay, of course, due to idofa. Then the third one, when it follows something that is majrur or mahfud. So those are the three mahfudat. So of course, this will be the end for chapter 26, and of course the end of the book. Alhamdulillah, we thank Allah for this ni'mah. It's a very great honor. Any small thing that we are learning, it widens our knowledge, our understanding of the Quran at large. And that's the main thing, the main reason why we are learning the Arabic language is for the Quran, and then the Sunnah of the Prophet as well, and Islam as large. And we ask Allah that all that little that we have learned, Allah should put barakah in it. And we also ask Him to widen our understanding of the Quran. This particular Quran, may Allah grant us the ability to establish it in our lives, in our homes, in our communities, in our countries, and in the world at large.